Welcome back to the next section. And I hope you're having a lot of fun with this course so far and that you're actually learning some interesting new things. But anyway, we learned about HTML and CSS, and so now in this section, it's time to talk about the third and last language of the browser, which is JavaScript. So JavaScript is the actual programming language that web browsers understand. Because, as I mentioned before, HTML and CSS are not real programming languages. They're more like markup languages. But JavaScript actually is a programming language, and it's also the third core technology of the web. But what does programming language actually mean in this context? So what is JavaScript actually used for? Well, web developers can use JavaScript to implement dynamic effects, which are things such as responding to user events like clicks, loading external data, changing the content of the HTML page, playing video, animating charts, and many, many more things. So essentially, with JavaScript, we can make normal web pages come to life. And what I mean by that is that we can transform a normal web page from simply displaying some static content all the way to a fully fledged web application that feels dynamic and really just like the mobile applications that we all use every single day. But of course, all this makes a lot more sense when actually done in practice with code, and so let's now start doing that. In this lecture, I want to introduce you to JavaScript by creating the functionality of displaying and hiding the effect input form that we have on our page. So, to start writing some JavaScript, we first need to create a new JavaScript file. So let's open up our sidebar here again, and then creating a new file called script.js. Okay, we can close up our terminal down here. We are not going to need it for now. Okay, but now just like before with the CSS file, we need to connect the JavaScript file with the HTML file, because otherwise, of course, our HTML has no way of knowing that that JavaScript code that we are going to write actually exists. Now, the way we are going to do this is different from the CSS file. So remember that we linked CSS by using right here. So we used the link tag to link the CSS file, but to connect the JavaScript file, we actually need to go all the way back here. So basically down to the page, and then right before closing the body, so right here, we use the script tag. So script like this, and then we close it automatically like this. Now we could actually also write our JavaScript right here now, so inside the script tag, but instead of doing that, we are going to use the src attribute, and then we simply need to specify the path to our script. So that's again script.js because it is in the same folder. So give it a save, and with this we are nicely connected. And so it's time to write our very first line of JavaScript code. So write with me console.log, and then the typical first line of code is always hello world. Give it a save. And of course, nothing happens here on the page. However, what we're going to do is to open up this tab here that says console in our developer tools. So open that up, and then you will see here hello world printed to this so-called console. Now, if you for some reason close this, remember that you can open it back up by coming here to view and then developer and here JavaScript console. Or you can just right click anywhere, click inspect, and then here you choose the tab of console. Let's make it a bit bigger. Actually this down here. So we can see it, because in this first part here of this section, we are going to work a lot with the console. So this console is basically a way of viewing the output from our code right here. So whenever we want to see the result of some operation that we're doing in JavaScript, we can log it to the console by writing this console.log right here. And so again, in the beginning of the section, when we are just learning the fundamentals of JavaScript, we will make use of this console.log all the time. However, in this first lecture, I want to already write some code that actually interacts with the page here. So as I was saying at the beginning of the video, we will now basically make this button here work. So whenever we click on it, we will show this form, and then when we click it again, we will make it disappear. So let's make our page a bit smaller here, just like that. And now to get started, we actually need to hide the form to begin with. So when we open up the page, usually there is no form. So just like here. And then only when we click here is when the form opens. Right? And so actually we first need to go back to our CSS to hide that form. So the way that we are going to do this is to create a special class called hidden, and we will then add and remove that class using JavaScript. So let's call this class hidden. And then the way that we hide something with CSS is to again use the display property and then display none. And so that will hide any element that we add this class to. So the hidden class. So let's come to our HTML and add the hidden class to the form. So where is that? Right here. And remember that we can add as many classes as we want to any element. So here we now add hidden, and that's not working. And let me show you why that is. So if we right click here to inspect, and now I need to make it a bit bigger. So right here, you will see that we have the fact form. So basically the main class for this form, and it has also the display property. So it has display flex, and then we also have the hidden class. And so since the fact form class appears after the hidden, it will override this display none that we added here. All right. Now we could solve this in different ways, but the easiest one, which we should really not abuse and only use very occasionally, is this one. So we can write important, and then this style will always take precedence over all other ones that are also applying. So if we give it a save again, then you see that the form is gone and that now this display none is applying and no longer the display flex. All right. So now, of course, the form is gone, but when we click here, then also, of course, nothing happens. So that's what we will fix now. So we will now write the code that will actually make something happen on our page. So reacting to that user click event. So let's close that down here and going to our JavaScript file. So we know that JavaScript is now working on our page, that it's nicely connected because we could see this hello world here. And so now we can start writing some code. Now what I'm going to do in this lecture is to basically simply write the code without much explanation. So there's going to be a lot of new concepts all at once, but don't worry because we will then basically deconstruct what all these different concepts are throughout the rest of this section. So for now, just write the code with me and you will then later start understanding how it actually works all together. But anyway, the first thing that we need to do, just like in CSS, is to actually select some elements. So for that, we write document.querySelector. And then here we write a string, so this text, exactly like the way we select elements in CSS. So we now want to select this button right here. So now we have our first error here because here we need something, but never mind. So again, we now need to select this button here. And we do that just like in CSS by writing a selector like this. So the button that we want to select is this one here. And so let's actually give it another more unique name because this button large, maybe we are reusing it somewhere and we want to make sure that we now have a name that is only really for this button. So let's call it button open. And so now we write it just like we would in CSS. So dot button open. Okay. And so this will now basically return the button, but in order to actually then use it, we need to store it somewhere. So we need to store it in a so-called variable, which I will also call button. Okay. And now in order to react to a click on that button, we need to attach a so-called event handler. So we write button, which is basically this here. So button.add event listener. And then the type of event that we want to listen for is a click. So we write click. So that's the first part, then a comma, very important. And then in the second part of the add event listener, we need to tell JavaScript what should actually happen. So we need to give add event listener some code, and we do that by creating a so-called function. So let's write function, then open and close parentheses, and then open and close curly braces, which automatically happens. And then here we can hit enter. And just like before, let's simply, to get started, only write console.log. And then here we can write click. All right, so make sure that you got the exact same code as I have here, give it a save, and make sure that there are no errors here. And now, when we click this button, we should see this text here, this string of click logged to our console. So let's see, and indeed, there it is. And if we keep clicking, then it keeps adding more clicks down here. However, that's not really helpful, is it? And so instead, let's now actually do something meaningful. So what we want to do, as I explained before, is to use JavaScript to add and remove this hidden class here. So basically, whenever we click on the button, if this form has this hidden class, we want to remove it. But if it doesn't, then we want to add it. So that makes sense, hopefully. And so we can easily do that with JavaScript. So we can say if, and then here we give it a condition. And so here we now basically need to figure out whether this form has the hidden class or not. So to start doing that, we actually need to also select the form. So let's create a new variable called form, and then again document.querySelector. And this form, remember, is called fact form. Okay, and so now we can take that form and we can say form.classList.contains. And then here the name of the class. So in this case, the hidden class. So basically here we are saying if the list of classes of the form contains the hidden class, then we want to do something. So if this is the case, what we want to do is to then remove that class. So form, again, dot class list, and then dot remove. And again, the name of the class. And here, keep in mind that here we are not using the dot. So here we need the dot to select the element, but here it is simply the name of the class. And so now it should already be working, or at least partially. So let's click here, and there is our form. Beautiful. So that's really cool, right? So it means that our logic here worked. So again, whenever the list of classes contains hidden, so if hidden is one of the classes of this element, then we remove it, which will then make the form visible again. Now, if we click again now, then nothing will happen here, because now we need to do the opposite, basically. So what we can do here with this if is to say else. So basically the opposite. So if this is true here, so if it does contain the hidden class, then this happens. But if it does not, so in the opposite case, then JavaScript will go here to this else. So this is how we take decisions using JavaScript. So this if-else block. So basically in this other situation, when the hidden class is not there, we then want to add it back. So that's form.classList.add hidden. And now it should work perfectly fine. So we click, it appears, we click again, and then it disappears, because now we are in this part of the code. So this code will then not run, it will only run this piece of code, because now this here is false, right? And so it works beautifully. There's just one thing that is different from this version, which is that whenever the form is open, here the text changes to close. So we can do that as well using JavaScript. So as I mentioned before, we can manipulate the content of the HTML, we can manipulate classes, and really all we want. So the way we do that is to go to our button again, which we already selected. So remember up here, and so that button is now stored in the variable btn, and now we can use the text content property, and we can set it to close, right? And so now whenever the hidden class is removed, so when the form is shown, then also the text will change to close. Okay, but of course now it stays at close forever, because nowhere in our code we told it to go back to the initial state, right? And so we need to do that here in this second piece of the if-else statement. So button.text content again, and so the original was share effect. And you see that I'm always using these single quotes, and then once I save it, Prettier automatically formats to these double quotes. So it doesn't really matter which ones you use when you write JavaScript, both of them work basically the same way. So give it a save, and now it's fully functional. Perfect. So with this, you got to see the power of JavaScript and how we can use it to actually manipulate things on our page. But to understand what is actually happening here, so what all this stuff actually is and how it works, we need to understand a couple of fundamental JavaScript concepts. And so let's now go through a quick JavaScript crash course where you will understand things like functions, variables, objects, arrays, and so on. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And so let's now keep going on our journey. Let's start our journey through the fundamentals of JavaScript with the very basic concepts of values, variables, and operators. So in JavaScript, most of the things are values. So if we write 23, that is a value. Or if we write Lisbon is the capital of Portugal, then that is also a value. And the same is true, for example, this is a value, this is a value, and even all of this here, so the result of selecting this button is also a value. Now, many times we need to store these values in order to use them later. And so for that, we use variables. So we can write const and then text, for example, and then we assign this variable here the value of this string here. So Lisbon is the capital of Portugal is now going to be stored in the variable of text. So we can think of a variable like a box into which we can place a value. All right. Now there are two types of variables in JavaScript. One is the const variable, like this one, and then there's also the let variable, which is for variables that we can update later. So let votes interesting equals 23. Then in the end, we always need a semicolon, but Prettier, so the formatter that we're using, will automatically add it for us as well. So we created two variables here. One is a let variable, which we can update later, and we created the text variable, which is a const, which stands for constant, meaning that we cannot update it later. Okay, and here we also remember we created two variables in the previous lecture. So we created button and we created form. And so again, these were basically to store some values that we then used multiple times later. For example, the form we used 3 times here, and the button we used also 3 times. And so instead of selecting the element here over and over again, these 3 times, we only did it once, stored it in the variable, and then reused that variable multiple times. And so that's why we need variables. And let's create another one down here. So another one that we can update later, even though many times we use const variables. So that's more common. But here, since I want to show you something next, we can also use let variables. So let's now use one for mind-blowing votes. Let's say 5 here. And so you see that these here are basically variables for a fact, just like we did in the previous section where we created our database. So these were some of the fields, so of the columns that we created there. Remember? Now, one thing that's very important about values in JavaScript is that we have 7 different data types in JavaScript. Now, one thing that's very important to understand about values in JavaScript is that there are 7 different so-called data types. The most important ones are strings, which we already have here, numbers, so what we have here, then booleans, which are basically true-false values, and null and undefined. Now, in most other programming languages, we need to actually specify exactly what type of value a variable is holding, but not in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, a variable could first hold a number, like here, and we could later then change it to a string. So that would be allowed in JavaScript, but not in other languages. All right. And now let's actually update this votes interesting variable by using something called an operator. So we can say votes interesting equals votes interesting plus 1, for example. And if we now want to see the result of this operation, so basically the new value that is stored inside votes interesting, we can log it to the console like we did before. So votes interesting, and then here it is, 24. So again, here, in order to see these results, we need to log them to the console because they have nothing to do with manipulating the page as we did here. So to do all this, what we did in the previous lecture, we didn't need to log anything to the console because what we did was basically visible on the page. But here we are just doing some experiments, and so to see the results, we log them to the console. And so indeed, it worked here, the operator of adding 1 to the initial value of votes interesting. We can also do a shorthand of this just for curiosity. So we can write plus plus. So that is exactly the same as this. And so now we are incrementing votes interesting twice. And so the result here will now be 25. And that has nothing to do with the 24 of earlier, of course. So whenever we write the code again, it gets reset. Okay. So when we reload the page, it starts again at 23, then here we add 1, and here we add another 1, and that's how we end up with 25. Let's try some other mathematical operator. So let's create a new variable here, let total upvotes, because the interesting and mind-blowing votes, they basically are both good votes, so we call them upvotes, and so we can simply say that the total upvotes is adding together the votes interesting plus votes mind-blowing. And make sure that you use this auto-completion that I am using all the time so that you don't have to manually write these variables all the time. So give it a save. And again, to see the result, let's write console.log and then total upvotes. And so that makes sense, right? So we start with 23 here in the votes interesting, but then remember that we add 1 here and 1 here. So at this point of the code, votes interesting is 25. And then here we add the votes mind-blowing, which is 5. So 25 plus 5 makes 30. Okay, and if we want to see a little bit better what this value here actually corresponds to, we can actually log multiple values to the console at once. So we can also log this string here, can call it upvotes, and then we make a comma, because that's how we pass multiple values into a function. But more about that in the next lecture. But anyway, now we can see that here this 30 here means upvotes. So here we used some math operators like this, and And now just to finish, I want to show you a logical operator. So let me create a new variable here. So votes for false. Let's see, we have 4 of them. And now we are creating a new variable, which is called isCorrect. And this isCorrect will be determined by doing, so basically by asking if votes false are less than the total upvotes. So total upvotes. So let's check that out in the console. Console.log is correct. Give it a save. And now here we see the result of this logical operator. So here basically we ask, is votes false less than the total upvotes? And then the result of that is true, because in fact votes false is 4, but total upvotes is 40. And so 4 is of course less than 40, and therefore isCorrect will turn out to be true. So that's exactly the result that we see here. Now if we change this to 40, for example, then the result will be false, because now the question of is votes false less than the total upvotes is now not correct anymore, because 40 of course is more than 30. We could also ask if they are exactly the same. So for that we use 3 equal signs. 2 would also work, but 3 is better. So that is also false, of course, because they are right now not exactly the same. But if we set it to 30, then the question of asking is votes false the same as total upvotes is now true. Okay, but let's put it back to what we had initially and put it back to 4. Okay, so you can experiment with this a little bit more, write some more code if you feel like it, to really grasp these concepts of values, of variables, and of operators. And just like I showed you before in CSS, you can use the developer skill of Googling to find out more operators. And for that, remember how I showed you that MDN, so the Mozilla Developer Network, was a really good source. So we can write MDN JavaScript operators, and then here maybe this one looks good, and then probably you will get an entire list of operators here. I think the last time I saw this, there was some table here even. But anyway, here you get some nice operators, but let me go back. Yeah, this operator precedence table, there should be some good overview here. Yeah, this one. So here you have a lot of the JavaScript operators that are available to us. Some of them we will actually talk about, and others are not that important. But yeah, you can check out this documentation if you'd like. Or of course, you can also just move along to the next video where we're going to talk about functions. One of the most important concepts in programming is functions. Now you can think of a function as some kind of machine that on one side takes in some raw material as input, then it somehow processes and transforms those inputs, and on the other side it outputs a ready-to-use product. Now in JavaScript there are a couple of built-in functions. So for example we have the parse int function, which takes a string and then it will from the string find a number basically. So let's say 24 point whatever, and if we want to see the result of this, we could now store it into a variable like before, but we can also simply log it to the console. And there's no need for you to write this code. This is just so I can show you basically that we can use a built-in function like this. So we write the function name and then we open parentheses, and then here is where we pass in the what I called before raw materials as an input. Now in JavaScript, what we write here is called an argument for the function, right? And in fact, we did use other functions before, and even console.log is itself a function. So we call the function here, then the parentheses, and then we pass in this value, in this case is correct, as an argument into the function. So the input here is correct, and what this function will then do, in this case, is to log something to the console. And there are many other examples of functions that we used before. So whenever we see these parentheses, we know that it is a function. So query selector is a function, add event listener is a function, and all these are basically built-in functions. But of course, even more helpful than using built-in functions is to create our own functions. So let's do that, and we do it by writing the function keyword, and then we give the function a name. So what we're going to do now is to simply calculate the age of a fact. So for example, if a fact was created in 2015 and now it's 2022, then the fact is 7 years old. And so we will create a function that will calculate that automatically. So let's call this function calc fact age, and now we specify parentheses and we give a name to the argument that we later pass in. Now this is technically called a parameter, but let's keep it simple and also call it an argument. So what we need as an input for this function here is the year in which the fact was created. So year, and then here the function block where we can actually write the code for the function. However, before doing that, I want to actually call this function here just to show you how we can call the function, and so that it makes more sense for you what this value here will be. So what the year argument will be. So we're going to call this function by writing, just like with all the other functions, calc fact age, and then we specify the year. So using the example of 2015 that I used before, and so that 2015 will then be this year. So inside our function, we can then use this year variable basically to calculate the age of the fact. So how can we do that? Well, let's create a variable. Let's say current year, just to store the year in there and to make everything a bit more perceptible. So let's say it's 2022. At the time of recording, at least it is. And then we can calculate the age. And that is by doing the current year minus the year in which the fact was created. So that would be, in the case of 2015, 2022 minus 2015, right? So that would be the age of this fact. And so in this case, in this function, it is current year minus the year that is passed in. Okay, and now we are ready to actually output something from this function. And what we want to output is, of course, that age value. So we do that by using the return keyword. So we write return age. So that's the value that we want to return here, right? And now to experiment with this, we need to call this function, which we're already doing. But then to see the result, we need to also store it in a variable and then log it to the console. Let's just say age1, just like this, and then console.log age1. Let's give it a save, see if everything is correct, and it is. So 7 is indeed the result of doing 2022 minus 2015. So let's recap what just happened here. So we created our own function, which is called calc fact age, and then we pass in a value into it. So this is the argument which we can think of as an input to a machine. So in this case, an input to a machine which calculates the age of a fact. So this value of 2015, which is the input of the function, is inside the function called year. So we can think of this year here as just another variable. So inside of this function here, year will now be 2015. And so then we can simply do the simple calculation of the current year minus that year that was inputted. Now, what I have here is simply a comment. So just like in CSS, where we also wrote comments, we can do the same in JavaScript. We simply do it with these two slashes. So that's how we write comments in CSS. Now we could, of course, have done it a lot simpler without these intermediate variables here. So we could also have, and let me just comment it out. We could also simply have done return 2022 minus the year. So that would give us the same result, but I still wanted to do it step by step here. So let's uncomment this, and we can just hit Command or Control / actually to toggle comments. And yeah, so it's better like this, because now I want to show you something else, which is that instead of manually writing the date or the current year, we can actually get JavaScript to calculate it for us. So we can do new date dot get full year. Well, not that one. Get full year like this. All right. And so you see the result is still 7. But if you are now watching this in the future in some other year, then you will get another result. Now, by the way, we can also see the result of these calculations directly in the console. So at least of like built-in functions like this. So we can clear the console here just to have some more space. And if I paste it here now and hit enter, then you get immediately the result right here in the console. And the same is true for some other calculations. So you can do whatever you want here. And this is valid JavaScript. And so you can run any JavaScript right here in the console. Okay, and by the way, you see that this here is a function call, and then immediately we get another function call, but more about what this is, like with the dot and all this stuff, a bit later in this section. For now, just to make this function a bit more useful, or to actually show its usefulness, let's reuse it a couple of times, because that's actually the main goal of creating functions. So let's console.log, and remember how I told you that we don't always need to create variables, because all that we need here is a value. And this function will now create a value. So it will produce a value, which is this age. And therefore, we can simply call the function directly in here. So calc fact age, and let's say 2020, give it a save, and then here you get 2. Of course, because 2022 minus 2020 is simply 2. Okay, let's just do another one. Just to show that we can really reuse a function as many times as we want. And that is the main goal, actually, of writing a function. It's to create a reusable piece of code, in this case, all this code here, so that we don't have to write it over and over again. And with that, we actually have the fundamentals of functions down. Now, not all functions need to accept some input data, so we could just leave it empty and do some other calculation in the function. And also, not all functions need to return something. So we could just create a function that, for example, logs to the console 5 times. And so that function would simply do some work, but not return anything. So all of those are valid use cases. But most of the time, we actually want to give a function some value so that it can work with it and return something else, which is exactly what we did here. We gave it a year. So we gave the function a year argument, and it then returned for us this age. Great. So now you know how to write your own functions. And now in the next lecture, let's revisit the if-else statement that we used here. So that's another important aspect of JavaScript. And so let's move on. Let's now learn how we can take decisions with JavaScript using the if-else statements. But before we do that, let's clean up our code here a little bit. So I will just comment out everything that we just did. So remember how I mentioned that in JavaScript, we write comments like this with these double slashes, but that's only true for one-line comments. So if I then write something below this, then it is no longer gray. So you see it's no longer a comment. But if we want a comment that spans over multiple lines, we can use the same comment style as in CSS. So slash star, and then all the way here, star and slash again. So all of this become gray, And so now this code is not doing anything, but we still have it here as a reference. Just don't comment out this call factH function because we will need it now. So with this, we cleaned up our output here a little bit. Let's just remove this hello world as well. Okay, here we go. And so now let's actually talk about if-else statements. And actually we need to go back because I want to copy these 2 lines of code so we don't have to write them again. So please go ahead and do the same. And now let's set these two both to 20, let's say. Okay, and now let's say that we want to do something whenever the votes of interesting and the votes of mind-blowing are the same number. So we can do that using the if-else statement. So we just write if, and then here we need a condition. And a condition is basically something that returns either true or false. And so for that, we can use one of the logical operators that I showed you earlier. So up here, remember how we used this less than operator, and I also showed you the equal operator. So that's the one we will use right now. So we will say if the votes interesting are equal, so that's 3 equal signs, equal votes mind-blowing, and then curly braces like this, and then let's do something here. So we could log something to the console, but let me show you another function here, which is the alert function. So let's alert this fact is equally interesting and mind-blowing. Okay, now let's save so we can see what happens. And we get this nice window here. So we get this alert window, as it's called, which has our string that we passed here into this alert function. And then as soon as we click OK, the rest of the page can load. Okay, so that is the if statement, which allows us to do something whenever this condition here is true. So if we were to log only this to the console, and this one you don't need to write, no need for that. But if we log this to the console, you see down here that we get the result of true. And so again, the result of using this operator here returns a Boolean value, which is true or false. And that's exactly what we need here in this condition. Okay, now we can also specify an else block, which is basically what happens when this is not true. So in the opposite case. So in this case, let's just log something to the console. Something else. Let's get rid of this. And here we can now say just 15, for example. And now we get something else here in the console. Now we can also actually create an if-else if statement. And so here, there will be another check now. So if this is false, it will go to this branch here, and then this next check here is performed. So we can now say, if votes interesting are greater than the votes mind-blowing, then let's say interesting fact. And so that's what we get here now. So again, votes interesting is greater now, 15. So 20 is greater than 15. And so this is true. And so then this is executed. And we can repeat that actually as many times as we want. So the final case is that the votes interesting are greater or actually less than votes mind-blowing. And so then we can log to the console that it's a mind-blowing fact. So let's increase this value to 23 so that we actually reach this code. And now indeed, this one is false, but this one is true. And so then only this code here gets executed. So I hope this makes sense and that it's pretty obvious. Now let me explain something else, which is that there are something called truthy and falsy values. So falsy values are values that will be converted to false whenever they're used in a condition like this here. So a condition in an if statement. Now there are not a lot of falsy values, but the ones we have are 0, empty string, null, and undefined. And let me actually write that down here so you can actually read it. So a 0, an empty string, null, and undefined are falsy. We didn't talk about what these two are yet, but we might come to it once we talk about React. But anyway, this means that we can do something like this. We can just say, if votes, for example, mind-blowing, then we can log to the console like something mind-blowing fact. So that's coming right from here. So from this line of code. And so that's because if it's not a falsy value, then it's a truthy value. So basically a truthy value is everything else. So basically when we place any value here in this condition that is not a falsy value, JavaScript will kind of convert it to true automatically and will then run this code here. Let's specify an else block also here. Let's say not so special. And then watch what happens when I change the votes of mind-blowing to 0. So we get not so special, which means that this part here of the code was executed, which means that this was evaluated to false. And indeed, that's because 0, which is what votes mind-blowing is at the moment, is a falsy value. And so again, falsy values are converted to false automatically by JavaScript when they are evaluated in an expression like this one here in an if-else statement. And that's pretty important to know also when we build our project a bit later on. So when we actually make this interface here really work and really make it dynamic. So for now, again, we are only trying to learn some fundamentals here, and this is definitely an important fundamental. Okay, but now let's actually do something a little bit more helpful using an if-else statement. So moving up here, let's say that we wanted to call the calc_age function, so calc fact age, with a year of 2037. So basically we are saying that the fact was generated, so it was created in 2037. So let's see what result we get. So that's line 43. And here we can see line 43 resulted in -15. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? And so we can now use an if-else statement to change our function here a little bit. So to account for the fact that sometimes this can happen. So when the user inputs a year, basically that is greater than the year we are currently in. So we can do that in two ways. We can either compare the current year with the inputted year, so this one, or we can see if the age is greater than 0 or not. And let's actually try that approach. So let's say if the age is greater or equal 0, so this is yet another logical operator. So this one is greater or equal. So in the case that the age is greater or equal than 0, then we want to return the age. So we write our block and then we return the age. And actually when we only want to do one line of code in case this is true, so in other words, when this block is only one line long, we don't even need the curly braces. So we can remove those. We can remove this. And then here we can write the else. So in this case, let's simply return a string here which says impossible year. So telling the user basically that they used a year that doesn't make sense. Give it a save. And now instead of the -15 we got before, indeed we get impossible year. While for all the other function calls here, we got the age indeed. So these three values right here. And if you remember from the first lecture in this section, we already used an if-else statement here as well. So basically this condition here is a little bit different than before, but what matters is that it returns either true or false. And we can see that by copy pasting it, and we can even actually try to paste it here in the console. So just like we did before. So let's do that. And now it returns true. So this is a function basically this contains here that returns true or false. And now if we open it and we run this code again, then it is false because this code that we wrote here made sure to remove the hidden class, right? Remember that? But anyway, let's reload our page and come down here. But in fact, we are actually done with this video. So once again, I encourage you to experiment by writing maybe your own, but actually we are finished with this topic and are ready to move on to the next one. In this video, we are going to learn about a very important alternative to the if-else statement, and that is the ternary operator. So, the if-else statement that we just learned about cannot be used in all situations. For example, sometimes we need to define a variable conditionally. So, basically define a variable based on a certain condition. And so then something like the ternary operator can be a lot better. So let me show you how that works, and let's bring back our example here of the number of votes. So let's just change this here to 5 again maybe. And the votes of false, do we have them somewhere? Not yet. Okay, I will define them again here. So let's say votes false are 7. And then just like before, I'm also going to calculate. Let's actually add a const here. So the total upvotes are going to be the votes for interesting plus the votes of mind-blowing. So this is similar to what we had already calculated before, right? And now let's say that we want to define a message variable based on a condition. And that condition is whether this total upvotes number is greater than the votes false. So again, we want to define the value of this message variable here based on a condition. And that condition will include the total upvotes and the number of false votes. So voting that the fact is false. And so if more people voted that the vote is correct, basically, then the number of people who voted that it's false, then the message should be that the fact is correct, and otherwise it should be the opposite. But actually, let's see how that works in code. So we write a condition just like we would write in an if-else statement. So we can say total upvotes is greater than votes false. And then basically we ask a question here by using the question mark. And then here we define the value that we want this operator to return. Because remember that the ternary operator, so basically this operator here, always returns something. So it returns a value. So just like 1 plus 1 returns the value of 2, the ternary operator will return a value as well. And it will return either this value or another one. So the one that comes here after the colon. So let's write actually the strings that we want to return. Let's say the fact is true. And then here, let's say might be false. Check more sources. All right. And then finally, we can alert that message just like we did before. So let's see. And we get the fact is true. So we got this first string right here. So let's recap what happened here. We are using a ternary operator, which is called ternary operator because it has 3 parts, not just 2 parts. So it has this condition here. That's the first part. Then it has the second part, which will become the result of the operator in case this condition is true. And then we have the third part of the operator here after this colon. And so this is the result of the operator if the condition is false. Now, right now, the total upvotes is 25. So 20 plus 5. And the votes false is 7. So indeed, this is greater here. And so then the result of the operator will be this. And so that value is then in the end the result of this entire thing here. And so that's the value that will then be assigned into message. So it will be stored in that box. And so then once we alert that here, this is what we get. And of course, let's try the opposite. If it was 77, then of course this would be false. And then what we get exactly might be false or falaise or whatever that is. Check more sources. Okay. And if this was maybe a bit too confusing, we can do it even simpler. Let's do that here right in the console even. So we can say 3 greater than 7. If so, then create a string A. If not, create a string B. And so if we run that operation, what we get is B. And so the logic here is the same. This is true or false. Well, it is false. 3 is very clearly smaller or less than 7, right? And so then it will jump here to this branch, so to this third part of the operator, and this is then the result of running the operator. Now you can hit the up key on your keyboard, and then it will go to the previously run. So let's do 0, run it again, and then indeed we get A. Okay, so let's comment this one out so we don't always get that annoying alert there. But yeah, this ternary operator is really, really useful in all places where JavaScript actually expects a value. So running an if-else statement like this does not produce a value. So this means we could not do this. We cannot create like if total upvotes greater than votes false, then do A, and else do B, for example. That is simply not allowed, because what the if-else statement will do is to simply run the code that is here. So here, for example, it simply runs this code, but it doesn't return anything. So there's really no result in terms of a value produced of this if-else statement. And actually, that's why we call it statement and not an expression. But that's a whole other topic, and this is just a crash course, so I will not go deep into that. What matters here for me is that whenever JavaScript expects a value and you want to define that value conditionally, then you need to use a ternary operator. And this is going to be extremely important in React, so in the next section, which is why I'm insisting a lot on this topic right here. And also, we will see a great example of using the ternary operator in the next video. And so after a quick break, I hope to see you there soon. Working with strings is an important ability to have when we are working in JavaScript. And so let me quickly show you a few techniques on how to deal with strings. And first of all, let's get back our string from here. So this text, paste that right here. And now one of the things that we can do with strings is to call basically functions on the strings. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's create a variable called upper text, which will be the result of doing text dot to upper case. So it's clearly a function right here because of the parentheses, but we do not pass any value into it. So we do not pass the string, so the text, into it. Instead, we say text dot to uppercase, and the function will then take this text and will transform it to uppercase. So this is what we call a method. So a method is a function called on something, and we will briefly learn how to do that in a future video. But for now, just know that this is basically a function being called on the string. So if we check it out in the console, we should have this text converted to uppercase. And indeed, here it is. And there are many, many methods, so many functions like these that we can call on strings. We can convert them to lowercase, of course. We can find values inside of strings. We can split strings up and many other things. But that's not that important right now, because what I really want to mention you is something called template strings. So template strings is basically where we create a template and then we insert values into that template. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's create a variable called str, which simply stands for string. And now instead of the normal single quotes or the double quotes, we use these backticks. So in the English keyboard, they are right close to the number 1. And on other keyboards, I'm not sure, but you will be able to find them, I'm sure. So these backticks is what you need to create a template string. And actually, it is not even called template string. It is called a template literal. Okay, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you need these backticks. If you just write any text here, so let's say the current fact, then it will simply behave as any other normal string. So as if you had used any of the other quotes. So let's log that to the console, str. And so you see, it simply says the current fact. So just like any other string. Now what these backticks here enable you is to now place basically values into the string. So we can say the current fact is, and then you need this $sign, and then curly braces, open, close, like this. And now in here, you can place any value. And what we usually do is to put a variable in here. So we can say text. And so now this text here will be replaced with this variable. And so therefore it is then this value right here. So the current fact is Lisbon is the capital of Portugal. Now we want some quotes here. But now these quotes, they are actually part of the string itself. So this has nothing to do with the template literal here. This is simply this character that we want so that we have these quotes right inside of the string. Okay, so this is how we basically place variables inside of strings. So we can join strings together now using this technique, so using template literals. But we can also take it one step further. So we can say it is, then again $sign. And now let's first continue to write years old. So what I'm going to do now here is to simply call the, the calc fact age function. And that is possible because calling the function will return a value. And JavaScript doesn't care where the value here comes from. So we are allowed to call a function, the function will then return a value, and JavaScript will then place that value into the string. So let's do calc fact age, let's say 2015 again, and here you go. So it is 7 years old. Nice. So this is really, really useful all the time, actually. But let's take it even further now and finish this string. Because now we can do it is probably. And now we can bring back the ternary operator. So let's do what we did before. So total upvotes, if it's greater than the votes for false, the result of calling the operator should be the string of correct. And otherwise, it should be not true. Now, and here I have a mistake. So the colon is not here. Here we have the question mark. And there you go. So here, again, JavaScript simply expects a value. And so the ternary operator is perfect for conditionally defining a value here. And so we get not true here in our result. And that's because the total upvotes is indeed less than votes false. So right now the false votes are 77, and therefore this condition is false. And so the value will then be not true. Let's put it to 7. And so now we say that the fact is probably correct. So that's the whole point of having people voting on the facts. Basically, it's to know if a fact is true or not. And so here we are placing all the informations about the fact in one nice sentence. We could, of course, also include these other values here into the string. And if you want to have some fun doing that, then please go ahead and do that. But the last thing I'm doing here is to improve the calc_fact_age function a little bit. So instead of simply returning impossible year here, we can do a bit better. So let's replace this here with the backticks, like this. And so let's say impossible year needs to be less or equal then again the $sign and the curly braces, and then the current year. And so now it makes even more sense to actually have the current year in a variable because we are using it in two different places. Okay, and here we have that result now. So we had a case where we were saying that the fact was from 2037. And so then we get possible year needs to be less or equal 2022. And remember that this year is dynamically calculated. So if you're watching this in 2024, then you will see 2024. Okay. And that's actually all I had to tell you about working with strings. Again, it's a big topic, but for what we need in this crash course, this is more than enough. So we have already learned how to write functions in JavaScript, but there's actually another way of writing functions, and that is by doing something called arrow functions. And let's start by commenting out most of this code that we wrote. Again, we don't need that anymore. So open the comment and then close it here, but we will keep this function here. So the original way of writing functions. But as I said at the beginning of the video, there is actually another way of writing functions in JavaScript using the arrow function. So the goal of arrow functions is to write very short functions all in one line, and also without using the return keyword. So let me show you what I mean. Let's simplify this here a little bit. Get rid of this function call maybe. Yeah. So when we write an arrow function, we actually define it as a variable. So let's say const calc age or calc fact age 2. All right. And then we say equal. And so now here we write our function, and that function will then basically be a value that is assigned. So it's stored inside this variable, and then we can use the function just like before. So just like this one. So the way that this works is that basically we give the function an input. So we write parentheses just like we did here. Then we write our input and then simply an arrow. And whatever comes after the arrow will automatically be returned without us writing the return keyword. So let's start with the most basic form of this function, just like we started the other one. So let's say 2022 minus the year that was given. And that's it. That's all we need to do to write an arrow function. So let me prove that to you by logging the result of calling it to the function, or actually to the console. So calc fact age 2. Let's again use 2015 just to make sure. And indeed, we get the same result as before, also 7. And just to be really sure, let's replace the 2022 with the current year automatically calculated by JavaScript. So I will just copy this and replace the 2022 here. Give it a save, and yeah, we still get 7. And so this function is now doing the same job as this one here, but only in one line of code. Well, not exactly the same thing, because it doesn't have this condition here yet. But for now, what matters is that we can write a function like this. So we simply give it an input. And if it was multiple inputs, then we would separate them by a comma. And the same is true for normal functions. So let's say it also needed x, or this one as well. So we could keep asking for more and more input data. But here we don't need that. And here also not. So we just give it some input, then we write the arrow, and whatever value comes then will be returned from the function. And this is really, really useful in many situations. We will use it in this section here later when we work with arrays, and also in React in the next section, we will need it all the time. So we are going to write arrow functions all the time, so it's important that you start getting used to them. Okay, but now let's see what happens when we try to call the function with the 2037. So basically with a fact from the future. So then we get the -15, of course, which is because here we are not doing the check. So we don't have the condition checking for the age as we have here. And so let's try to incorporate something similar here. So how do you think we could do this? How could we create a condition here which simply returns a value? Well, that's where our ternary operator gets into play once again. So what we can do now is to use a ternary operator. However, here we will have a slightly different condition because here we are checking based on the age, and that's possible because we calculated the age first. But here we cannot really do any variable definitions inside of this one line of code, right? Because remember that here we can basically only calculate one value, which then immediately gets returned. So instead, what we can do is to check if the year that was passed in is less or equal the current year. And that current year is this. So we can just copy it here, and then the value will get calculated twice, but that's not a big problem. So in this case, and so the ternary operator now again, then what we had before will be returned. But otherwise, we want this string again. Well, it will need to be a little bit different because here we don't have the current year. So let's simply copy this again and paste it here. So the value will be once again regenerated, but that's no big deal. So it looks very confusing now, but once I save this, Prettier will make it look acceptable. Okay, and it still is a bit confusing, but let's go through it step by step. So it's a ternary operator, right? And the need for the ternary operator is that we need simply one value here as the return value for this function, because it's an arrow function, and so it simply returns one value. So the value that comes after the arrow. So if we need a condition, we can use the ternary operator. And here the condition is this one. So is the year that we gave it less than the current year? So here in this example, 2015 is of course less than the current year. And so then the condition is true, and then we simply return the fact age just like we did before. So basically what we have here is the exact equivalent of this. The only difference is that we stored the current year in a variable here first. But conceptually and in terms of values, it's exactly the same thing. And then if this is not true, then we simply return the same string as before. And we also recalculate the current year, which is no problem at all. And so this function is now completely equivalent to this one. We simply did it as an arrow function, so without any return keyword. Now, just as a side note, the truth is that actually an arrow function can also have multiple lines of code, and it can also use the return keyword to return something at the end of it. But that's not important right now, because in that case, we can simply use a function like this. So we use, or at least I prefer to use the arrow function only in a situation where we need a fast, usually a one-line function, for example in React, or as a callback function, as we will see a bit later in the section. So this is going to be super important. So hopefully you understood how this works. And again, if this looks too confusing, it's just because we basically used two concepts at once. Just remember that before we had simply this. So 2022 minus the year. And so hopefully that doesn't look as confusing. And so I will just leave it here as a comment for you so that you can see just this concept of arrow functions without mixing all this other stuff in. Great. We're making amazing progress here. You already learned so many different concepts here in this short amount of time, and we will keep going forward in this section. Next up are arrays. Another fundamental and super important aspect of JavaScript are arrays and how we can work with them. So let me now quickly show you the fundamentals of doing that. But before, I will again comment out this code here. So now we don't need any of the code we wrote before. All right, and now let's talk about arrays. So arrays is basically another type of value which aggregates many other values. So an array is basically like an even bigger box into which we can place many smaller boxes, which are values or variables. So let me just show you what I mean. And for that, we are going to create an array for a fact. So I will simply call it fact, and then we open these square brackets. And now in this array, we can place as many values as we want. So I will start with the text of the fact. So using the same as before, Lisbon is the capital of Portugal. Next up, we can do maybe the year in which the fact was created. So let's say 2015, and then also whether the fact is correct or not. So let's simply say true. So going back to the analogy that a variable is a box, then an array is like a shelf onto which you can place multiple boxes, one after another. And so each of these boxes is, well, one of these values here. So you first have this value, then you have another one, and notice how it's a completely different type. So we have a string, then we have a number, then we have a Boolean. And so that means that in arrays, we can mix whatever data types we want all into the same array. So the array basically aggregates all this data into one big value. So that's this value, which, as always, we then store into the fact variable. So let's quickly check out what that looks like in the console, just for fun. And so here it is. So that's our array. Now, in order to get some data out of the array, we can simply do this. So we write the fact, and then we use square brackets, and then the index number. So in an array, this first element is the element number 0, the second is number 1, and the third is number 2. So basically, arrays have 0-based indexes. So if I write fact 0, we get the very first element. And if I write fact 2, then we get the third. Right? And if I go over the size of the array, then we get that undefined. So remember how we talked about how undefined is one of the data types in JavaScript. And so here we are seeing that for the first time. Okay, but let's just leave it at something else. And another thing we can do with arrays is to get their length. So we can do fact dot length. And so then we get 3. And so this one is no longer 0-based. So basically 3 is really the number of elements in the array. So we can actually use this data here to get the very last element of an array. So automatically, because sometimes we do not know the length of an array. So how can we do that? So we can do fact, and then here inside these brackets, just like many times before, JavaScript simply expects a value, but it doesn't care how that value is generated. So we can do fact.length -1. So -1 because the last element is actually number 2, right? And so we get true. And if we now edit something here, then here we would get something, because the length is now 4, and 4 minus 1 is 3. And so 0, 1, 2, 3 is something, right? And so here, this works no matter if we know the length of the array or not. So these are the very, very basics of arrays. Where they become really, really powerful is when we use some methods on them. So when we call functions on the arrays, just like we did before with the strings. And we will do that in the next lecture. But for now, let me show you some other fundamental things that we do all the times with arrays. So what's very common is to create variables from the array. So let's imagine that we get this array from somewhere. So for example, some function returns this array to us. And then we want to create some variables based on that data. So we can do this. So basically creating multiple variables at the same time by writing the square brackets. And then let's say text, then created in, and then is correct. So that's basically the order of the data that we have in the array. So this one here will be the text, then the second one, so this one, will become created in, and the third one will become true. So here we are creating these 3 variables all at the same time. But where does the data actually come from? So we need to tell JavaScript where to read this from, and it is from text, or actually from fact, of course. Okay, and now we can just make sure that it is correct by logging these variables to the console. So indeed, Lisbon is the capital of Portugal, which is the very first element of the array. And let's just do another one, and that's 2015. So of course, this worked. So this technique is called destructuring, and we do it really all the time. Now we could also just take the first, or only the first 2 values. So we could simply write this, and then of course, here we are now trying to read a value or a variable that doesn't exist. So we get this error there. Okay, and so here we get Lisbon is the capital of Portugal, which is simply the very first value there. But of course we can also, as we did before, get some more values. So let's say we are interested only in the first 2, and then we can ignore the third one. Now another common operation is to add elements to an array by creating a new array, so without changing the old one. That's something really important. Now you might think that it works like this. So let's say new fact. Then we can create a new array and place the first one in there, and then let's add the category. So you might think that this is how we create a new array which contains this array and this new string. But let's see what we actually get. New fact. And so, well, just as we specified here, we get an array with 2 elements. The first element is the original array, and the second element is just that new element that we wanted to add to the initial one. So here we can see that even better. So this old array plus this new thing. But that's not really what we wanted. We wanted a new array with 4 elements, which contains all of these 4 things all in one. So instead, what we do is to basically take all the elements out of the original array and then place them immediately back into the new array. And that's an operation that we call spreading, and it works like this. So let me save it, and then I will explain better what happened here. So now indeed we get an array with these 4 elements. And so what happened here with these 3 dots is that we basically unpacked the previous array, so the fact array. So basically we took all of the values, so it's like we copied the values from here and placed them there. So again, these 3 dots, which are called the spread operator, they unpack the entire original array and place the values here. And so then we have the values in the array, and then we can just write some more elements to add them to those values as well. And we could also add them to the end of the array. So placing society here first, and then like this. And so then society would be added to the beginning of the new array. Okay, but let's actually reverse that and keep it like this. Now just keep in mind that we can only do this operation inside of arrays. So only there it makes sense to do this. Okay, so creating new arrays, getting data from arrays like here, creating variables from data in arrays, and also adding new data to arrays are some of the most fundamental and basic operations we perform on arrays. Another extremely common operation is looping over arrays. And so there's a special lecture about that a little bit later in this section. So we just learned about arrays in JavaScript, which is a so-called data structure. But now it's time to talk about another data structure in JavaScript, which are objects. And objects are quite similar to arrays because just like arrays, they allow us to aggregate different values into just one big value. So that's what we did with the array here, where we had these 3 values and we aggregated them into one array. However, in an array, each of the values doesn't really have a name or a designation. They are simply ordered one after another in the array. But in an object, that's different. In an object, we can give each of the object elements a name. So let me show you how that works. And so let's now create a fact object. So previously we had an array to store the data about a fact, but actually an object is a way better data structure to store information like that, because again, we can give each of the values a name. So in order to write an object, we use curly braces, and then we can simply start by defining the name and then the value. So here we have the string, and that's it. So we have an object now with this so-called key value pair. So this is the key and this is the value. We also say that this is a property of the fact object, so to say. So to take a look at that property, we can log to the console fact object and then dot text. So here we have that dot again that we have already seen a couple of times before. And so indeed we get Lisbon is the capital of Portugal. All right. Now there is actually a second way of doing this. So of retrieving something from an object. So fact object. So just like before with the array, we can use the square brackets and then we can pass in a string with the name of the property. So that's text. And then here we go. It just needs to be a string, not just text as we have here. But usually we rarely do this unless we have to compute this string from something else. So usually we use dot text. But let's add some more properties here to our object. So we can use the category, which is society. We can use created in 2015 and basically adding the same information that we had before previously in the array, but now actually naming each of these pieces of data. So let's call this one is correct and true. So now we know how to create an object and we already know how to retrieve objects from there. Okay, and now let's see how we can create variables from the object using destructuring. So exactly what we had here in the array. So we have something similar for objects as well. And here we use the curly braces. And now we need to simply use the exact same names as we have in the properties. So for example, we can create category and we can create is correct from fact object. And so it will then go to the object here and it will retrieve these two properties and it will store them in these two variables. So again, we are creating multiple variables here at the same time and we are giving them the exact same names as the property names. And just to check out if that works, let's see the category. And indeed, we get society. Just like with arrays, we really do this all the time when working with data in JavaScript. So objects and arrays are the most used data structures that we use all the time, really, when working with JavaScript. Now, something that objects have that arrays do not is something called methods. So let me basically add a new property here, or at least what looks like a property. Let's call this one create summary. And now the value here is going to be a function. So function. And let's return a template literal. So here in this function, we will return basically a string and we will assemble that string from some information that is in the object itself. So we can write the fact. And now here we can reference this object itself by writing this. So this means this current object and then dot text. And this is a little bit confusing here. And actually for most beginners, the this keyword is a source of great confusion. But actually we don't really need it a lot in modern JavaScript. So don't worry about this. This is just so I can create some meaningful example here. So a meaningful method. So again, writing this dot text is basically very similar to writing a fact object dot text. Okay, so the this keyword here is simply a special keyword in JavaScript that points, so that is basically equal to the current object. So the object that this method here will later be called on. Okay, but it will make a little bit more sense once we see the result of this. So is from the category. And let's do another one here. This dot category. And why not convert it to uppercase? So to uppercase, and we need to call this because to uppercase is a function. Okay, give it a save. And now for the first time, we are going to call our own method. So we can see it in the console. We do console.log and then fact object dot create summary. So this is basically just like we read any other property, so text, but this is of course a special property because it's a function and therefore it's called a method. And so we need to call it using parentheses. So every single function, no matter if it's a function or a method, needs to be called using parentheses. And in this case, we don't need any argument. So you see this function does not accept any arguments. It simply takes the data right from its object and returns this string. So based on its own data, basically. So I'll give it a save. And indeed, the fact, let's add some quotes here. So the fact Lisbon is the capital of Portugal is from the category society. Great. And so with this, we have unveiled a bit of the mystery of what this dot something here is. So we have used it many times before already. So here we had the string, we called dot uppercase on it, and it then simply did something with the data and returned it. And we never really understood what that was. And now we know that it is simply a method. Or we did it with arrays. Or actually, no, we didn't yet. Yeah, we will do that later. But yeah, up here right in the very first lecture, here we have, for example, this method dot contains. And so this is just like the methods that we have just written. So basically this class list here, it has some methods that can be called. And so here we call that by dot contains. Now the way all that works internally is actually quite complicated. And if you want to learn all about that, you can of course take my complete JavaScript course. But for this crash course, there's no need for that. The most important thing that you need to know about objects for now is basically what they are, how we can create them, what a method is, and how we can destructure them into their own new variables. So those are the fundamental things, and I think with this video, you will now know how to do all that. In this lecture, you're going to learn about two important array methods to loop over arrays. So that's the forEach method and the map method. Now, looping over an array basically means to perform a certain action for each of the array elements. And the most basic method that we have for doing so is the forEach method. So that's a nice name for each array item, right? So that's an easy one to remember. Let's just clean up a little bit here. First, maybe. Okay. Just so you can always see the values here in the console. And by the way, the code for the previous object lecture is not here because by mistake, I recorded this lecture in the wrong order. So when you're writing your own code, you will of course see the code from the previous lecture, which was about objects. Okay, so let's create a very basic array here just with a few numbers. Okay, so this is a completely valid array, of course. And now on this array, we can call forEach. So for each of these values, so for 2, for 4, for 6, and for 8, we want something to happen. But what do we actually want to happen for each of them? Well, that's where we need to specify a function. So we need to give this function here another function, which is something that we never did before. So this is an idea that we do actually all the time in JavaScript, and now it's the first time that you are encountering it. So again, we now need to pass a function into this function, and we can create that function here on the fly. So basically we can create it here immediately. So we write a function, and this function will be called by JavaScript automatically for each of the array items. And JavaScript will then pass the array item into the function. And so here we need to accept that value. And we can call it anywhere we want. We can call it X, can call it Y, or we can simply call it EL, which is short for element. Okay, and now here we want to do something. Let's just log the element to the console. So just the most basic operation here. And here we go. So we have 4 different console logs. And these 4 are exactly these 4 values, one printed after the other. So we successfully looped over the array using the forEach method. And so let's recap what happened here. So we passed in this function here, and JavaScript will then automatically call this function for each of these elements. And when it does so, it will pass the current value into this function. So the function is first called with 2, and so then element is 2. And so then we log 2 to the console. Then in the next round, element will be 4. And so then 4 is logged to the console, and so all the way until the end of the array. So this is what we call looping. And I think this method here is the best one to understand this concept. But in practice, it is actually not the most used one. Because in practice, many times we want to create new arrays based on an original array. So for example, let's say we wanted a new array based on this one where all these 4 elements were multiplied by 10. So that would be 20, 40, 60, and 80. With this forEach method, we could, in theory, do that, but not in an ideal way. And so in a case like this, we always use another method, which is the map method. So let me show you what I mean here. So I will again use the same array. And so now instead of for each, we use map. And now the idea is the same as before. So we specify the function, and in each iteration of the array, the function will get called with the current array element. Okay, and so now in the map method, what we need to do is to return something. So what we're going to do is to return the current element times 10. And so this returned value here, so in this case here, 20, 40, 60, and 80 is what will be placed in the new array. So the result of calling this will be a brand new array. So we didn't log anything to the console this time because this returned something, so a new array. So we need to store that somewhere. Let's call it times 10, like this. And then let's log that whole array to the console. So not one by one, but all at one. And so indeed, we get just what I had predicted. So 20, 40, 60, and 80, which is the result of taking each of these and multiplying it by 10. And this works just amazing. However, we can do better using the knowledge that we got a few lectures back, and that is using the arrow function. So by using the arrow function, we can make this here a lot more elegant, so a lot more shorter. So let me copy it and then comment out this part by using command or control slash. So that will comment everything, copy it here, and then let's write a new function. And this time an arrow function. And then you will see why the arrow function is so helpful. So remember that the arrow function does not need the function keyword. All we do is to specify the input, which is element, then the arrow, and then what we want to return. And that is simply L times 10. And so here is where the arrow functions really shine. So this is what arrow functions were really made for. It's for situations like this, where we need to pass one new function like this into another function, like the map function. So here we have the entire function in this very short and concise way, where it really doesn't get into the way, like this whole code block here. So this is a lot nicer and more elegant. Okay, but now let's do something a bit more meaningful here. And for that, I will get now, or actually it's not here, it is in the data.js. So let's move to data.js and grab this array. So now you know what an array is. And so now we can grab this, copy it, and close the sidebar, close this file. And I'm going to paste it right here. Let me comment out this for each, so we have a bit less noise in the console. Okay, because now, of course, we can loop over this array as well. So here we have an array of objects, which is something new. So before here, we only had arrays with simple values. So it's strings, numbers, booleans, and so on. But in JavaScript, it's actually very common to have arrays like this. So arrays containing multiple objects. And so let's now do something simple here with this array using the map method. So let's say that in our application, we need an array which contains only these names. So something very simple, only containing these 8 strings here. So let's create an array called all categories, like this. So let's take categories and loop over it using map. And we're using map because we want to create a new array based on an original array. So that's this one here in this case. And let's immediately use the arrow function. As always, I will call it simply element. And then all we want to return is, well, the current element dot name. So element dot name, and then let's check that out. And indeed, here it is. So an array containing these 8 strings. And it works like this because now, as we're looping over this array, each element is always one object like this, right? So this object here in each iteration of the loop is called L. So we can do, just like we learned in the previous lecture, dot and then the property name, which in this case is name. Of course, we could also do color, and then we would get an array of all the colors. But here we are interested in the category names. So again, this is something that we do quite often. Finally, let's actually go back another time to our data here, and let's also get these initial facts. And if you take a close look at these initial facts, you will see that again, they are an array of objects. So array, and in there 3 objects. And as you see, each of them has the created in property. And so what I want to do now is to create an array which simply contains the 3 ages of these 3 facts. So const fact ages. So that's initial facts. And once more, we are interested in creating a new array based on the original, which has the same length. So this one has the length of 3, as there are 3 elements. And so the new one will also have 3 elements. So then map is exactly what we need. And as always, let's create an arrow function. And so then, what do we want to return this time for each of the elements? Well, we want to calculate the age, right? So the age for this fact. And hopefully you remember that we already created a function for that. And so in here, we can call that function. I think we commented out that function though. So let me get it back. And here it is. It doesn't really matter which one we use. So let me copy this one. So we don't always need to use arrow functions. They're really mostly helpful in a situation like this. So what we want to return for each element of the array is calc fact age with the current element dot created in. So that's starting to become a bit more advanced, but just roll with it, and I will explain in a second. So fact ages, and down here we have it, 1, 2, or 1, 3, and 7. And of course, if we change this to something else, something huge from the future, then the third one would be impossible year. So just what we get from here. So what is happening here? As always, we loop over the array, and then this function is called for each of the elements. So we take the current element and retrieve the created in property from it. So for example, in this last one, that's 2015. And then we call the calc fact age function. So with that value, and so that will then return the age. So 7 in that case. And so since that's the return value from the function, it will be placed in the array at that position. And that's how we get 7 in that array. And we could do other stuff. Let me quickly show you just another method here just for fun. So we could do fact ages and then dot join. And so dot join will create a string out of the array. So here we need to specify a separator. So it doesn't really matter here. We can do percentage, we can do, let's do just this. And so what's going to happen is that it will create a string with this separator here between the string elements. So we could also do like this, for example, or really whatever we wanted. So this is sometimes helpful as well. But yeah, there are so many helpful methods, and I will not tell you about all of them here. Again, this is just a crash course, but this map method here is going to be extremely important later on. So in this section and in the next one. So we use this in React all the time, which is why I really needed to show you this here in this crash course. So all this time throughout this section, we have learned the very fundamentals of the JavaScript language, but we haven't really implemented any dynamic effects yet, except for the first lecture, right? So we haven't manipulated the content of the page in a meaningful way. But now that finally changes. So from now on, we are going to start doing just that. And so to start manipulating the content of the page, let's first quickly learn what the so-called DOM is. So first of all, DOM stands for Document Object Model. And essentially, the DOM is a tree-like representation of the entire HTML document that looks something like this, and which is automatically generated by the browser when the HTML is first loaded. Now, in this structure, each HTML element is represented by a JavaScript object, which allows us developers to access all HTML elements using JavaScript, because objects is what JavaScript understands. And this is a huge deal, because each of these JavaScript DOM objects contains methods and properties to manipulate, so to change themselves, basically. So essentially, this means that the DOM allows us to change HTML using JavaScript, which we call DOM manipulation. So we can do stuff like changing text and HTML attributes, inserting or updating, or even deleting HTML elements, and many more. And this is extremely powerful, and it's the reason why we can use JavaScript to build rich and dynamic web applications, as we will see throughout the rest of the course, and especially in the next section when we use a JavaScript framework or library called React. But for now, let's get back to some DOM manipulation in practice. Let's go back right to the very first DOM manipulation that we did at the beginning of this section, so that I can show you a couple of interesting things. And once again, let's start by commenting out this code here. So at this point, we learned basically all we needed to learn about fundamental JavaScript. So we no longer need all that console.log that we had there. And so let's go back here to the top. So this is where we started at the very beginning of the section to do some DOM manipulation, actually. So remember from the previous lecture how I told you that the DOM is basically a tree where each HTML element is represented as an object. And we select these objects using query selector as we did here. And so what that means is that each of these elements here is actually a DOM element, and it is also an object. And if it's an object, we can of course inspect it in a console. So let me show that to you now here, just for the sake of curiosity. So we selected this button here, which remember is this button here. And so here we get exactly that button. So button, and then with the classes of button, button large, and button open. Now, usually when we hover over this element, it should become visible. Let me try to reload this. And yeah, so now what we get here, so this button right here looks exactly the same way as it looks here. So let me find some space. So remember that here in the inspector, when we hover over one of the elements, it actually becomes visible here on the page. And so here, the same thing is happening, or at least it should happen with this element here. Let's try to reload one more time, because this is quite strange. Okay, so that doesn't work, but it doesn't really matter. Maybe for you, when you hover this element, then it will become selected there on the page. So yeah, that doesn't work, but it's not a problem. So that has nothing to do with JavaScript. It's simply because something here is happening with the browser. Yeah, no big deal anyway. Now, if we wanted to actually inspect this entire element here, so this entire object right in the DOM, we could, instead of console.log, write console.dir, or dir, so which stands for directory, I think. And so now we can click on this triangle, and then we get all of these different properties here that are part of each DOM object. So all this stuff here. But let me show you some of the properties that we have used. For example, here we have the class list. And so remember, here we used, not on the button, but on the form, the class list property. And so that is actually coming from the DOM object. So again, each HTML element is basically converted to a DOM JavaScript object. And so there we have these properties and also these methods. So here we have that class list, and indeed we have btn, btnlarge, and btnopen. So the three classes that we have there. And here we can open this even further, and here we can then actually find the methods. So we have ClassList.remove.add, and so here they are. So everything is part of this object. We also have another important one, which is inner HTML, inner text. We have the text content property, I'm sure, somewhere here at the end. Yeah, indeed, here it is. And so this was just to show you that really the DOM exists basically in the browser, and we can take a look at it if we want. Now, before moving on to the next section, I just wanted to show you one more property similar to text content. And for that, I want to actually select this entire list here. So let's move here to HTML. And so just to find out what's the name of that list. Oh, and actually we didn't give this list any class yet. So we didn't need to format or to style it, but now we will need to select it in JavaScript. And so let's add a class here. So class facts list. Let's copy that. And let's come here. So let's call this facts list equals document. And then we call the query selector method. And there we go. So what I want to do now is to basically remove all the elements that are inside of this list as soon as we load up the page. And the reason I want to do that is that so in the next lecture, we will then, based on some data, create new DOM elements here. So basically create new HTML and starting with a clean slate. So where this element is completely empty. Now, of course, we could just go here into index.html and remove all the list items, but that wouldn't be as much fun, right? So I want to keep this HTML here, and I want to then use JavaScript to clear out this element. So when do we want to do this? Well, let's just first actually do it when we click this button, just so that we can, again, use this add event listener here. So of course that won't make a lot of sense, but we will then move it to where it makes sense later. So actually this is very easy. We can just say facts list, which is this element that we just selected, and then we set the inner HTML equal nothing. So basically equal an empty string. And so if we save this now, and for some reason it's taking a lot of time to load, but yeah, once we click this now, you see that it is empty. And coming here, indeed, where is that? Here in main, in the section in the UL. And you see it's completely empty now. Of course, even while here in the HTML, there's still some content in there. So again, we didn't manipulate the original HTML file, but we did manipulate the DOM, which is, again, basically a JavaScript representation of what we have in the HTML in the beginning, but also, of course, it then includes our manipulations. Okay, let's cut this and actually let's place it out here, because the code that is out here, not inside of any function, runs immediately at the beginning. And so that's where we want to clear that list immediately, right? So let's go down here And yeah, so now once we load the page, there is nothing. So the list is empty now, and it's ready to receive some new list items that are based on some data. And so that is exactly what we will do in the next video. Let's now dynamically create DOM elements based on some data. So basically creating one list item for each fact in that data. Now the whole idea of this section was to dynamically load the data from our Supabase backend, so from this data here in our database, to our application, right? So we wanted to load this data and then basically render it on our web page. So making this a little bit more of an application. And I promise you that we are almost there. But for now, in this lecture, we will again use that objects, so that array of objects that we just used a little bit earlier. So this array here of the initial facts, this is what we will render for now. So I'm just copying it here. Then let's paste it right here at the top of the file. Okay, so here we have the text, source, category, and so on for 3 facts. And so for now, again, we will not load the data from the backend using the Supabase API, but we will just render these 3. Okay, now let's add some comments here to structure our code. So selecting DOM elements. Then here, let's call this toggle form visibility. And then what we will do now is to create DOM elements. So to render facts in list. So the first step in doing that we already did, which is to basically clear any HTML that is currently inside of the facts list. Now there are many different ways and methods and properties about the DOM in JavaScript. So it's a big mess and a lot of confusion. And so that's one of the big reasons why in the next section we will use React to build out our entire user interface. However, here we want to do it with normal, so-called vanilla JavaScript. And so the method that we will use now is one of the simplest ones, which is insert adjacent HTML. And let me just show it to you here very quickly. So we can do facts list and then insert adjacent HTML. Okay, and now here we need to specify 2 arguments to this method. So first the insert position and then some HTML as a string. So here we can write these 4 different options, but usually we just use after begin or also before end. So after begin basically places the new element at the top of the list, and before end will place it at the bottom of the list. So after begin, and then, as I said, a string of HTML. So let's just say li, and then just something really, it doesn't matter for now. This is just to show you how the method works. So give it a save. And so there our HTML is. Let's just copy this and do it again. Let's do Mike. And so there is another one. So again, after begin, we'll add it to the top of the list. That's why it is there. But let's quickly check out our HTML. So there's not a lot of space here. Let's just click inspect. And indeed, here we have our list and then the 2 LIs. And so we just added 2 new DOM elements to our DOM. All right. But now we want to do it differently for this array that we have here. Because let's pretend that we do not know how many objects there are, which is the situation that we will have once the data will come here from our API. So right now we have like 11, I think. But then once people start adding new facts, we will have no idea how many facts there are. And so we cannot do one insert adjacent HTML for each object here, right? So instead, we will have to loop over the entire array And then for each object, we will create some HTML, and then we will join all that HTML together and place that entire string in the HTML here. So right here into the DOM. Okay. So let's do that. And we will, as always, loop over the array using the map method. So that's, as I said before, the most commonly used method to loop over arrays, because that allows us to create a brand new array. And in this case, an array of HTML. So that sounds a bit confusing, I'm sure. So let's see how it's done. So I will call this HTML array, or just R, and it will be based on the initial facts.map. And now here we need our function again. So here let's actually give it a better name than just the generic element, because we know that this is an array of facts, and so each element in there is a fact. So let's call it a fact. And now what we want to return is a string. So a string of HTML for each of the facts. So that's simple enough. So let's actually create a template literal, and remember that's using backticks. Okay, so we know that it is an li element, and now I guess it would be best to even copy one li from here. But well, to get started, let's actually just do something very simple. Let's just copy the li. So just this part here. So let's paste that there, and then let's close it for now. And then in here, let's the $sign and curly braces, because remember that this is how we add some value into the string, so into this template literal. So now we can take this fact, so this object, which it right now is, and then we can simply use the text on that object. So object.text. Okay, give it a save. And so if we log this to the console now, log HTML array, we should see an array with 3 elements. Let's do it like this. And so each of these array elements is a string of HTML. And indeed, each of them contains exactly the text that is here in the fact. So exactly as we have it up there. So now all we need to do is to join these elements together so that we go from one array with 3 elements to just one big string, but that we already did before. So I showed you already the join method. So let's create a new variable here called HTML, and HTML r dot join. And here we don't really want any separator like before. So before we used like this, I think, but now we just want an empty space. Okay, and now we are actually done. So not done, but done with the HTML part. So let's copy this here, because now we're ready to insert our HTML. And of course, that's not this string, but the string that we just created. So the string called HTML. And now let's see. Yeah, there we go. So that's beautiful. That's starting to look a little bit more again like our original app, and a bit more like this one. And if we added here another one now, so we can do that and simply give it text, then we get another one which only contains Jonas. So that's really amazing. So it means that our method here, so this methodology that we created works. So looping over this facts array and then creating an HTML string for all of it. And as you saw, it works dynamically. So as we add more and more objects, then our list grows right there. Okay, but now let's make this a little bit more complete and use a bit more of the HTML here. So actually let's do this, and let's do this here as well, but not the vote buttons. So let's leave those. There's no need for it. Again, because we will actually redo this in the next section using React, which is even way simpler than this. Okay, so where are we doing that? Right here. So let's open some space here. And so now this needs some formatting. So prettier is not going to save us here now because, well, it's actually just a string. So maybe we also don't need to waste a lot of time putting this right. But yeah, I don't like to see it like this. So this should actually be here. Okay, then we close the P, then the span, and then closing the span right there. Okay, so here we don't need this, but this fact.text is what will be here in this paragraph, right? So we can replace this text, which is the static text, and put the fact.text there. And if we save it now, then that already starts looking even more real. So now we have the source, but that source is of course still this static one. So it will be the same for all of them because we're not reading it yet from the object. So let's change that and read it from the source property. So here, what we have is fact.source. So that looks the same now, of course, but you can see the link down here. So this one is opensource.fb.com. This one is this other thing. And here we have a Wikipedia link. Okay. Then the next thing here is this category. So all of them you see are technology now, which is of course also not correct. Okay. That's called category, of course. So again, fact.category. And so now they changed. So these two are society. And now the final thing that we need to change is this color here. However, that's a little bit trickier because it involves getting the color from this other data structure that we have down here. So I will already copy it and put it up here, but we don't have the knowledge yet to now associate basically the category that we have here. So this category, we will want to associate it with the category that's here and then read the corresponding color. So that's what we will do by the end of the section. So for now, let's just leave it with that color. We will then fix it a bit later. All right. Now this is actually already working fine, but just to improve it a little bit, let's place all of this logic here into a function. So let's create a function called create facts list. Okay, and then I will grab all of this and place it in there. Now the thing is that we want to basically make this function here independent of the data. So right now in the function, we are still reading this initial facts, but we don't want to do that. We want to make this function reusable. So we want to be able to use this function with these initial facts, but also using the same function with the facts coming here from our Supabase API. And so what we will do is to pass in the data basically as an input here. So let's call that data array. And then here, instead of initial facts, we use that data array. And so now this function is independent from where the data is coming from. So it doesn't care at all. So of course now nothing is happening because we are not calling this function. And so let's do that right here. And in fact, in JavaScript, we can call functions before they are declared in the code. At least the functions that are defined with the function keyword. So we can now do create facts list with the initial facts. So we pass it the initial facts, and so then inside the function it will be called data array, and so that then the array that is going to be looped over. Just like this. But we could also call it with some other object. Or some other array, actually. So let's create an array with an object with the text property set to Jonas. And we also need the source and the category. But let's see what happens when we do this. And so, yeah, now you see, if we comment it out, that we only get the list for this one element here. So you see the category is undefined and also the source is undefined. So of course this doesn't make sense, but this was just to show you that this function here is now independent of the initial facts. We simply feed it some data and it will then take whatever data it gets and print this list here. Great. So I hope this was fun. This is getting really dynamic and really nice now. And so we are now finally ready to, in the next lecture, load our data from the Supabase API. So hopefully you're really, really excited about that. I know that I am, so I can't wait to show it to you now. So the time has finally come where we will load the fact data from our Supabase API. Now, just to make sure that we have everything in place, let's come here to authentication and then to the policies. So here you need to make sure that you have this policy here for selecting. So enable read access for all users. We did that before, and so we just really need to make sure that you have this enabled. Okay, then let's come here to our API docs page and then the facts page right here. Okay, so here on the right side, we have some instructions on how to use the Supabase JavaScript library in order to fetch some data from this API. However, we will not do that yet because that involves some additional steps that we cannot take at this point. So instead, we will again use this bash here, or at least we will use the information that is contained here. So please click here on bash, and then here you need to show the key, so your API key, so that we can then use these. And if for some reason the interface here has changed, you can also get this data from here. So on the project settings, you should also have your, should be, So here's also your API key, so we could get all this data from here. So the URL and the public key. These are the two things that we will need now in order to fetch this data. So let's make it smaller again. And then let's come back here to our JavaScript. So another comment, load data from Supabase. So in JavaScript, to fetch some external data, or in other words, in order to create a request to an API, we use the fetch function. So fetch, and then as the first argument, we pass in the URL where the data that we want to load is located. So that's the URL that we have right here. So just copy that and then paste it here. So between these quotes. So it needs to be a string. All right. And here it's .co, it's really not .com. Okay, and then as a second argument, we need to pass in an object of options. And so now that we have the fundamentals of JavaScript down, you know what an object is. And so this is why we needed all those fundamentals. So here we need to specify the headers property, and then headers is actually another object. So these headers are basically some data that will get sent along with the API request. So here we need to specify the API key, and actually it's all lowercase. So make sure that everything is lowercase. Another string, and now it's time to come here and copy this API key. So copy that, paste it right here. And then another property is authorization. So authorization and here we have a so-called bearer token. So another string, and now start writing bearer. So just like bear, but then with an ER. So this means that you bear a token that you can show to the server, basically. And now you paste again that same API key right here. So make sure that you have this one string that starts with the word bearer with an uppercase B, then the space, and then the exact same string as before. And again, this all looks quite confusing, which is why once we start building the project with React, we will use the official Supabase library, which will make it a bit easier. All right, so this is already ready to start doing the request. So let's now store the result of this fetch function here in a variable so that I can show you what is going to happen. So the common name of the variable here is res, which stands for response. Now here we can actually now turn this off because we no longer want to load the facts that we loaded earlier. So from that object. And so for now, let's log to the console the res, so the response. Okay, so here we have some errors. Yeah, and I know why we have those. So we do not only need the project URL, but actually, let's come back here to our API docs. So then here, bash. Now, and first, so clicking here on the facts. So it needs to be facts, and then here in bash, and here we can see the actual URL that we need. So the entirety of it. So let's copy all of that, at least up until here. So this is basically the URL that we had before, but now it includes /rest, which is for the API, version 1/facts. So basically with this, we are accessing only the facts table. So make sure that you get this. And of course, your URL here, so this part here, this one here, will be different than the one I have in my video, right? You will have your own URL here. And the same, of course, for these keys. Yours will be completely different. So let's reload this here. And what we get immediately is this thing called a promise. Now here says that it's fulfilled, but we cannot see the data anywhere yet, right? So what is this thing? What is the promise? So a promise is basically a future value. So a value that we do not know yet if it will actually exist at some point in the future. So this is necessary because this data actually takes some time to arrive. This fetch, it takes some time. And therefore, when we load this page immediately, we cannot get the data. So JavaScript cannot immediately get the data. And so what it gets instead, or what will be the result of the fetch function here, will be this promise. And so this promise can then in the future either be fulfilled, which is what happened now, or it can get rejected in case there was some error. So there's a lot more details to this, but again, they're not worth exploring in a crash course like this. What matters is that now we need to consume this promise so that we can basically have our code waiting for the result actually to arrive. So we do that by creating a so-called asynchronous function. So it looks just like a regular function, but it starts with the async keyword. So async function, let's call it load facts. And here we don't need any arguments. All right, and now let's copy that thing here, or actually cut it. And so now what we can do is to use the await keyword. And so what this will do is that it will now pause the execution of the code while this is fetching. And so this is different from before. So before, the fetch would start basically, and then JavaScript would move on right to the next line. And then here it would show us this promise. So watch what happens now. Well, actually nothing will happen because we didn't call this function. So it's just a function, it's sitting here, but we didn't call it. So let's do that here. So load facts. Okay, and now it actually took some time until we got this result here. So let me show that again. So the page is loaded, and then it takes like a second until this arrives here. And that again happened because of the await keyword, which made our code wait for this result. So now we get this response. So here is some stuff. So the URL that we used and some other HTTP things, which again are beyond the scope of this course. But what matters is that we still don't have our data. So for that, we need one more step, which is to transform it to JSON. So that is the data format that I mentioned earlier at some point. So JSON is very similar to a JavaScript object. So that's what we will then get. So here in this next line, so right after this, we can create a variable. And this one I like to call data. And this will be the result of awaiting res.json. So basically here, the response, so this object that we have here, will then be converted to JSON. And this again takes some time, and therefore we need again the await keyword. Okay, now you cannot use this await keyword here wherever you like in JavaScript. You can only use it for functions that return promises. So we saw before a promise, and that was the result of this fetch. And so that's where we use the await keyword. But anyway, now we should be able to see the data here in our application. And yeah, there we go. So here we have an array with these different objects. Let's open one of them, and yeah, here we have everything. We have the category, we have when it was created, we have the source, the text, and really everything that we have here in our database. Well, now we can see it. That also doesn't really matter. So what matters is that we do have all our data now in this array. And these names here, so category, source, and text, they are the exact same property names that we had here in this object. So in this array of object that we used in the previous lecture to create the create facts list function, right? So remember that we created this function so that it is reusable and can accept different sources of data. So now the time has come where we will finally render. So basically we will create DOM elements based on our data from the backend. And for that, we can now very nicely simply reuse this function. So create facts list and then our data, which is exactly in the same format as this other data that we used before. And so this function will work just as fine. So give it a save. We don't need this console.log anymore. And there we go. Congratulations. We can say that right now you have a full stack application. So you have the backend integrated with the front end part of the application. Now this application doesn't really work so well yet. So we cannot add any facts. We cannot filter by category yet. We cannot vote on the facts, but we are getting our data dynamically from Supabase. So if we change something here in our backend now, so if we deleted a fact, which I will not do, but I will actually add a new fact here, because why not? Let's just call it test. The source, it doesn't really matter. Let's just call it test. And here, history maybe. Let's add that. And now if we reload, well, somehow it doesn't work, but there we go. So here it is. So we created a new fact on the database, and immediately it got reflected here on our front end. And then once we delete it, by selecting it here and then clicking delete here, of course, when we then reload down here, it is gone. Great. So really, really amazing. Great job making it to this point where we integrated the front end with the back end. There's just a few more things to learn in this section, really only 2 things, and we will need those, for example, to apply the right color here to these category tags. So that's going to be another exciting lecture, so stay tuned for that in a second. Let's now finish this section with two more important array methods, which are the filter and the find methods. So let's come down here and create just another small demo array. So an array with just some random numbers. So 7, 64, let's say 6, maybe -23, and 11. Okay, so just some array. And so now we can use the filter function on it. So the filter method, just like the map method, also loops over the array, but it does so in a different way. So for each element in the array, the filter method will check if the condition that we give it returns true or false. And only if it's true, then the element will be included in the final array. So filter also creates a new array, but only the elements that pass the filter function will actually get included in that array. So let's demonstrate that with code. So filter, and now as always, we need to pass it a function. So a callback function where this function gets access to the current element here, so the current number in this case, in each iteration of the array. All right, and so now here we specify a condition. So this function needs to return either true or false. So let's just create a filter here that will make it so that only the numbers that are greater than 10 will be included. Okay, now if we want to see the result of that, we need to log it to the console as always. So open and close parentheses. And here we have some other console.log there. And that's coming here from this function. So let's remove that. And yeah, here we go. So filter just created us this new array. And yeah, indeed 64 and 11 are the only numbers that are larger than 10. Of course, we could create less than 10. Then we would get the other three. And yeah, you get the point. So again, this function here needs to return a Boolean, so a true or false value. And remember that in an arrow function, basically this automatically returns something. So we use this operator here, which will give us true or false, and then that value is returned. So let's now use this a little bit more in practice. So coming here to this create facts list. And so here we can now try to filter the data that we get from our API. And actually it's not in this function, but it's right here. So this data that we get is that array. And so let's now apply a filter to it. So let's create a variable called filtered data. And so we can do data.filter. And here let's call each of the array elements a fact. Okay, and actually, just so we see what we are doing, let's log to the console again the data. Not console.data, of course, but console.log. All right, so that error comes from the code we just wrote. So yeah, so we get this array. And in this array, each object has the category property. So what I want to do now is to only display here in our list the objects where the category is equal to society, for example. So that's just to experiment with this. So let's do that. So fact is each element in the array. And so what we want to do now is to write a condition where the category is equal to society. So fact.category, which is again the property of each object, needs to be equal to society. And so only if this condition is true, so only if the category equals society, it will get into this new filtered data array. And now here we need to render with filtered data instead. And yeah, that worked. So now the two arrays, or the two actually objects that we have, both have society, and all the others are not here. So we had, I think, also technology. Let's try that. And yeah, so now we get these three. Just notice that, of course, still all the data is coming from the API. But then here on our front end, so in our application, we are filtering out all the ones that are not technology. So we are filtering for technology. So where the category is equal to this one here. All right. Now, actually, let's turn this off. So we simply add a comment here. But this is very important stuff. So that's why I wanted to demonstrate this. But let's actually go back to using all the data. All right, so this is how the filter method works. And now let's try the find method. Now, the find method returns the first element of the array for which a filter function returns true. So basically, it is very similar to filter, but it returns not the entire array, but only the first element of that array. So let's first of all turn off that console.log again. All right, and now I will simply copy and paste it here. And I will replace filter with find, just like this. And so watch what happens now. Yeah, we get 64, which is in fact the first element of the array. So find is more of a helper method, because we could, of course, also just run filter and then take out the first element of the array, right? So these are very similar, which is why I'm teaching them here both at the same time. So what's important to note is that filter returns a new array, while find only returns a value. So just the first value where this condition is true. And now based on that, so based on what we know, we can now get the color of each category from the categories array. So that's that big array that we have here. So let's actually write that down here. So just as an experiment for now. So inside a console.log, again, we will now take the categories array, and then we write a dot find. So here, let's call it element. You can call it category. Well, let's call it category, or cat for sure. So let's say we want to find the category where the category dot name is equal to society. Okay, and so we get this object here back, right? So again, what we did here was to take this array, and then we finded the first element for which this check here is true. So where category.name equals society. And so that's how we get this object. So what this means is that this is an object in the end, right? So now it's a line of code, but it will become an object, which is this object. And so to get the color now, we simply need to call, or to say here, dot color. And then we get the color value, so this hexadecimal color. And so we can now use this knowledge and do the same thing in the function that creates this list. So let me copy this. Then I will delete all of it, as we don't need it anymore. And so let's come down here. Yeah, so this is where the background color is generated. So instead of this, we now want to run some code. So how do we do that? Well, inside of the template literal, where we are right now, so we are inside, remember this string, and inside that string we can run some JavaScript, right? So here we are getting the fact.text, fact.source, but really anything works. So remember how we talked about that in the middle of the section somewhere, so that we can run functions here. So we can do any JavaScript here, as long as it returns a value. So let's just paste that here, and let's save it. And indeed, that worked. So now everything is yellow because we're using the society category. And as we see up here, that is actually yellow. So we got the correct color and added that color to each of the list items. But now, of course, we need to make this dynamic. And so instead of hard coding the society here, we want to get the current category. So the category of exactly this current object. And that is indeed inside of fact.category. So just like we have it here. And so with this, we will unlock the magic of finding the right color for each item here. And indeed, that just worked. So that was a little bit of work indeed. And this was a bit complex, but I believe it actually looks more complex than it is. So I hope that with my explanation, actually this code here made sense, also because we built it step by step. So we first learned how filter works, then we learned how the find method works, then we did it for one specific case, and then finally here in the end, we generalized that code for every single fact. So now it works for all categories. It simply gets the category here from each fact object. Okay, and with this, we are now officially done for this section. So this is as far as we are taking it with vanilla JavaScript. So with just normal JavaScript without any library. So if we wanted to implement all this stuff, such as adding or uploading a new fact here, filtering by these different categories, or also upvoting or downvoting all these facts, like we can do it here in the final app. So if we wanted to do all of this using just normal JavaScript, it would be really a lot of work and way too much work. And that's why in the real world, everyone who builds web applications uses some kind of library. And we will use the most popular one, which is called React, starting right in the next section. So take a quick break maybe now, and I see you right in the next section. So React is going to be amazing, so don't wait for too long. In this section, it's time to finally build the final application. So exactly the one that I've been showing you throughout the course. Now we already have the HTML and the CSS ready, and we actually wrote some JavaScript as well. However, in the real world, we usually don't build interactive applications with just pure JavaScript, because that's too much work and it's really just too complex. So instead, professional web developers use a front-end JavaScript library like React. And so that's exactly what we're going to do in this section. Now, as always, the first question is, what actually is React? Well, according to React's own definition, React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. And for now, let's focus on the words JavaScript and library. So, first of all, if React is a JavaScript library, that means that when we're writing React code, we're still actually going to be using JavaScript. So, behind the scenes, React is in fact JavaScript. The library is simply code that was written and shared by other developers. So to make it a lot faster and easier for us to build front-end web applications. So we're basically going to use some pre-written JavaScript functions and conventions in order to program our own application. And by the way, by user interface, we essentially mean the web page that's currently being displayed on the screen. So basically the current state of the DOM. Now, the React library has three main characteristics that make it quite easy to develop complex applications using React. First, it's based on components. Second, it's declarative. And third, it's driven by state. So let's take a look at them one by one. So first, component-based means that components are the building blocks of any React application. Now, in React, a component is simply a JavaScript function that contains a piece of the user interface. And a component actually contains both the content of that piece of UI, so basically some HTML, and also the functionality, so things like dynamic effects. Then, in order to build a complete and complex user interface, we simply combine many components into one application. Now, when we're building components, we do so in a declarative way. This means that we only describe what the UI should look like at any given moment, but not exactly how React should actually create that user interface. And we do so by using a special syntax called JSX, which you will meet in one of the next lectures. Now, in practice, this means that in React, developers do never manipulate the DOM directly. So we do not do DOM manipulations in the way that we have just learned in the previous section. But now you might actually wonder, well, if we never manipulate the DOM, then how do we actually change and update the user interface? Well, that's where the concept of state comes into play. So React is entirely driven by state. And by state, I mean any data that the UI in a component is based on. And of course, all this will become a lot more clear when we actually use state and also components throughout this section. But anyway, what's so special about state in React is that whenever we update a state variable, React will automatically update the DOM for us. And this is actually a huge deal, because it takes a lot of work away from developers. So whenever we want to update the application that's visible on the screen, all we have to do is to update some state variable, and React will then automatically keep the user interface synchronized with that data. If we had to do that manually for the entire app, that would really be a lot of work, just like in this code that we wrote at the end of the previous section. So basically, what we were trying to do here with this code was to keep the data of whether the form should be visible or not synchronized with the form visibility and the button text. So that's what I mean when I say keeping data in sync with UI. So it's basically making sure that the user interface always represents the current information, so the current state. So as I mentioned before, keeping the UI synchronized with data is really hard and a lot of work in big applications if we only were to use pure JavaScript. And so that's the big reason why we need the help of a library in order to write complex front-end applications. Because front-end libraries like React solve this very difficult problem simply by taking all this hard work away from us, the developers. And React is of course only one of many front-end libraries that are available to developers. There's also Angular, Vue, Svelte, Solid, and many others. But React is actually the most popular and the most used one in the web industry. And so that is why I chose it for this course. Okay, so this is the number one reason why we need a library like React. But there is another one. So another extremely valuable thing that front-end libraries give us is the fact that they basically enforce a right way of structuring and writing code. So this way, everyone on a team writes application code in exactly the same way and follows the same conventions, which will lead to a lot less bugs. And if you're wondering why I'm talking about bugs here, it's just because in software development, a bug means an error in the code, so something not working correctly. And again, using something like React is a big help in avoiding situations like that. Alright, but that's enough talk. Let's go try this out with code over the next few lectures. So let's now set up our React project. Now there are actually multiple ways of setting up a React project, but the most common one is to use something called create React app. So that's basically a piece of software that will set up a React project for us. Now, in order to be able to run that create React app application, we first need to install something called nodejs on our computers. And so let's now start by doing that. So let's open up a new tab in our browser, and then we simply search for node.js. Then open up here the first result, probably at nodejs.org. And then you need to download a Node version, and it doesn't really matter if it's this one or the current one. So just download this one, which has LTS, and it also doesn't matter if it's version 18 or 20 or whatever it will be in the future. So please go ahead now, download this Node.js installer and install it on your system. So pause the video here, and once you're done doing all that, I will meet you back here. Okay, so hopefully you were able to download and install Node.js on your computer. And if for some reason you weren't, then you really need to solve that problem. And maybe you can try asking in the Q&A section of this video, so of this lecture in Udemy. But I'm confident that it should have worked. And to test if it did work, let's come back here to our code editor and open again the terminal that we had down here before. So let's come to View and then Terminal. And here is still actually the terminal that we had before. So we can clear that by using Command or Control K like this, or you can also just open up a new one by clicking here on plus. So that simply opens up a new one, then you can basically trash that first one. Okay, so again, here in the terminal is where we can write some commands and where web developers actually spend a fair amount of time in order to run all kinds of different things. So we are in the terminal always in a folder. And so right now we are in this Today I Learned folder because, well, that's where VS Code automatically opens up this terminal when we're using it in VS Code. But anyway, in order to test if Node.js was successfully installed, let's write npm-v. And so this will then give you some number here. So if it didn't give you a number, so if you got an error, then again you need to solve the problem probably by asking in the course Q&A. But if you got some number here and the number does not matter, then you were successful and that you are now ready to set up a React project using create React app. So let's type npx create React app, and then we need to tell create React app the name of the application that we want to, well, create here. So I will call it again Today I Learned, and make sure to use dashes here again. Today-I-learned. And so now let's hit enter, and this is going to take a lot of time. Now here we need to say yes. So basically just type a Y on your keyboard, hit enter again. It's now going to download a lot of packages from the npm repository, which means Node Package Manager repository. So that's basically like a repository where we have thousands or maybe even millions of open source libraries that we JavaScript developers can use. And React is actually one of them. So we could do this whole setup here also manually, but instead we use, again, this create React app application to do the setup for us. And setting up the project like this really takes a lot of time. So feel free to grab a snack or to get something to drink in the meantime. And I will meet you back here once this is done. Okay, so hopefully you successfully installed React with this command. And if for some reason you got some error here, you might not have permissions maybe to run this command. And in that case, you can run the same command and start with sudo. At least on Mac and on Linux, this might work. On Windows, this is no solution. But anyway, if this did not work for some reason, so if you got some weird errors, always feel free to ask in the course Q&A, where you will very quickly get help. Okay, but again, I will simply assume that it should have worked for you. And so let's now check out what exactly happened here in our folder. So here in the project folder, we get a new folder, which is also called Today I Learned. And the reason for that is that this is exactly the name that we gave the React project. So in the command that we wrote here, we gave it a name, right? And so that's then the name of the folder. Now, since this folder here is actually also called Today I Learned, let's maybe move everything that's in here just into this folder right here. So let's do that in the Finder. So outside of here, so on the desktop, we have our folder. And now let's create a new folder called V1, which stands for version 1, which is basically the code that we wrote up until this point. And let's actually close all these files here first. All right, and then let's grab all the files, put them here into V1, and then let's get everything that's here into, so right here, so into the Today I Learned folder. So now we can just delete this empty one. Okay, so in the end, once you're done doing this, you have your original Today I Learned folder, which then contains everything that we just installed, plus the V1 folder with the files that we created previously. All right, so let's close that here. So here we have that all. So V1 is what we did before. And then here inside this folder, we now have node modules, we have public, we have the source folder, and we have all these other files that were created for us using create React app. So let's go through them one by one. So node modules is the folder that contains all the npm packages that were installed. So those packages that I was telling you about earlier. So our application, in fact, is using these hundreds, maybe even thousands of packages. So let me see if we can find, yeah, here is React. So that's React that we will be using, but React probably needs all these other packages. And so basically we had to create and install all of them here. Then we have the public folder, which is where we have some stuff that we actually don't need. Let's get rid of this icon, move it to the trash, and the same for all of these here. So all these files, we don't need them. Let's just move them to trash. But the index.html file, we actually will need. Then we have source, and here the same. Let's just delete app.css. And this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. So in the end, we only want to have index.js and app.js. So go ahead and delete everything else here. All right, and that's actually it. So in the end, we only want the public folder and the source folder with these three files. Okay, and now let's go into index.js, which is basically the first file that will be loaded by our React application. And here again, let's delete some stuff. Let's maybe make the sidebar a bit smaller. Okay, so all of these comments here, get rid of that, and then get rid of this line of code and this one. Give it a save. And so this is what your code should look like at this point. So we're only importing the React library, the React DOM library, and also this app file. So this is something that we are importing from app, so from app.js, which is this file right here. And you don't need to understand all of this here for now. So for now, we only want to really build the application and not really understand what all this importing here does, and yeah, really this entire file structure, what it all really means. So instead, let's just open up this file. Let's again delete some lines of code here. Okay, and then let's also delete most of what is in here. So actually, let's delete all of this. And then let's together now type h1 and again, or hello world. All right. So in the end, app.js should look like this, and index.js should look like this. And for some reason you have some doubt, you can always download the final code of this section and check if your code is exactly the same as mine. And that's true for all the code that we are writing in this section. Okay, so if for some reason your application is not working, please go ahead and check out the code that we wrote in the video, by downloading the final files of this section. And there you can then compare your code exactly with my code. But anyway, this file, if it looks like this for you, you can actually close it because we will no longer be needing it. What we also no longer need is this live server that we started earlier. So we started here, remember the live server. But now let's click again here. And so this will then close the server. And so after that, it should go back to simply saying go live. So this means that if we open the page we had before, so if for some reason you still have that opened, and if you refresh, then the connection to that server should be gone, and we will no longer see what we have here. Yeah, exactly. That's what we expected. Because now we will basically run a command here in the terminal, which will then do the same thing, but for our React app. So basically a live server that is provided by Create React App so that we can always see the latest changes in our React app. So the command for that is called start. So let's close that. And here let's clean up the console, at least if you want. But you can also simply now type npm run start. Hit enter. And that should then open up a new tab in your browser. And there it is. And wait for it. We should very soon see exactly hello world. So that is just this H1 that we have here. So if we now once again right click and inspect it, we will find that this is the H1 that we just wrote. So congratulations, you just created your very first and very small React application, but it is a React app. And so we achieved the goal of this lecture, which was to successfully set up a React application. And so now in the next lecture, we are ready to actually write some meaningful code for this app. Let's now really start developing our React application and also understand even better the philosophy behind React and JSX. So before we start writing any meaningful code, it's important to understand that what we did before, so in all the sections before this one, was really fundamentally different from what we are going to do now. So what we did before was to write the application in HTML. So we had this HTML file right here, and then we simply added some JavaScript on top of it to make it dynamic. Now with React, it really works the other way around. So in React, everything is JavaScript. So we write our applications as components, which remember are JavaScript functions like this one. And these functions, so these component functions, they contain the component logic, so all the dynamic effects, and also they basically return the HTML for the component. So again, we now flipped what we had before. And so now what we have is like having HTML inside JavaScript now. The only HTML that we have left is this index.html in the public folder. So if we double click here, we see some stuff right there that's not really important. What matters here is that we have this div with the ID of root. So an ID is similar to a class in HTML, but the ID can only be used once, while classes can be used multiple times. Now what matters here is that our entire application will basically be inside of this div. So React will basically take the DOM that we generate from our components and add them right into this div right here. And that's something that I thought was written here as well, but yeah, that doesn't really matter. So let's close this, and this one we can leave open so that we can now actually grab some code from there. Because now basically we need to rebuild the entire interface using React. So using this component and some other components that we're going to write later. So let's start very small, coming here, also closing up the sidebar. So coming here, and let's start by taking just this header. So copy and then paste the entire header. So starting here with the header all the way to the closing tag. So don't include the container. So just take all this, copy, and then, well, actually let's delete all of this. So we will delete this so that we can actually start our component from complete scratch. So let's give it a save, and then it should become empty here. And so again, don't paste anything yet. Let's write a component from complete scratch. So again, a component in React is simply a React function. So we write function, and then we call this one app. So that's the standard for the first component of all. And what's really important is that we start the function name with an uppercase letter like this uppercase A. So that's the convention of how React will know that this is a component. So no arguments. And then let's open the curly braces here. And then whatever we return from a component is what will become visible on the user interface. So let's paste the HTML that we just wrote, paste that here, and give it a save. And then Prettier should format it like this, at least if you have Prettier working correctly. Now we get this error here, but that's no problem. Let's just understand why this is. So we could have written this entire file here also in index.js. So index.js is the very first JavaScript file that will get loaded. That's why it's also called index. So just like index.html. So you see that here we are importing app from the app.js file, which is what this here means. So if we're importing this, we also need to export it from app.js. So let's do that. So we write export default and then the name of the function. Give it a save, and then here should be at least the very humble beginning of our application. So let's understand what just happened here. So we are returning this thing here from this function. But what is this actually? I mean, if you tried to write this into normal JavaScript outside of React, you would just get an error because this is HTML and JavaScript doesn't understand HTML. So if we open up our v1, so this script that we wrote before, when we created an HTML somewhere down here, we did it as a string, right? And that's because, again, JavaScript doesn't really understand what HTML is. However, the thing is that this is actually not HTML. It looks like HTML, but it is a different syntax, which is called JSX. So JSX is a syntax that React created and which looks indeed very similar to HTML, and that's just so that we can write React components in a way that is familiar to us, because we already know how to write HTML. But under the hood, this syntax here, so this JSX, will then be converted to some JavaScript functions that React understands. Okay? Also, there are actually some differences between HTML and JSX. And the first one is actually class. So class is a reserved word in JavaScript, and so we cannot use it in JSX. So when we write React code, we do not write class, but class name. So let's change that everywhere here. And for now, that's the biggest difference between HTML and JSX. Also, it's very important that you only return one element from each component. So if you tried to also return like this, you would get an error here, and even VS Code would give you this error here immediately. So JSX expressions must have one parent element. So let's get rid of that, and here we go. So first of all, here we have this error. So the page is not being able to load the logo, so this file here. And well, how could it? I mean, we simply said that the source should be logo, but we don't have this file anywhere, right? We have it in our v1 folder, but of course, React doesn't know how to reach into that folder. So what we're going to do is to come here to v1 and then right click and copy. And now this is where the public folder comes into play. So let's right click on public and paste. Okay, there it is. And now if we reload the page, there it is. So there is the image. And so basically what this means is that when you specify a file, React will look into the public folder and see if it can find it there. So all the files that should be served on the web page, and that's mainly images, they need to go into this public folder. Now what we also want now here is to get our CSS back, right? Now there are many different ways of using CSS in React, but the easiest way is to simply now copy this file again, and then we can import it also into our application. So this time in the source folder, paste that there and not in the public folder, because this is actually some code that will be included into the application. So for now we can close that again, this one as well. And now what we need to do here is to write import, then quotes, dot, and then slash style dot CSS. Give it a save. And there is our style back. Now we don't have yet the fonts, but the style is indeed back. Let's make it again a bit smaller so we can see everything. Okay. And now let's just worry about the fonts just to get finished here. So again, in our v1 folder, open up index.html, and here we will grab what we have here. So these 3 links here that came from Google Fonts, remember that, but not our style.css. So the CSS file we do not include in HTML, but as we just did, we include it in JavaScript. So right here. But these ones, we actually need to copy them. Let's close it. And then let's again open up index.html from the public folder. And so this is where we now paste. Let's do it right here, or fonts. And now really just to finish, here we have this title which says React app. And so that's exactly what is here. And so let's change that again to Today I Learned. And there it is. Beautiful. So here we don't need all this space. Let's close this. And yeah, so for now, this is what I wanted to do in this lecture. So we built our first component, at least partially, and we got everything to work again and have started transforming our HTML to a JavaScript application, and in particular, a React application. And I know there was a lot of different stuff to do in this lecture, so a lot of stuff to move over from the original HTML and CSS project to the React project. So if any step of the way there was some error for you or something is not working correctly, then as always, please make sure to just ask in the Q&A. So don't give up on the project and instead let's try to solve your issue. And then once everything is working fine, we can continue building the application in the next video. Now remember how I said in the very first lecture about React, how we built a complete final user interface by combining many smaller components together. And so what this means is that we need to start by dividing up our user interface into these smaller components. So let's now do that based on the application that we built before with HTML and CSS. So for the entire user interface, so all of the app basically will live in the app component, which we already started building in the previous lecture. So again, that app component will basically contain all the other components, which together will make up the user interface. Now inside of this app component, we will have a couple of smaller components. And this is all pretty subjective, but I think in this interface, it makes sense to have one component for the header, basically, then one component here on the side, so for this list of categories, and then another component for the list of facts. And then inside the list of facts, I would say that each of these items in the list should also be its own component. And we could take it even further by also create a component just for the voting buttons, but let's keep it a bit simpler here in this case. So I think this is how we will divide up our user interface using React components. And so let's now start doing that in practice. Now, in a big, more real-world application, we would actually create one JavaScript file for each component. But again, we will keep it simple here, and at least for now, we will keep everything here in this one file. So let's open some space and create a new function for a new component. And let's start with the category filters. So category filters, or let's just call it filter. And again, no arguments, at least for now. We will change that in the future, but for now, let's keep it like this. So here, as always, we need to return something, so some JSX. So let's go back to our initial HTML, which is where we will get from now on most of the code, or at least most of the HTML that we need to rebuild our user interface in React. So that list of categories is basically this aside element, right? And then in there, we have the unordered list, and then we have a list element for each button. But for now, let's keep that aside and only copy the aside element. So we will just start very simple here, and we will take care of creating this list a little bit later. So let's simply return an aside element here. And just so we see it on the screen, I will write category filter. Okay, but now if we open up here our page, so our application, of course we do not see category filter anywhere, because how would React know where to actually place it? So we didn't tell React yet what we want to do with this new component. So what do we want to do actually with it? Well, we want to display it right here after this header, at least for now. So how can we do that? Well, we can now write it as though it was another HTML element. So we open up the less than symbol and then category filter, and then a slash to close it. Okay, now we just have this problem here, which is the reason that everything got red, that we are returning now 2 elements from this app. So that we do not want. So there are a couple of solutions. So we could create some parent element, like creating a div like this, and then place everything in there. But we don't want that. We don't want to just create a new element that we actually don't need. So in React, we can create something called a fragment. And a fragment is basically just a JSX element which will not produce any HTML output. So we just write that, and then here we close that. So open and close, so without giving it any name. And so if we save now, then, well, now it should be here. Let's reload. And yeah, so we get this category filter, which is coming from this other component. Great. So we just linked basically 2 components together, which is already some kind of progress. Now here we have all this code for the header, which, as we just talked about before, should become its own header component, right? However, for now, at least, I will leave it here, and I will just add a comment. And the way we write comments in JSX, the easiest way is to actually just hit Command or Control/. So this here is how you write a comment in JSX. It's important to have these curly braces. And I'll explain what these are in a minute. So let's just write header, because again, later we will actually place this into its own component. But for now, we will leave it here because of something that we will do a bit later, and then it will be easier to understand that thing. All right, but moving on here, let's now create that form. So this we can actually close. we are done with writing the app in index.html. And so what we want now is this form. All right. So we can create another component. And in fact, let's place it here before, just so the components here have the same order as they have on the page as well. And now we need to come up with a name, which can be one of the hardest thing in React development, coming up with all these component names. Let's say new fact form. Okay, and just like before, we will simply now return a form element, but without the actual content. So we will then work on these components here one by one as we move throughout the section. So I will just write something here so we can then see them on the screen. And somehow my reloading here is not really working. So it should automatically appear. Or actually, of course, it should not, because we didn't include this here yet. So of course, it's impossible that it appears now. So to do that, we need to write new fact form, just like before, then slash, and then close it. Save it, and there it is. And so slowly we are composing our app component by using all these smaller components. Let's just finish now by the list. So function fact list. And let's return, well, let's actually see what we have in the HTML. So just to make sure, the form is really just this form, but it has this class of fact form and hidden. While we do not need hidden, but fact form we need actually. So let's grab this here for our form and paste that here. And remember that in JSX, it is not called class, but class name. All right. Then let's go to the category filter. So that's this aside here. So that is correct. But we also still need this piece of HTML. But let's leave that for a bit later. And so now this facts list here is this section. So here, we now want to write section. Section and then facts list. And this also has no class, so it's really just section. But now let's take care of this main element. So both the aside, so which are now the category filter, and the section, which is now the fact list, are inside of this main. So let's copy this. And we can do that right here into the app. So let's place that here. And of course, then we need to close it. Okay, so if you think about it, what we have here now, so this code is exactly the same thing that we have here. Well, actually not yet. Let's wait for it. So this form is actually outside of main, and maybe you're already seeing that. And so here instead, what we want is the fact list. Okay, close it, save it. And so here we have basically the same layout as we had before, just without the content. So we have the form with this lighter background. Then we have on the left side the filter, on the right side this list. And so now if we think about it, we do have the exact same HTML structure as we had before. We had the header, then we had the form, then we had the main element. And in there we had the aside and the section. And so yeah, we have the header in the original, we have the form, and then the main with these other two in there. So we are translating now basically the HTML structure from before into these React components. Now, if we were building this React application from scratch, then we would not first create an index.html file. So we would not start with the HTML, but instead we would really just start writing JSX here in these components in React. But of course, here in this crash course, we needed to start by learning HTML separately, then adding CSS, then adding JavaScript, so that now everything can culminate here in this section with React. Okay. Now, one other thing that I wanted to show you here is that since this is just a function, of course, we can do way more than just return stuff. So we can do all kinds of calculations or define variables. Let's say const app title, for example, and call that today. So it needs to be a string, of course. So today I learned. And so this is now a JavaScript variable. So just like we did before. And here in our JSX, we can now very easily reference any JavaScript. So here we can delete this, for example. And so this is where these curly braces come into play that we already saw here earlier. So we write these curly braces, and now here we can write any JavaScript that produces a value. So that's exactly the same situation as before in the template literals. Remember? So we could, for example, call a function here. We could use the ternary operator, or we can also simply reference a JavaScript variable. So let's say app title here. And so here, of course, it looks the same. But if we added something more to our variable, then that would get reflected here in the output. And let's put that back, of course. And now to finish this lecture, there's just one final thing I want to show you, which is that React actually has their own dev tools. So search for React dev tools in Google, please. And then it should be here, this very first result, which will take you to the Chrome Web Store. So somewhere here, there should be an install button, but I already have it installed. That's why I got this remove button. But you should now please go ahead and install this to your Google Chrome browser, because the React developer tools are a really, really helpful tool, just as the normal developer tools. So once you have this installed, maybe you need to reload the page, or you might even have to reload the browser. But then once you're done that, you should see somewhere here in these tabs, and I don't have enough space. That's why I have this symbol here. But you should somewhere there see this components tab. So go ahead and open that. And so here we now get basically a tree of our components. So this is the component tree of our React application. So at the top we have the app component. So that's this one here. And then it has 3 child components. And child components are basically components that this parent component references. So this one references the new fact form and these 2. And so these 3 are child components of app. And we could take this even further. So we could now, for example, inside of the fact list, also include a new fact form if we wanted. So these components, they are all about reusability. So let me just show that to you very quickly. So here inside the fact list, let's create another fragment. And you don't need to do this, of course. You can just watch me doing it, because I will just undo it anyway later. So I place this section here, and then right after it, I can again include the new fact form. So in this case, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have the form twice, but it would be possible to reuse this component in multiple places. So here it is again on the page. So here is the fact form for the second time, and so we can see it here in our component tree. And so this new fact form is now also a child element or a child component of fact list, because it is basically inside of the fact list, right? Then here we have all kinds of other information about the component that we select. And as we hover over them, we can also see them here on the page, which is also extremely helpful. And so we will keep this open here as we go through the section. For now, let's get rid of this and all this, give it a save. So we're back to normal. Let's just reload. And for some reason I have an error here. So that's what this red cross here means, and those errors are usually visible in the console. So let's go there. And the reason is that somewhere we have a class instead of a class name. And that's right here. So class name, because as I mentioned before, JSX does not use class, but class name instead. So if we reload this now, then the error is gone. And let's go back to our components. Okay. And now with this skeleton basically of the app in place, we are ready to start working on the components one by one. So in the previous section, we learned how to use JavaScript to create new DOM elements for the facts data. And so let's now learn how to do the exact same thing using React. So in this video, we will render this list of facts here. Now to do so, we will again use the fake data that we also used first in the previous section. So let's actually get those here from data.js. And we need categories as well a bit later. So let's grab all of this here. Okay, and we will then a bit later learn how we can also load that, so this data from Supabase again. All right, for now let's just paste this data right here into app.js, but not inside any component. So let's leave this data here outside of any component. Okay, and now let's go to the component that has this list. So that's the fact list component. Okay, and here let's create a variable called fact, and let's set it here to initial facts. And this is just a temporary variable. So let me write that here. So this is temporary, all right? We are only doing this here while we are still using this fake data. And so here, instead of using initial facts, we basically create a new variable which holds the exact same data, but with a different name. Now, okay, so what do we want to do here inside this section? Well, we want to create an unordered list, remember? And let's just go here. And actually, it doesn't have any class, but it's also not that list. So actually, this is the list. So this UL with the facts list class. So let's grab this, place that here first. And we need to close the UL as well. And we need to change it to class name. Then here inside of this unordered list, we, just like we did before, want to create one list item for each fact in our array, right? So just to remember, we have this array which contains 3 objects. And for each of these objects, we now want to create one big DOM element. So one list item here in the user interface. So what we did before was to loop over this array with the map method, and then we created a string for the HTML for each of the facts. And here we will actually do something similar. So this is how you render lists in React. So we are going to write some JavaScript in here. And so remember, we do that using curly braces. So just like we did here to reference the app title variable, right? So you want to write some JavaScript. So let's give ourselves some space here. And now what we want to do is to also loop over the facts array. So we do facts.map, and we call each of the elements, so each of the objects, a fact. And what we want to return here is now simply some more JSX. So we can simply write li, and then let's just, for now, say fact. So just so we see what happens. So let's give it a save. And immediately we get 3 elements here. So one for each fact. Now they don't have any data from the fact object yet, but it means that we did, so we created here some li element. So we actually no longer need this. So I just want to show it to you. So we created 3 li's. Okay. So in React, when we want to render multiple elements at once, just like these facts here, for example, we simply loop over the array, and then on each iteration, we return some more JSX. So again, this is not HTML, it is JSX, right? And so again, this is similar to what we did previously. But before we had to actually write a string, and then we also had to manually insert that HTML into the DOM. So remember how we did that here in script.js. So we mapped over the array, and then we returned this string, right? Then we even had to join all the array elements into one big string, and then we inserted that string as HTML into the facts list, right? So we had to select all of these elements right here. So we had to select the facts list itself, while here we don't do any of that. So again, it's a completely different philosophy because we are building the interface in JavaScript and not the other way around. But anyway, let's now actually get the li that we want, maybe except for these vote buttons. Or actually, why not? Well, we can include everything here. So just grab the li, copy that. So of course, just one of them. And then here, let's simply replace this. Let's replace it. And the first order of business is to change class to class name. And all of them. Okay. And if we save this now, then this will not really work exactly because we have some problems here. And one of those problems is this style. So in React, inline styles work a little bit different than what we have here. So instead of specifying a string and then adding the CSS declaration, we need to write some JavaScript. So to write JavaScript, remember, we open curly braces, and then we need to provide an object with the style. So this means we need another curly braces. So this looks a little bit weird, but this is just how it works. And now to finish, we need to change the name of this property here, because this is now an object, and so this means that background color is a property. But in JavaScript, property names are not allowed to have dashes like this. So what we do instead is write it like this. And then here is where we actually have a string. So put some quotes there in the beginning and the end, give it a save, and now it works. So again, just make sure that you specify the style like this. So specifying JavaScript and then giving it an object where background color is the property and the value is the string with the color. All right, but of course now here we still have static data basically. So we have the same values everywhere. And of course, that's because we are using the static data. We are not using the data that's coming from the object. So let's quickly do that. So here we want to replace the text first. So we want to get some data from this fact. And so we need JavaScript again. So again, we enter JavaScript here basically. And now fact.text. And so that changed already the text here. But let's keep moving on. So here we no longer need this. And then here, whenever we need to enter JavaScript, we need no quotes. So we just write this. Otherwise, if we had the quotes, then this would simply be interpreted as being a string. But it should be JavaScript mode. So fact.source. And then here, let's replace those numbers. So that's facts.votes interesting. And then let's just copy. As I am a bit lazy, I like to just copy paste stuff. So here we have votes for mind-blowing and then votes false. Okay, well, somehow that doesn't work. Maybe our object doesn't have that kind of data, but actually it does. So let's see what we have here. And usually when we have some errors, we can just come here and see what's going on. And now these are many times very cryptic. So let's just reload. But now the only error that we get is this one with the key prop. But I'm going to talk about that in a second. Now I just see that the mistake that we did here was to write facts instead of fact. So that's why React couldn't find the data. So if we reload now, then we have these distinctive numbers there. And now just to finish, we also need to take care of the category and of the corresponding color. So here it's not technology, but it is, of course, fact.category. Right, so that looks better. But now we also need to get the correct color. So we already solved that problem in the previous lecture, or actually in the previous section, with this thing that we did right here. So we wrote this entire code here, and so now we need exactly the same. Remember? So I'm not going to explain again. So I will simply say that what we do here is that we take the color of the categories array. So let's copy paste that and place that here instead of this string. Okay, now here we get some problem. Let's just undo it. That's sometimes easier. Let's go back here. And yeah, so we don't want to include all of this because this basically enters JavaScript mode in this template literal. But here we are already in JavaScript mode in React. So let's just grab this piece of JavaScript here, copy that, and just replace this hard-coded color with this dynamically calculated color. Give it a save. And now indeed it works just like before, which makes sense because we are using the exact same code which used to work before. Now here we get this warning about a key prop. And so what this means is basically that we need to give each of the elements inside of a list, so each of the elements inside of a map, a unique name. So some kind of unique identification. And usually that's what an ID is for. And I think we actually have an ID here. Yeah, so each of them has an ID property, which is unique. And so we need to specify that right here in li. So just write key equal, and then again we need to enter JavaScript mode, and then we get fact.id. And this key is just for some optimization inside of React. So this will not be visible anywhere, but it will make this error disappear, or at least it should once we reload. Okay, and with this, we actually rendered our list of facts. And then a bit later, when we actually load again the data from Supabase, we simply replace this line of code here, and then everything here will work just the same. Now, if you remember from the previous lecture where I showed you that diagram where we divided the user interface into different components, I mentioned that we were going to create one component for each of these facts, right? But right now we didn't do that yet. So we have a fact list, but it is just one big component with all of this code in there, right? And so let's change that in the next lecture. Let's now create a fact component. And in doing so, we will learn about one of the most fundamental React concepts, which is props. And let's first close our terminal here. So I didn't really explain this before, but this process here in the terminal that we started with, well, now it's actually gone, but remember how we wrote npm run start. And so that's what created this basically fake local web server where our application is now running. And so that's what's responsible for reloading the page when we save the code here, right? So that process is still running here all the time in the background. So that's why we have still this terminal open here, but we can actually close this terminal because we are only closing this visible panel here, but the terminal in background is still running. So only if we trashed it here, then we would kill it. So then it would stop, but we can close it so we have a little bit more space here. But anyway, remember how by the end of the last lecture, we said that we were going to create a fact component so that we can then reuse that fact component for each of these items here, each of these list items. So each of them will then become a fact component. So let's do that. Let's create a new component with a new function. So function, and remember we need to start with an uppercase letter. No inputs for now. And now what we want to return here is basically all of this. So the entire li element. And so with this we make our fact list a little bit cleaner. So this is something very common to do in React. So let's return exactly that. So only this list item. Now, once we save this, we get all kinds of problems here, but let's talk about them one by one. So for now, let's keep doing what we were doing, which is to now include this fact component here for each of the fact objects in the array. So before we were directly creating this list item, but now instead of that, we can simply use the fact for each of the elements in the array. So here we will now create 3 so-called fact instances. So instances of the fact component. But we can simply say that these are going to be 3 components. All right. But now this creates another big problem. And that problem is, what actually is this fact here? So where does that data here come from? So of course, before the fact object came here from the map method. So it was the current element in the array. But now, well, here, this fact object has no meaning at all. And so we need some way of passing this fact data into this fact component. Now, if we were calling this function here normally in JavaScript, we would simply do this, right? Actually this, and then we could pass it some data. Let me just comment this because this is not real code. So we could then pass some data into it, for example, this fact object, and then inside of the function, here we could accept that as an argument like this, right? So this is the way we have been written functions before in the previous section, right? So in React, we have a different concept, which is not passing arguments, but passing props. So let me show you how it works. But the idea is very similar. So passing data from one component to another. So here we specify fact, and we can really call this whatever we want. And then here is where we open JavaScript again, and then we pass in this fact object. So just to avoid some confusion, let's maybe call it fact obj here. And so now we need to simply accept, so we need to receive that fact obj data into this component. However, we do not do this. So that's not what we do. Instead, we simply receive one big props object inside of this component. And since this is just a function, we can actually log that to the console. And so then we can see what props actually is. So now it doesn't work because we have these errors here. So where fact is not defined. So let's actually comment out the entire code. And again, you don't need to do this. I just want to show you. And here it is. So here, this is basically the result of logging props to the console. So props itself is an object, and in there we have fact object. So fact object is exactly this fact that we passed in. And it is called fact object because that's the name of the prop that we specified here. All right, and so here we can now basically use props.fact. Let's actually write that. So we could do props.factObject.id. All right. However, that would be a lot of work, and so we could also use destructuring to take the fact object out of the props. So remember how we did that before. So we did destructuring using the curly braces, then fact object equal props. So remember from the previous JavaScript section that this is how we do destructuring. So it's basically the same as writing object equals props.fact object. Okay, that's the exact same thing. So that's one way, but we can actually take it one step further and do this destructuring right here where we receive the argument of the function. So let's do that. And so this is what we are going to use. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And now I just want to go back to actually calling it just fact. So let's call it fact, and then we change it here as well. Then we change it here as well, give it a save, and here we are. So here is now each of the list items again, but now each of them is a new component. Let's reload to get rid of the errors. And here we have again the problem with the unique key prop. So remember how we needed to add this key here because of some internal React optimization, but now we need to remove it from here and place it right here on this fact, because it needs to be immediately on the first element that is right here inside facts.map. So give it a save. And so that fixed the problem. And now I want to again come here to the components tab so that we can now see our new component tree. So you see that inside facts list, we now have one component for each of them. And we also have their key here, right? And if we click on them and give it even more space, we can see down here the fact prop. So here we have a list of all the props that was passed into each of these components. And so this is how we pass data between parent components and child components. And of course we could pass any arbitrary thing that we want. So we can create a test prop, and here we can just specify any value that we want. And so now all of them will get the 23 prop, as we can see here. And we can also, if we want, write that here. So now we are destructuring the props object into fact and test. So this test, of course, needs to be exactly the same string as there. And so we can now use it here, for example, to log it to the console. So we get 23 3 times. So never mind about the grade ones here. So this is 3 times, of course, because this component here was created 3 times. So basically what React does, each time that a component is rendered, it will run the component function. Okay, but of course this prop is not necessary. Well, the fact one of course is, but this one is not. So let's just remove test. And yeah, nice. There's just one more small thing that I want to do here, which we didn't do earlier. So we didn't do in the other application. But here I thought it might be fun to create another element in our JSX, which will contain the amount of facts that are in the database. So let's say there are, so just that we can test our knowledge of JavaScript and JSX a bit more. So how can we say how many facts are in this array here? So we need to, first of all, in JSX, enter JavaScript mode again. And then here we can simply say facts, which is an array. And then we can read the .length property from it. Remember that? So there are, and it will now be 3. So there are 3 facts in the database. Add your own. Give it a save. And then here we have the small text here in the end. There are 3 facts in the database. Nice. Now there's just one small thing that I noticed, or that I just thought of, which is the fact that earlier we had this element. Let's close that. So we had all of our HTML inside of this class, so inside of this div with the container class, right? But right now we don't have that yet. And we didn't do that because actually React already wraps our entire code into a div. So I told you that at the very beginning, but it's no problem if you don't remember that anymore. But remember how I told you that the entire application will be placed inside here of this div. And so this is quite similar to what we have here with this container, right? So we can now go ahead and change our CSS, and instead of container, selecting the ID of root. So just that so our application works the same. Because right now, we no longer have that maximum width that we had before. Remember that? So yeah, let's close that. We can close this one as well. And now here our style. And so as I was saying, here instead of the container class, we now are going to select the root ID. So for IDs, we use hash, not dot, and then root. Give it a save, and there it is. So now we are back to having that max width, and the entire app is centered also. So we can see that here. Indeed, this is the div that React created for us. So with the ID of root. And in there is where we have all of this. All right. So let's go back here. That was just some small fix that we needed to do. And now in the next lecture, let's take care of adding this list here. So this list of all the buttons, which is something that we didn't do before. And so this will make our app even more complete. So this is something that we didn't do before with pure JavaScript. And so let's do that now here in React. In this video, we will render another list, and this time a list of category buttons. So let's close all this stuff. And so now we are going to work in this category filter component. So the one that will appear here with all these nice colorful buttons. So let's again, I don't know why I keep closing the HTML file. But anyway, let's open it up again so that we can see what we have in there. So what we have is an unordered list without any class. And then here we have one list item for each button. So each one is a category. And yeah, the first one is a bit different because the class name here of the button is different. And these ones have the style of the color, while these ones do not. So let's take one of these as our template now. So I will just copy it. And then in here, we create our unordered list. Okay. And then let's just place that here just so we see that it works. Well, that doesn't really work. First of all, we need to change class to class name. But then the reason is also the same as before. So here we actually need an object, and we need to enter JavaScript node as well. So just like this, and then like this. And let's remove this final quote, give it a save. And so here we have our very first button. Just make sure that your style looks exactly as this. So just as I explained previously, this needs to be a property name, so without any hyphen, so without any dash in it. And we are entering JavaScript node so that we can provide this object for the style. Okay. Now, of course, we do not want to manually create all of these buttons here. So instead, we want to render a list of buttons based on this array. So this array is very simple. It simply contains one object for each category with the name and the color that should be rendered. And in fact, let's actually, why not, cut it from here and place it in front here. And I'm on purpose placing it outside of this component here and not inside, because this data here will never ever change. And so it should stay outside of components. While what we had before, this fact list here, I created this variable inside of the component because later on, when we talk about state, we will actually update these facts so that we can then keep adding more and more facts to our user interface. But for data that does never change, just leave it outside of components. But anyway, what we want is not this. So we don't want to manually place these LIs here. Instead, we want to now loop over all of these elements here. So all the elements in the categories, and then render one list item for each of them. And so once again, we enter JavaScript mode. We take our categories array and map. So basically, we are creating a new array which will contain for each element one piece of JSX, which will be this list item. So let's call the current element, so each of them a cat, which stands for category. And then it is in here where we will simply return one list item. And in this case, we will not create a separate component because this is rather simple code. So I will just paste it here, give it a save, and yeah, that's starting to look like something. So that's already 8 buttons because, well, we have 8 categories in our array. And now, just like before, we need to actually get the data from the category. So from cat here. So entering JavaScript mode, then cat.name right here, and then we have cat.color. So replacing the entire string here, and here we are already in JavaScript mode. And so cat.color, give it a save, beautiful. That's really, really cool. So it looks just like here. All we are missing is this one here. All right, but this one we can do separately. So we can simply grab that from here. So this is the one that we want, and place that right in front. So also inside UL, and here again, class name and class name. And there we go, beautiful. So now, of course, clicking these buttons does not do anything yet, including this one here, because we didn't write any logic that is responsible for creating these effects, like hiding the form. But we will get to that very soon. Actually, we will talk about state right in the next video so that we gain the fundamentals of how to do exactly that. So for example, of how to hide this form, or what will become a form a bit later. Now, to just finish, we need to also add our keys here. So again, we are inside of a map. So these elements here will be created multiple times. And so in order for React to optimize something internally, we need to give it the key prop. So now we know that it's called a prop here. So from the last lecture. And so what's unique is, well, actually both. Both the name and the color are unique, but it makes more sense to just use the name. So cat.name. Let's just reload, because only with the reloads, for some reason, we get rid of the errors there. So now our console is nice and clean. There are no errors. And yeah, so we just created another list of stuff here, learned and practiced again how we loop over elements and create some JSX based on them. And so everything is looking nice. Basically, our user interface is almost looking as it was looking before. We're only missing this form, but forms are a bit special in React as well, so we will get to that later. But what we will do next is to finally learn how to create dynamic effects. Or in other words, we will learn how to do DOM manipulations in the React way. So let's keep it going and move on right to the next video. So in the introductory lecture, we learned that React is entirely driven by state. And so in this lecture, we will finally see that in practice. Now, the classic example of learning state in React is by building a counter. And so let's do the same here. So taking a quick detour from building our app and now creating a component that can count, basically. So let's create a new component called counter, which needs no props. And for now, let's simply return a div element, so just a generic container. And then let's create some span here with some random number in there. And I will give it a style so it's a bit bigger so we can see it nice. And remember that in JSX, we need to enter JavaScript mode and then pass it an object. So let's say font size. And so then here is a string with the size of 40 pixels. So that's the span. And then let's use a button. And so whenever we click on the button, we then want to increase the value that's here in this span. So let's just write +1 and give it the class name of button and also button large. All right, so that's our classic counter. Something very simple. Now let's just include it, not that. So let's include it here. It doesn't really matter where in the app. It's just so that we can actually see it. And so here it is. So the idea is that whenever we click here, this value here increases by 1. So that's what a counter basically means. All right, but let's actually learn how we can handle a click on the button. So before, in pure JavaScript, we would select this button and then we would attach an event handler to it, something like this, remember? So btn, for example, and then .addEventListener, click, and then here we would specify some function, right? However, as I have mentioned before, in React, this is not what we do. So we do never select elements like this. Instead, what we do here is to specify the onClick attribute, basically. So we do onClick and then enter JavaScript mode again. And here we can specify a function. And so whenever a click happens on this button, React will call this function. So we call this an event handler function. So let's create a very simple event handler function here. And for that, arrow functions are really perfect once again. Now here we don't need any argument, so we just use empty parentheses, then the arrow. And for now, let's just log something to the console again. So just click. So give it a save. And now, once we click here, then indeed we get click. All right. And so again, here we specified the onClick attribute or onClick prop. That doesn't really matter. And so then here we enter JavaScript mode with these curly braces, where we then specify a function. And so React will then call the function whenever the event happens. So in this case, it's a click, but there are also other attributes like this, like on mouse over or on mouse leave and things like that. Okay, so that's basically how we handle events in React. But now let's actually implement the functionality itself, which is to increase this value here whenever we click the button. So of course, right now nothing happens except for logging this thing to the console. Now in pure JavaScript, we would probably simply select this span element here and then change the text content of it, right? So we did something like this before. So we used the text content property, but that's really not how things work in React, because in React, we use a concept called state. And so let's now do that. So we can create state by writing use state, and then we give it an initial value. In this case, that's 0. Now this use state function actually comes from the React library. And so we need to now import this. And actually VS Code is nice enough to already do this import for us automatically. So again, React is a library, and the library means that it contains a couple of predefined functions that we as developers can use. And so useState is one function like that. So we need to import it here from React. So if for some reason your code editor didn't include this automatically, you now need to write this line of code here at the very top of the file. Okay. Let's just store the result of useState here so that I can show it to you. So console.log. And so here, what we see is that useState here returns an array which contains the initial state, or the current state actually, and then here this f. And this f is a function that we can use to update the state, so to change the state. All right. And since it is an array, it's very usual that we immediately destructure it. So remember that from the previous section. So to destructure this, we simply write the brackets and then the name of the state, which is count in this case. And then the convention is that the second one, so the function is called setCount. All right. And so now here, instead of the 8, we can use that value. So that count. So you should now see the 0 here. And of course, if we wanted 8 to be the default, then here we would need to start it with an 8. All right. So of course, now when we keep clicking, still nothing changes. But now we are ready to actually change that. So here, let's delete the console.log. And let's now use this function that we got from useState. So set count, and now we can update the value to anything that we want. Let's say 23, for example. So give it a save. And now when I click, it should change to 23. And it did. Great. So you just used state for the very first time. So what happened here basically was that as we clicked here, React took this value that we passed into setCount and it updated the count value. And updating the count state will re-render this entire component, which means that React will call this counter function again. And so if the function is called again, it means that the JSX will be regenerated and returned again as well. And so in this regenerated JSX, the count value is now 23. And so this is how the DOM was updated. So instead of manually updating the DOM, what we did was to change the value, so the count value in this case, and then the component was re-rendered, meaning that the next time the component is displayed, the value is no longer 0 or no longer 8 and is now instead 23. And so that's what we then see in the DOM. So this is how we just set one value, but what we want to do is to always increase this just by 1. And so we basically want to set one state based on the previous state. So what we need to do here is to pass yet another callback function. And I know it's getting a bit confusing, but just follow it here. So here we need the argument, which is the current count. So I can call that count or just C for short, for example. And then I can do C plus 1. And so what's going to happen here is that setCount will take the current count and then simply add 1 to it. And that will then be the next state. So let's save that. Well, let's maybe start at 0 actually here. And yeah, now I click, increase by 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. Great. So let's again try to understand what is happening here. So wherever we click on this button, the state is updated. So that is what this function here does, right? So if we click this now, so right now it is 4. If we click again, then what happens is that the count will be updated. And so an update will trigger React to re-render this function. So basically this function will be called again, but with the new state value. So it was 4 before, and now it is 5. And so then this JSX here will be returned again, and now the count is 5. And therefore, the 5 is what we see right here. And I can prove to you that this function is being run over and over again simply by logging something to the console. For example, rendering. So if I reload, let's close this here. So when I click here, you see rendering, which means that this code here has been executed. And when I click again, it will execute the function again and again and again. And this is what we actually mean by declarative. So we declare that here the value should be 4, but we'd never tell React how it should actually get that number there. We simply update the state here, and then React will automatically figure out how the number here will be updated. So we don't need to select anything manually, we don't need to manually update the DOM, and really nothing like that. So if you think about it, that's a really big shift compared to what we did with pure JavaScript. So this is really a very, very powerful tool and makes writing applications so much easier. But I'm sure you will still find it a bit confusing even after this explanation. So you can just watch this lecture again if you'd like, or you can just experiment around a little bit more if you want, or even better, you can just keep following the course because we will use this concept of state a few more times throughout this section. So in fact, we will use it now in the next lecture to hide and display the form. So to basically implement this. So all we need for this is one simple state variable like this. So let's go to the next lecture so that I can show you how it all works. So in this lecture, we are going to use state in order to display and hide the form the React way. So let's come back here, remove the counter from here because we no longer need it. All right, so here is where we include this fact form. And so now we want to basically toggle the visibility based on clicking this button. So how could we do this? Well, it's actually not so difficult. All we need is one state variable, and that state variable can be either true or false. And then depending on whether it is true or false, we will display this form or not. So let me show you what I mean. So here in the app, let me create a state variable. And here I will immediately start the destructuring. So this state variable we are going to call showForm and set showForm. Okay, and use state again, and then the default value. So let's start with false, which means that right now we do not want to show the form. So now all we need to do is to use this variable in order to actually show the form or not. And for that, we can now use the ternary operator. So that's why we learned so much about it before, because the ternary operator is very crucial in React to use conditional rendering. So basically rendering something based on a condition. Now in this case, there would actually be a better tool for doing that, but I don't want to complicate and confuse you even more. So in order to use the ternary operator, we need to step back into JavaScript. So that's the curly braces. And now we can simply say show form. And since this is already a Boolean value, so it's already a true or false, we don't need to write any condition. So just this variable here is already a condition. So if this is true, then, well, then we want new fact form. But if not, then we want nothing. And so that's null. And remember again that null is one of the basic data types in JavaScript. So null is basically like nothing. It's like the absence of anything. So let's give it a save. And just with this, now the form is gone. And we can see that also here in our component tree. So right now the form is no longer there, really. So it's as if that component really doesn't exist. Now that's again because showForm is right now false, because that's the initial state of showForm. And yeah, then what we return here is null, and null will not display anything. Now, if we click here on app, then down here we can see state. And it says here hooks because useState is a so-called hook. But that's not really important. So what I wanted to show you is that here we can actually manipulate this value. So a little bit like we can also manipulate CSS here in the Elements tab. So I can now toggle this here by clicking this checkbox, and then it will become true. So now it's true, and then the form is visible. And so that's because right now this show form has been changed to true, and then in the ternary operator, this first part here is true, and so then this code here will run. So it will show us the form, because remember that each time that the state is updated, the entire function, so the entire component function will be executed again, but with the new state, right? So remember that from the last lecture. Now, of course, we do not want to go into the dev tools in order to toggle the form. So in order basically to toggle the state. Instead, we want that to happen whenever we click here on this button. So where is that button? Well, it's right here, a share effect. And so let's add an event handler right here, just like we did in the previous lecture, using the onClick attribute, let's say. And again, here we need a function without any parameters. Okay, and then we use our setter function. So set show form, and then for now let's just set it to true. Okay, let's try that. And yeah, now it is true and the form is visible. However, when we click here again, then that will still become true. Or actually it will remain true, because all we're doing here is to simply always set it to true. However, when it is already true, we want it to be false. So we want the opposite here. So what that means is that just like in the counter, we want to set the new state based on the current state. So what we need to do here is to read the current state. So again, we need a callback function here now. And so let's just call that one show. So in parentheses. And now here comes a logical operator that we haven't learned about yet. So let me show it to you. So this exclamation mark is called the not operator. And basically what the not operator does is to return the opposite of the current Boolean. So let me show that to you here in the console, just so it makes a bit more sense. So when we write true, then we get true, right? But if we write not true, then we get false, which is the opposite. And the same way, if we write not false, then we get true. So basically, it always returns the opposite of the current Boolean. And so that's exactly what we want. So if we save this now, then true becomes false, and false becomes true, and so on and so forth. So great, that works just fine. What did I do here? Yeah, here we are back. So let's recap again what happened. So we created our state variable here using the useState function, or the useState hook, as it's also called. And then whenever we click on the button, this function here gets called. And what happens then is that the show form variable will be set to the opposite of the current value. So that's what we did here using the not operator. And one thing that's really important to emphasize here is that here in the onClick, we really need a function. So that's why we always start with this empty parenthesis here and the arrow, because this function here is what React will call whenever the click happened. So if instead we did this, so if we did this here, for example, then that would not work, because React would immediately call this function right here, right? Because this is just a function call. It's not a function. So this here is a function, right? Here we are just calling a function. So that's fundamentally different, and it's important to keep in mind. Now you might be wondering why we need to do all of this, why we cannot just, for example, create let show equal true, and then simply at some point here change that variable. So we could then maybe do show equals false, but that really would not work at all, because by doing so, we would not telling React to re-render the component. Okay, so only by using the setShowForm function, so only by using a state setter function, we are telling React to update the state and to run the entire component again. So to re-render the component. So this is just normal JavaScript, and so that is not enough here in our case. Let's just go back. We don't need any of this. And so hopefully this made sense to you. Yeah, and of course here we are then conditionally rendering this component based on whether we actually want to show it or not. So these are always the three parts of using state. Let me write that. Define state variable. Then use state variable. And then right here is update state variable. And so these are the three things that we do with the state variables. So as a conclusion to this lecture, whenever we need something to change on the screen, what we want is to re-render the screen. And the only way in which we can re-render a screen is by updating state. And so the conclusion is that whenever something needs to change on the screen, then we need a state variable. We are now ready to create that header component that we didn't create before. And so let's go do that now. So right here after app, let's create the header. So header. And so by doing this, we will then really clean up our app component. So return. And now let's just grab the code from here. So all of this is the header. And so once we do this, you will see why we couldn't do it earlier. Or, I mean, we could, but then everything would have become even more confusing. So pasting that here, right? We're missing also the app title variable. Let's grab that. Okay, so before the return, of course, give it a save, but now we will see some errors. And so the error is that, well, where is this setShowForm function? We don't have it anywhere here, right? And so that's of course because the showForm variable was defined here in the app component. So what do we do? Can we just take this state maybe and move it here into the header? Well, actually we cannot, because we also need it here in the app component right here. So basically we need the state variable itself here in the app component, but we need the setter function here inside this header. So in this component that will become a child component. Actually, let's write that here. So header. But again, we still cannot see it yet because there is some error. So again, that error is that here we need this function, but it is not in the component. So the solution is to pass this function here as a prop into the header. So let's call actually the prop setShowForm, and then as a value give it our setShowForm function. So this here is the function itself, so the function value, which is the same as this, and this is the name of the prop. So we could have given it anything else, but then the name would be different here in the header. And so just to keep them the same, we give this prop name the same as the function name itself. So then here we need to accept those props, so that prop object, and remember that we could do it using simply props. So just like we did here, at least initially. So here before we had props, but then we destructured those props into the prop names that we actually got. So we got fact, and before we also got test. So that's why this is still here. Actually, we can remove it. Okay. But let's go back here. So we are passing the set show form prop. And so here, let's destructure prop into that. So set show form, give it a save, and then it works again. And when we click here, then of course it still works. So what we did was to pass this function here into a child component. All right. And in fact, we need not only the function here, but also the state variable, because we forgot to do something, didn't we? So when we click here, so when the form is then open, here we actually wanted to say close. So like this. So when it's open, it should say close, and when it's closed, it should say that, so share effect. So we can basically create that text here conditionally. So let's give the header access to show form as well. So passing it down, so down the tree as a prop again. So show, and again, let's give it the exact same name here. Okay, and then here let's destructure it. Let's do it actually first. So show form. And now we are able to use this show form in order to set this text conditionally. So once again, we need to enter JavaScript mode. So we need to check if show form is true. So that means that the form is currently visible. Then the string that should be returned is close, but otherwise it is share effect. All right. Well, that didn't work somehow. Maybe some manual reload, or maybe I just had some typo somewhere. So show form, we have here and here. I keep doing this mistake of writing from. So show form, and now it should work. And yeah, there it is. So that's a lot better. Okay, let's just get rid of these comments here. You can keep them in your code if you want. It's just that now we are not using the show form anymore in the same place as before. This doesn't make so much sense. All right. And so with this, we really cleaned up our main app component right here. Let's just inspect it here once again. So I really like to do this because then I can visualize the entire component tree. So we have the app component, then in there we have header, this filter, and the fact list. And if we open this, we also get the form. And so at this point, we actually already have all the components that we said we would create. All right, but what I wanted to show you here is, again, that we need this state variable. So this one here, and we cannot see the name here, but we know that it is the show form variable. So we need this state here in app and also inside of this child component. And that's the reason why we could not define that state in the child component. And the deep reason for that is that in React, we have no way of actually passing data up the component tree. So we cannot pass any data from header to app, but only from app to header. And so therefore, this is the only way we could have done it. So again, if we defined the state here in the header, then there would have been no way in which we could have given the app component access to the show form variable that it needs in order to decide whether the fact form should be displayed or not. So both app and header need this state, and therefore it needs to be the one that is higher up in the component tree that owns the state. So that's the app component, and then we pass whatever the child component needs into that child component using props. So in this case, that is both the state variable itself and also the state updater function. Okay, so hopefully that was clear. And so, yeah, this was why I didn't export this code into its own component right from the get-go, because then showing you how this piece of state here actually works and why we need it would have been even more complicated. But now we got it, and so we are now almost done here with our interface. The only part that's still missing is to make this form here look just like before. So giving it, again, all of these form elements, and so that is going to be our task in the next lecture. The next step in building our application is to build the form. So let's go do that. So we already have the new fact form component here, but for now it is kind of empty. And so let's go back to our initial HTML and basically grab the form that we wrote there. So that's all of this. Let's take that, copy, and paste, save it, and that already looks fantastic, right? Here we just need to change from class to class name, but essentially it's already looking good, and we can type stuff here into these input elements. However, here in the select element, we don't have all the categories yet. So we have only these three, because we basically hard-coded them right here. And so we need to fix that. And for that, again, we are going to use this category array. Now, we now need to place it actually here before this function. We need to move it here because we can only use some variable after we have declared it. So we could not use this category here in this function if the variable was only below it in the code. All right, so here we are now once again going to loop over this category, and for each of these items, we will create one option value. So we already know how to do that. So let's remove these three, because the first one we are actually going to keep. So we will add these 8 ones here. And so we need to enter JavaScript so that we can now map over this array. So categories.map in order to create a brand new array here once again. And let's call this again cat, each of the elements. And then here we want to return an option element with the value, and now some JavaScript again. So with the value of cat.name, right? So that's here. Then let's close this element. And then in here, we also want the category.name. .name, and maybe let's convert it to uppercase. And that's already looking good. Clicking here, and there are our 8 categories. Beautiful. We just need to add the key here, as always, when we are creating a new array with a couple of new JSX elements. React wants them to have a unique key. So key, and then once again cat.name, which is unique. All right, let's reload here. And yeah, no more errors. And so we are good to go here. So as I was saying before, we can already type some stuff here, but this is not the React way of handling inputs. So React basically wants to be in complete control of the input that we are writing here. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I will now create a new piece of state. And let's call this text. And then the setter function, as before, will be called setText. And we get that from use state. And we start with an empty string. Okay. And now we are going to use this text here as the value for this input field. All right. So we have the type, we have the placeholder, and we can also specify the value. So value, then entering JavaScript, and here we will now write text. And so text, this state variable right here. So give it a save, and it looks exactly the same. However, when we write now here, for now nothing will change, because right now the value is this empty string right here. And nowhere in our code we are telling React to update the state when we type here, right? So for example, if we set something here as the initial state for text, then that would appear up here. But again, if we typed or did anything here, then that would not update the state. So for that, we need another event handler function. All right, but this time we are not using onClick like we did before, but instead onChange. And so this function here that we're going to specify will run each time that the input value here changes. Okay, and this will be a little bit more confusing, so just bear with me. So let's just write the code first, and then I will explain. So the argument that will be passed into this function is an event object. So let's call that E, and that E stands for event. So then we set the new text state to event.target.value. Give it a save. And here let's put it back to an empty string. Save it. And now as we type, we are actually updating the state. So what happens here is that React, each time that the input changes, will call this function. And it will call this function with a so-called event object. Now this event contains e.target. So it contains the target property, which is the current element. And so on this current element, we can then read the value property. And so the value is basically what is being written. Okay. And so then we take that value and add it to the new text. So to this new state variable. This will then reload the entire component, or in other words, it will re-render the component, and then text is different, and so that new text will then be the new value of the input field. And so with this, React is in complete control of this input field, which is why we call this technique a controlled component, or a controlled input field. So it seems that it works just like before, and on the surface, it does. But the difference is that at all times, we now have the content of this input field right in our component state. So we can see that here in our component tree, of course. So new fact form, and you see here that this state is QQQ, which is this. And so then when we need to do something with this data, we already have it available in the application. All right. Now in vanilla, so in pure JavaScript, we would do this quite differently, but React has its own ways of doing things. And so this is how we handle input fields. Okay, and now let's just do the exact same thing for the other two. So I will actually just paste this here 2 times. So one is for the source. So set source. And then the other one is for the category. And set category. Okay. And now let's add the value here. So that should be source. But of course, we now also need to set that. So again, whenever the value here changes, React will then call the function that we specify here. And it will call this function and pass to it the event object that was being generated. So this event is actually generated by the DOM itself, and React then simply takes this event object and passes it to this function. So set source, and then again e.target.value. So this is always the same. It's just like a recipe that we can follow. All right, and finally we have the select element. So here we give it the value of select, or actually of category. And then just like before, on change should be E, and then set category e.target.value. Okay, and so by default, now this here will be the default value, because this option is the one that has the value of empty string, which is the same as this, right? But if we choose here, for example, society, then you see that the default would be society. And so that's because the state here, where is that? Yeah, so the state here is now society. And so therefore this value here that is tied to the category will be society as well. But of course we want this very first option here, which simply says choose category, and this one has the empty value. So therefore here we need to have empty as well. And so this is why these values here are so important. And we will see that even better once we actually make this form really work. So when we are actually able to submit some new facts. Let's reload here just to get rid of those errors that we had there. Okay. Now another thing that we want is to make this field actually work. So when we write here, we want here this number to decrease all the way until 0. So meaning that we can only input 200 characters in this field. And once we reach 0, we can then write no more. And that is not so difficult with what we already have here now. So basically what we will want here is not 200, but 200 minus the length of the current text. Okay? So what do we do? So how do we calculate the length of the current text? Do you think we need another state variable for that? Well, actually we don't. Actually we can just create a normal value and call it text length and set it equal to text dot length. And now here we can enter JavaScript mode and then 200 minus the text length. Let's see what happens. And like magic, this number here starts decreasing. So why didn't we need a state variable here in this case, even though we want something to happen on the screen? So even though we want the screen basically to update, well, it's because when we are typing here, we are already changing the state, right? So the setText function is being called, which will, as you learned before, re-render the component. And so whenever the component is re-rendered, this function is called again, and so this value here will also be computed again. And so this one, since it really depends on this text state variable, will automatically be updated as well. Okay, so no need to create a new state variable there, but let's get rid of this. And now let's actually talk about the form submission. So in HTML, whenever there is a button inside a form, which is what we have here, so we have a button. So whenever we then click that button, the form will automatically be submitted and the page will be reloaded. So watch what happens as I click here. So you saw that the page got reloaded. And so again, that's because automatically the form was submitted. Now we can actually do something once that happens. So we can react to that submit event. So the way we do that is right on the form, we create a new event handler. So we already know on click and on change. Now we're going to use on submit. Okay, and as always, here we now need to specify a function. But this function will be a little bit bigger, so we need multiple lines here. And so I will actually create a function right here in a component. And that's a very common pattern that we do all the time in React. So let's call this one handle submit. And just like these other functions here, so just like this one, it will receive the event object. Okay, And again, that's because it is React that will call this function. Okay, and now here we simply need to define that function. So we simply say handle submit. So that should be the function that React will then call. We could also do this. So simply writing a function and then calling the function. This would be exactly the same thing, but that's not necessary. So let's just write this. What we could not do is this, because again, this is then a function call, but we do not want to call the function. Instead, we want to let React call the function whenever the submit event occurs. Okay. And now the first thing that we need to do is to prevent the page from reloading whenever we submit the form. That's really not what we want. And so we do e.prevent default, which is a method that is always available on all the event objects. Okay. And then, just to see if this is working correctly, let's log the text, enter source, enter category, all to the console. Okay. Just write anything here. Click post, and yeah, there we have our data. Great. So it was really, really easy to get the data from the form immediately because we already had stored in our state. So that's exactly what we did here at the beginning of the video, right? And so now all we have to do is to read those values from the state, and now we can do something with them. So what do we actually want to do with this data? Well, we will want to create new posts and then add these posts here to this list, right? So of course, whenever we create a new fact, we will want that fact to be added to this list here and rendered to the screen. So what does that sound like? Well, it sounds as though we need another piece of state. And that piece of state will be for this list of facts. But since this lecture is already running long, let's keep that for the next one. Let's now actually make our form work and add new facts to the list of facts. And we have a lot to do here, and so that's why I split this lecture into two parts. But anyway, let's get started now. So there is going to happen a lot of stuff in this handle submit function, and so many times it's a good idea to basically create a list of tasks using comments inside of a function like this. So that's what we're going to do together now, and then we will basically one by one cross off these items of our to-do list, so to say. So first of all, prevent the browser reload. So this we already successfully did. Then here we want to check if the data is valid. So basically if there actually is a text and a source in the category. And if so, create a new fact. So we then need to create a new fact object. So similar to the fact objects that are already in the facts array. And then we need to basically add the new fact to the user interface. So what this means is that we need to add the fact to state, because that's the only way in which the user interface can be reloaded, and so in which the new fact will then appear on the user interface. Okay, then finally we want to reset the input fields. So reset the input fields back to being empty. And then finally, we also want to close the entire form. So basically, after we write a fact and successfully add it to the list of facts, then the form should automatically close. So that's the most logical behavior. And so we can do all of this here in this one function. So as I said, it's going to be a bit challenging, and so let's get to work. So we can start with this one here. So first of all, remember that in JavaScript we have so-called falsy values. And falsy values are values that are converted to false when they are used in a condition like in the if statement. And one of those falsy values is the empty string here. So let me just show you something. So we can say if text, then console.log, there is data, let's say. Okay, let's reload here just to make sure. And now let me click submit here. And so now nothing happens. We simply get this empty log here because all of these here are empty. But this here is not being logged, and that's because the text is an empty string, and so that's a falsy value. Therefore, this will be false, and so this text here will not be logged. But now it will be logged. So now there is data. Okay, so we need to check if the text exists. But at the same time, we also need the source to exist and the category to exist as well. So we can use another logical operator that we haven't used yet, which is the AND operator. So text needs to be true or truthy, and source needs to be true as well. And category needs to be true as well. And so now only if this one is truthy and this one, only in that condition, this line of code will be executed. All right. So if only one of them is false or falsy, then all of this here becomes false, and then this text will not run. So let's try that again here. So now we don't get there is data. Now we don't get it either, because one of them is still the empty space, or actually the empty string. But now all three of them are no longer empty, and so then we get there is data. Now there is actually another condition that we want here, which is that the length of the text should be less than 200, right? So let's do that. And text length should be less or equal 200. Okay, and now finally we should do some other check. So this source here is a URL, or at least it's supposed to be. But right now this works even if this is not a URL at all. So let's say valid data, but in order for the data to actually be valid, this source should be a valid URL. So right now we actually get this is valid data, even though this is clearly not a URL. So a URL is something like this, or something like this. So google.com or something like that. So how can we figure out if a string is a URL? Well, that's another good use case of the developer skill of Googling, because I also have no idea how to do that. It's actually quite complex and there are many edge cases. So as developers, we need to Google stuff all the time. And so this is another case for that. So let's try JavaScript check if is URL. All right, and so we have a Stack Overflow answer right here, and that looks promising. And so here we have a good answer. So we have this function here. Let's just read the comments. Maybe someone says that it's no good, but it seems to be okay. So let's copy this and use it in our code. Okay. Let's just make sure that we place it outside of the component. All right, not inside, because then it would be recreated on every render. Okay, and now here, instead of just checking the source, we can wrap that in the function. So we can ask is valid HTTP URL, and then we pass it this source. And so this will then return a true or false value. So if it is not a valid source, this will be false. And so then this entire end expression here becomes false. So let's reload that, input something. And so now we do not get there is valid data. Let's see what happens now. That's also not valid. And that's because we need an HTTP, probably. And yeah, now it is valid data. Now, in order to not always having to write this, let's, while we are in development, create some dummy data here. Let's say HTTP example.com. Okay, and so then we don't always have to write a valid URL, but it's important that we do have a valid URL. Okay, but anyway, here of course we now want to do something meaningful and not just log something to the console. So let's create this block, and so we will execute all of this code here only if the data is valid. So if it's not valid, then we will not do anything. So let's create the new fact object so that we can then add it to our facts array. So new fact, and then it needs to look exactly like these ones. So it needs to have all of these here. All right, so an ID, text, source, and actually let me just copy this. Okay, right here. So create it in, let's do 2022, or let's do new date dot get current year. And we did this before already, right? Then here we want to start everything at 0. Okay. Then the text should be equal to the text. So to that text value right there. Now in JavaScript, when we have a situation like this, when we write an object, so text equals text, then we don't have to write it like this. We can just write text. The same for the source, because the variable is also already called source, this one, and also the category. Okay, and finally here the ID. Let's create just a random number here for now. And we do that by writing math.random. And that will basically give us a decimal number between 0 and 1. So we need to multiply it by a huge number, something like this. So let me show that to you in the console here quickly. So if we run this multiple times, we always get different numbers. And so now we just need to get rid of the decimal part here. So we need to round that. And for that we can use math.round, place that in there, and so that will then give us a nice randomly generated ID. Now this is not ideal in a real world app, but yeah, for this situation this is just okay. And later on we will actually get these IDs from Supabase. So yeah, for now this is more than enough. And with this you actually just learned how to create random numbers in JavaScript. Okay, and now before we move on to the next point on our to-do list, let's take a quick break and then move on to part 2 of this lecture. Welcome back to part 2 of this lecture, and so let's keep working on adding a new fact to the list. So in the last video we created this new fact object, and so now the time has finally come where we want to add this new fact to the screen. And so what this means is that now we need to create a new piece of state. That's because whenever we want to update the DOM, so whenever we want to update what is visible on the screen, we need to create a new piece of state and then update the state. So just as we had learned before. So right now, this list here, this data is simply stored in the facts array. So where is that? Yeah, it's right here. But remember how we said that this is temporary. And so it's temporary because now it's time to actually create state. So let's do that. So use state, And the default value, can you guess what it is? Well, it will be initial facts. But now we will be able to then update those initial facts, and then as a response, the user interface will automatically update. So let's wrap this in these brackets. So we get facts and set facts. And if we now reload, then nothing really changes here. And let's again go back to our component tree, just so we can see what we need to do next. So right now that state is here in fact list, right? This is where we placed our state, which is this array. However, we now also need that state. Let's bring back our form. So we need that state also here in new fact form, because in order to add a new fact, we will of course need access to the set facts function, right? So let's recap. We need the facts state here and here, but right now it is only here. So how can we share it with also this component? Well, we need to do the same thing that we did before with the other state that we had, which was to place it into app. So into the app component, which is the parent component of both the component that need the state. So let's do that. So what I just said, which is to lift up the state, as we say, from here to the parent component. And the parent component is of course app, which is way up here. And our file is getting quite long, but let's maybe fix that later. Okay, so we get these errors here, but never mind for now. What matters is that now this state will be available both to this component and to this component, which both are child components of the app. So we had first the state here, but since we also need it in a sibling, so this one, we lifted the state up to the common parent component. Okay. So what do we do then with this? Well, of course, the fact list still needs access to this data. So it needs this fact. That's why we have this error here. Because right now, just like before, here inside this fact list, we are using the facts, but they are nowhere in this component. So what we do is to pass them as props. So just like we did before here with the header component. So here it is, the fact list. So let's say facts, and then facts again. And now we need to go there and receive those props. So we pass them into the component, but we are still not receiving it here. So once again, we could write props, and then in here we could write props.facts, but let's simply destructure that here, write facts, and then it works again. All right, so we did all this work just to arrive at the same place we were before. But now is where we get to actually make the form work. And in order to do that, we now need the setFacts function inside of the form. So let's do that. We pass it again as a prop, setFacts equal to setFacts. And so this was the whole point of placing the state here in this common parent, so that now we could pass the setFacts function right into the form. So basically we have one component that uses the state, this one, and we have another component that updates the state. So let's now go to the form and receive setFacts there. So right here, let's immediately destructure it, setFacts, and now the time has come where we can update the state. So set facts, but now comes the hard part. So what should the new state be? So we know that whatever we pass here into this function will be the new state, right? So if we passed, for example, an empty array in here, then let's see what happens. But hopefully you can guess what would happen. Let's just place anything. And so now this condition here is true. And then we will call setFacts with an empty array. And so, well, so we get an error here. Let's see. Well, apparently it's not called getCurrentYear. Yeah, I think it's called getFullYear. Okay, let's try that again. So it's good to see that everyone makes mistakes while coding. That's just the most common thing in the world. No matter how many hours of code you spend in your life writing, that will always happen. So let's post now. And you see that in fact, now there are 0 facts in the database. And so that's because the facts is now this empty array. Okay, so again, whatever we pass here will be the new state. So what we want now as a new state is the current state plus this new fact added to it. All right, so if we want to set new state based on the previous state, remember we need a callback function here. And so the value in that callback function will be the current facts. All right, so we already know that we want to return an array here, but what should that array contain? Well, it should contain the new fact, so let's write that, plus all the previous facts. So how do we do that? Well, actually we already learned how to do this in the previous section. So we use the spread operator to take out all the elements of the previous facts array and then place them back into this new array. So we're unwrapping this array here using the spread operator, taking all the elements out of it and placing them right here into this new array. And so this will give us exactly what we need. So let's give it a save, reload here. Let's choose health, maybe, post, and there is our new fact. Beautiful. So that worked really, really nice. So we have the fact that we wrote, we have the source, which is example.com, which is an actual domain, and we have all these 3 values here set to 0. Great, so that's great work, but we are not done yet here. So you see that right now we still have these values here in the form, which is not really natural. So we can easily reset those. And for that, we can again use this setter function. So we can simply set the text back to an empty string. We can set the source back to an empty string. And we can set the category also back to an empty string. So let's try that one more time. And of course, now the fact that we just added is gone. And the reason for that is that when we reload this page, then really all the JavaScript here gets loaded again. And so then our initial state here of the facts is simply back to being this array. So when we add something to the state, it does not get added to the actual object that we have written here, of course. So that state only exists in the memory of the application here inside of the browser and inside of React. But anyway, I just wanted to show you that this works. All right, so here's our new fact, and everything here is back to empty. And now finally, we also want to close the form. So in fact, we didn't really have to do this here, but I also wanted to show you how this works, because this is something we do all the time. So finally, we also want to close the form. And how do you think we do that? Well, we did it already before, right? So we close the form by changing the show form state. So that is in the app component, right? So again, we close the form by setting the show form state to false, because then this component here will re-render. And so then when this is false, again, null will be rendered. So not this form. All right. So what this means is that we now need to give the form also access to that function. So to the function that updates the state. So set show form equal set show form. Okay. And now it's very, very easy. All we have to do is to do set, or actually first we need to accept it here in our props. So set show form, and then set show form here. And here we can simply set it to false, because here there's no toggling. We just want it to be false so that the form closes. Reload that, try it one more time. And beautiful. And if you have never written a JavaScript application without React, you cannot really imagine how nice this is. Because with a vanilla JavaScript application, like we started writing in the last section, this would have been so much work. But here all we have to do is to call this function here, pass in false, and that will then simply close the form. And that is the power of state. Okay, and with this, we are now ready to finally bring back our data from Supabase. So that's going to be really exciting once again. And so let's now do that in the next lecture. So let's now connect the front end that we have been building with our Supabase backend. So basically, we are going to load the facts data from Supabase into our application. And we will do this in two parts. So first, we will create a so-called Supabase client, and then using that client and also using the useEffect function on React, we will load the data into our application. So let's start by going back to Supabase. Let's make it a bit bigger here. And then I want you to come down here to the API docs. Okay, because in here, in this documentation for the API, Supabase actually tells us exactly how we can use this API. So all we have to do is here in the introduction, so let's come to this tab. So all we need to do is to read this instruction down here. So what we need to do is to install this Supabase library in our application, and then we simply copy paste this code in order to create a so-called client. Okay, so this is quite different from the way that we loaded the data in the previous section. So let's just remember that here in script.js. So here the way we loaded the data was by creating a fetch request. So using the fetch function, right? But now we will do it differently and in a better way by using the Supabase library. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. And now let's actually bring back the terminal, because we need the terminal in order to install libraries in our project. So let's come again to View and then the terminal here. And so, as I mentioned before, we still have this command here running, which serves the page to this server here, right? So that I mentioned before. So that command that we have there needs to keep running, basically. And so in order to run another command at the same time, we need to click here on this plus button. And so this then opens another terminal, which basically runs in parallel. So here we are still in our Today I Learned folder, and that's very important. And so now we can basically use this command here. So npm install, and we don't need that save part. And now add Supabase / Supabase.js. Okay, so make sure you write exactly this, then hit enter, and now this will basically download this library from npm, and it will place it here in this node modules folder, just like all the other libraries that we downloaded before, including React. Just previously, we didn't do it manually, so instead, all of these libraries here were downloaded automatically by the Create React application that we used in the beginning. But now we did manually download a library. So that's Supabase, and it should be somewhere here in this folder. So just to make sure, so should be Supabase, should be here. Maybe it's up here at the @ Yeah, so right here. Here is Supabase that we just installed. Okay, but anyway, that's not super important. What matters is that now we can use this library that we just installed and in order to create a Supabase client. And this client will make it super easy for us to do multiple operations, such as filtering the data or ordering the data or many other operations. And we will explore the most important ones here in a minute and also in the next lecture. But anyway, let's now simply go ahead and copy this code here. So we can do that. Simply click here on copy. And now we could paste it all here into this file, so into our app.js. But in order to keep the file a little bit cleaner, let's create a new one. So inside the source folder, right click here and then new file, and let's call it supabase.js, and all in lowercase. Okay, then let's paste that here, give it a save, and now we just need to modify a few things. So first of all, here in this first line, we are importing this create client function from the library that we just installed. So that's Supabase.js. And then we use this function here to create a client by giving it the Supabase URL. So that's our URL, and it's the same that we used before. So it should be this one here. But for some reason, it's not, but maybe somehow it changed in the meantime. But anyway, in order to create this client, we need the URL and we also need our key. Now here in this code that we copied, we have this, which is a so-called environment variable. But we don't have that, so we will instead simply come back here, copy our API key, and then paste that there. So that's here again in project settings, and then it's right here in API, and then let's simply copy and paste that key right here. And we could also have gotten the URL from this point right here. Okay, but moving back to the API documentation here, I think we are done actually with creating this library. But going back to this documentation here, I think we are actually done with creating this client. All right, so we have our client, which is now stored inside the Supabase variable. But now we need to give this app.js file access to that variable. So right now this file doesn't know about the existence of this file and of this variable. And so to do that, we need to export this variable from here. So we write export default and then Supabase. So we exported our Supabase client from here. Now all we need to do is to come to app.js and then import that here. So let's do that right after React here, and then import Supabase from, and then open quotes, and then ./Supabase. And that's simply because the Supabase file is in the same folder as app.js. And here we can omit the .js extension. All right, and now we have access to Supabase right here. So let's now use it to fetch our data. And we are going to do that right here in the app component, because that is where we have the facts state. So the data that we're going to load from Supabase will be stored inside of this facts state. And so instead of these initial facts, we will then, of course, use the Supabase facts. All right, so we want to fetch the data from Supabase as soon as the app component renders for the very first time. So basically as soon as the application first loads. However, we do not want to fetch the data again as soon as the app component re-renders. So as a response to some state change. So we only want to load the data once and only once the application basically initializes. And so in order to do that, we can use the useEffect hook. So that's the second hook that we are looking at. So we already learned about useState, and now we will learn about useEffect. So we write useEffect, and then VS Code might have already automatically included that here from React, and in fact it did. So useEffect has been imported automatically from React, but if for some reason you don't have that useEffect here, then make sure to manually add that. Okay, so useEffect, and now here we will pass in a function. And so this function is what we call the effect, and it will be rendered the first time that the component loads, at least for now. So function, then or code, and then we need to add in a second argument, which is going to be an empty array. And so this empty array is what will ensure that this function here actually runs only at the beginning. So only once, as soon as the app component first renders. Okay? And we will take another look at this here later. And this array is actually called the dependency array. But again, more about that later. For now, just make sure you have that empty array there, because otherwise this effect will actually be executed each time the component re-renders. And again, that's not what we want. But anyway, now let's come here again to our API documentation, and then let's click here on the facts. Okay, and now we can simply go ahead and copy this snippet of code here and paste it right here. Now here we immediately get this kind of error, and that's because we are using await outside of an async function. So we also used await before here because remember that this fetch function returned something called a promise, which is like a future value. And so we then used the await keyword in order to make our code stop, so to pause until the data arrived. Now we can only use this await keyword inside of an async function, so an asynchronous function. And so here we have the same thing. So this Supabase client that we have here also takes some time, of course, to load the data. And so we again need an async function so that we can await for that data. Now this function right here, this cannot be an async function, and so we need to create another one in here. So async function, and let's call it get facts. And then let's actually take this, cut it, and paste it here. And now we can give it a save. Okay. So here let's store that data actually in a constant, not in a let. And then the first thing that we are going to do with this data is to simply log it to the console. So this data is going to be called facts because we are destructuring the object that is coming from Supabase here into data and error, and we are then renaming that data into facts. So that's something that we haven't done before. Here we already did it automatically because we just copied that snippet, but this is also not super important. All right, so here we should already see some data. Now all we have to do is to then call this function. So get, not gets, so get facts. All right, so let's save it. And then let's check out our console here. And here it is. So here is our Supabase data, but only with the IDs. And so that's because here we only selected the ID. So let's understand a little bit what the Supabase client actually does. So this Supabase variable here, this is the one that we imported here from this file where we created the Supabase client. So Supabase is our client. And so on that client, we can then call some methods. And so these methods, so this from and the select, these are methods that are coming from the Supabase JavaScript library. So that one that we included earlier in this lecture. So this is not like included in basic JavaScript and not even in React. So this is really coming from the Supabase library. But anyway, what we're doing here is to basically take our facts table and then there selecting only the ID column. And so that's why we get these IDs. But we don't want only the ID, we want everything. And so we can just use the star. And if we then reload, we get our data again. And now we have everything there. Great. So let's again understand what happened here. So we used the useEffect function to basically run this effect, so this other function, each time that the component loads for the first time. So when we change some state here, so for example, by clicking this button, we are updating state, right? But the data is not being refetched. So we don't see any new data coming up here. And that's because we set the dependency array here to this empty array. But without this empty array, then this data would be refetched each time that some state updates. So if I click here now, you see that the data is being refetched. So of course, that's not what we want. So only on the first time the application loads. Okay, and now the final step is to not place this data in the console, but instead write in our application. So in the console, it's quite useless. So how do you think we will do that? Well, that's where our facts state comes into play. So the whole goal of getting this data was to store it into the facts state, so that when we update the state, the interface here then reflects that new state and that new data. So the first thing that we're going to do is to get rid of initial facts, and we will simply start with nothing basically. So an empty array as soon as the application loads. So when the app first loads, we want to see nothing here. So no fake data that we had before, but instead we have this empty array here. And then also we start fetching the data immediately. So that's what we're doing here. And then as soon as the data arrive, we store it into the facts state. So for that we use set facts and we simply pass in the data that we got. And that's it. All right, so there it is. These are exactly the 11 facts that we got from Supabase. Great. So let's reload here. And so in the beginning, you very quickly saw the 0 there. So that was before the data had arrived. And then the data did arrive. And so this empty array that we had here initially was replaced with the facts array. Now, in order to see this a bit better, what we do many times as we develop applications is to come here to this network tab in the developer tools, and then we throttle our internet. So basically we make our internet very slow. So at least we pretend that it is slow. For example, here by using slow 3G. And so if we then reload again, it will take a lot more time until the data arrives. So everything is super slow now. And so now the data was fetched. And so as you saw, it took a long time until we actually got it here in the list. So in the real world, you usually have something that indicates that some data is being loaded, like a spinning wheel or something like that, as I'm sure you have seen all the time on the internet. So that's a very common pattern. And so we want to implement something like this. So something that is showing our users that some data is being loaded instead of, well, simply having a blank screen for some time. So the data wants to know, or the user wants to know that something is happening. So let's do that right in the next video. So let's now create a way of showing the user that some data is currently being loaded. So let's understand what we are trying to do. So as soon as the application here loads, this data that is coming from Supabase has not yet been downloaded to the application, right? And so in the meantime, we want to show the user something that the data is currently being loaded. So we're going to create some component that we will want to show in the meantime. And actually, let's start by doing that. So let's simply create a function called loader without any props. And then we will simply return a paragraph here which says loading. So in a more real-world application, you would get some spinning circle here, but that's a bit too much work for our case here. So we're just creating this small component. And so this is what we will display whenever there is some data being loaded. So if we want to display this component in the beginning, but then change the screen as soon as the data arrives, this means that again, we need some piece of state. And so what's very common to do in loading data is to create a piece of state called isLoading. So let's do that. So const isLoading, and then the setter function, as always, let's call it set isLoading. So use state, and then let's think about the initial state. So use state, and then let's set it here to false. So we are actually starting with the isLoading at false, but then as soon as we actually start loading the data, this is where we then set the state, so the isLoading state, to true. So let's do that. So really here in this line, before we await the data, we say set isLoading and set it to true. Okay, and so now with this piece of state, we can now conditionally render this fact list here. So just like we did before. So here we also had this Boolean state. So this show form is also either true or false. And so then depending on that, we either showed the form or we did not. And so here we will do the exact same thing. So let's enter JavaScript, and then let's say is loading. And if so, then let's display the loader component. But if not, so if it's no longer loading, then show the category filter. Now we haven't yet implemented that part where the loading actually stops, but for now let's see what happens. So as we reload, and remember that it's quite slow here, because we set the network to a slower, so to this slow 3G. That's why it takes some time. And oh, I see I did a mistake here. So I'm conditionally loading the filter instead of the facts. So that's wrong, of course, and probably you already saw that. So maybe you didn't do the same mistake as I did. But now this should fix it. So let's reload again manually here the entire page. So this then takes some time to load the initial code. So all the React code that we've been written, of course, needs to be downloaded from the server. But yeah, so now we see this loading state here, right? However, we do never set the loading state back to false. So right now, even though the data has already arrived, we are still telling React that loading is true, right? Because here we set it to true, but we never set it back to false. And so let's now do that actually immediately. So we can do that right here. So set is loading and now false. And so what's going to happen as soon as this function is called is that first we indicate React that we are loading, and then the loading component is displayed. Then our data is actually fetched, which will take some time. And so the code here will wait because we are in an async function. And then after the data arrives, the facts are set. So the state is changed here for the facts. And then we also change the loading state back to false, because now we are no longer loading. All right. Let's try that one more time. And now we should see it working properly. Then we just need to apply some styles quickly to that loading message there. And yeah, so that works really nice, right? So as I was saying, let's just apply some style here. Let's add the class of message, and then moving to our CSS file once again. Let's do that right here, close to the hidden. So message. And now in order to see this, let's actually again deactivate this line of code where we set it back to false. And then we can also disable the throttling. All right. Let's reload. And now we are basically permanently loading, even though, of course, in the background, the data has long arrived. So let's maybe align this message in the center here. So we already learned about text align center, right? Then let's make it uppercase as well to give it a little bit more impact. And increase the font size to something quite big. And yeah, that looks already a bit better. Let's just make it a bit bolder, for which we use the font weight. And the one that we have been using is 600. And now I think we could also give it some space here in the top. So margin top of 24 pixels, let's say. Nice. So that's the CSS. Now let's set this back here. So taking away this comment, give it a save, and yeah, there it is. If we reload now, then we saw here for a brief instance that loading component, which then is basically replaced with this list of facts. Okay, and now just to finish, I want to show you some more things that we can do here with the Supabase client. So we already know that we can choose the table from which we read, which in our case, we only have the facts table. So there's not much choice there. Then here we can select the columns that we want, but we can also order the results. So we can use .order. And then here we simply specify by which column we want the order. For example, let's say we want to order the text alphabetically. So the text property. And then here as a second argument, we can specify whether the order should be ascending or descending. So basically we can say ascending, and then we can set it to either true or false. So let's see. And yeah, so this character here basically comes even before the A, but then the next one is A, then H, L, all the way to the T here. So the T is the last letter of these. But if we set false, then it would be the other way around. So now the S of, so the A is at the end, and these T's, so these texts starting with T are at the very beginning. Now what I actually want to do is to order these facts by the number of votes that they got for interesting. And so then the most upvoted facts will rise to the top here in our list. So let's say votes interesting, which is the name of that column, and ascending false. So if it was true, it would start at the lowest numbers, but we want to start with the biggest numbers. Now right now that doesn't really take any effect because all of them are at 0. So I will just very quickly go here into our table and then here choose the facts, and I will then change these numbers a little bit. And if you want, you can do the same, or you can also just leave it. So I don't even know which facts these are, but I'm just putting some random numbers here. So you can just type anything here, so any number, and then hit enter, and it will then update. Let's say 7, and that should be enough. And so now this first fact, let's see what it is. It's about this shortest war in history. So that should now be the first one. So reload, and yeah, it is. So it has 10 votes, and so that's why it's the first, then this one with 7, then the one with 5, and then 0. Okay, so another thing that we can do is to limit the amount of facts. So let's say that for some reason 1 million facts have been added to your database. However, we do not want to load 1 million facts into our application because that would be so much data that it would take forever and it would probably even crash our application. So we can limit the amount of facts that we want to receive simply by saying limit and then the number. So let's say we just want 1,000 facts. Now this doesn't have any effect on our case because we only have 11 facts, but yeah, this makes the app a little bit better. Now in a real world application, you would implement something called pagination, where you would have multiple pages, and then, for example, on each page, you would have 10 facts or 20 facts, and then down here at the end, you could go to the next page. So again, I'm sure you have seen that somewhere on the web, but that's a lot of work to implement, and so we will not do that here in this small demo crash course project. All right. Now finally, we need to talk just a little bit about error handling, which is another thing that we can do with the Supabase client. Because notice how, as a result of calling the Supabase client, so of creating this query here, as it's called, we get back the facts, but we also get back a potential error. So let's log that to the console actually. So let's log that to the console here. And if we save this, we see that the error is null. So here again, we have that value, which basically means non-existent. So there was no error. But now let's actually simulate an error by coming here and changing the URL just slightly. So let's just add an X here. And so now the URL is wrong. And so now Supabase will not be able to get the data. And so here we get, well, actually multiple errors. But first of all, here we get this error message. So this one is actually coming from this console.log that we have here. So this object right here. So in this case that we have an error, then we get all kinds of other problems here in our app. Because let's also log console.log the data, or actually facts. So if we load the app now, then you see that the facts are now null. So that's from line 67. So right here, the facts are now null. And so what we're doing is to basically set the facts to null. And so that's why we then get these other errors right here, where it is impossible to use the map method on null, because null is not an array. All right. So then our entire app here crashes, basically. So what we need to do is that we only want to set these facts when there is no error. And if there is an error, then we want to, do something and tell it the user. So let's use an if-else statement for that. So if there is no error, that's the situation in which we want to do this. So let's say no error. Then set the facts to the facts, because only in this situation the facts actually exist. And else, so basically if there is an error, then let's simply alert and say there was a problem getting data. And again, in a real world application, you would do this a bit differently. You would probably actually render some special component there, but that's not necessary. So then what we get here is there was a problem getting data, but at least the rest of the application works just fine. So we say okay. And yeah, then we simply get this text right there. Okay, so let's reload again just to see. And so this is a situation that might happen, for example, when the user loses their internet connection in the middle of using our app. So that's why we need that kind of error handling strategy. But now, of course, we need to put our URL back. And with this, everything is back to working. And it is also working great. So next up, what we will do is to actually make these buttons here work. So then when we click one of the buttons, it will only load basically the corresponding category. So if we click like technology, then this one would not show, but this one would. So it would load technology and this one, and this one, and nothing else. So just a very simple filter. In this lecture, we are going to build the feature of filtering our list of facts by category. So here is what we're going to do. So whenever we click one of these buttons, our data will reload, but only the data will arrive that have the category equal to the one that we clicked here. Now let me start by telling you how this will change the query. So let's get first rid of this here. And so now right here after the select, we can write .eq. So eq stands for equal. And so here we can now only load all the data, so all the rows of the table which have the category equal to, let's say, technology. So again, this is just to show you what the query will look like. So basically what we need to do here with the Supabase client in order to get the category, in this case, equal to technology. But we will then generalize this for whatever category was clicked. So let's see. And indeed, now we only get technology. So that's exactly what we specified here. But now, how do we actually get our application to know which of these buttons here was clicked? So remember that as a result of clicking these buttons, the user interface will change. So it will reload. And so once more, that is a sign that we need state. And so that new state variable will basically store which category was clicked. So we will need that piece of state then right here. So in this useEffect function, and therefore we need that state variable, so that piece of state here in the app component. So let's do that. Let's call it current category. And then set the current category right here. Okay. Now here, what do we want as the default state? Well, let's say simply all, which is the name of this one here. And we will then later handle this state and also the other states here when we build this query. So doing this here, so the Supabase client dot all of these things is what we call a query, because we are, so to say, querying the database on the server. Okay, but anyway, before we can do any of that, so before we can now generalize this here to all categories, we first need a way to actually set the category. And so again, that will happen when we click on these buttons. And so we need to get this setter function to these buttons. So let's copy this. And these buttons are inside the category filter component. And so we need to pass that function to that component. Okay, and now inside the category filter, we need to accept this prop that we just passed into it. So that should be down here. So just like before, we immediately destructure the props object and get from it this prop called setCurrentCategory, which is of course that function. And so now we want to add this here, so this function, to all of these buttons. And let's start with this one here. So on click, and now we need to create a function here, just like before, which is a callback function that will get called by React as soon as we as we click the button. So what we will do in this function then is call set the current category to all. So this is also the default state. So that's for this button right here. Okay. And now let's simply grab this and paste it also onto these other buttons. But here, of course, we will not set it to all, but to exactly the name of the category. And so that name is coming from cat.name. So let's grab that and paste that right here. All right. And now we can already test this a little bit, at least by using our components React Dev tool. So we need some more space. And so that state is in app, right? And so these are the 4 states where, let's see. So where this first one here is the show form, which is false. Then this one is our list of facts. The third one is the isLoading. And here we can also experiment with this. So this is how we can see the loading on and off, right? And then finally, we have the current category. So when we now click one of these buttons, that should change. And indeed, hopefully you can see that down here. It did change. So here we get all, technology. And yeah, really, whatever we click is now what we get. Great. And so now all we need to do is to use this state value right here where we actually query the data. So let me show you how. So let's get ourselves some space. And we now basically will create this query here in multiple parts. All right, because in the end, all of this is actually just an object. And we can build that over time. And then in the end, we can simply await the result of that. But let's see that with code. So we can create a variable, and let's actually call it query. And then we will say Supabase. And basically we will say what we have here all the way until this category check. So let's copy this here. And so this is the first part of the query. And this one we will always need. All right, but now let's say if the current category is different from all, then the query will be equal the current query, and we will also add this part. Okay, and so then here we await not Supabase anymore, but query. Then we no longer need these. And then just like this. Okay, give it a save, and this will not do anything yet here. Also because we still have a bug here. So right here, of course, we no longer want to hard code the category, but we want to get it from the current category. But anyway, let's now recap what we actually did here. So we started by storing the results of simply saying which table we want and then selecting all the columns. So we stored the result of that in this query, but we are not loading any data yet. So this is not loading the data, it is just to build the query. And then here in this case that the current category is not all. So this here means different than. So if it's not all, it means that it's one of these here. And so in that case, we only want to load the facts that have this selected category. And so then we add to the query object, so to this variable, the equal part. So what I had shown you before, right? And then here we take that query object, add the things that we also had before already, so the order and the limit part, and then we await all of that. So only here where we actually have that await is where we then do the data fetching itself. All right. Now this is not yet working still. So if we click here, then nothing will happen. And the reason for that is, remember how we said at the very beginning that this effect, so this function here, will only run in the beginning. So only when the application first loads, right? But now we actually also want to load the data as soon as we click on one of these buttons. So as soon as this current category state changes. And the way we do that is by adding it here into this dependency array. So that sounds, again, a bit confusing. And actually React should give us a warning here, because it is indeed mandatory to include it here. Right? Well, for some reason React's not doing that right now. But anyway, we need to place that here into the dependency array. And so now, when the value that is here in the array changes, which will happen when we click this button, then the entire function here will get executed again. And therefore, our data will get loaded again. And so that's exactly what we need. So let's try that. And yeah, beautiful, that's working. All right. And I know those were, again, a lot of moving pieces that we had to fit together here. But the answer is almost always to use some state. And in this case, it was the current category state. And then the other trick was to add it here to the dependency array of useEffect. And so then this function here is always executed whenever the category changes. And so with this, we can click here, then this effect runs again, and the data will load again. Now this actually has the effect that sometimes we get this empty list here, basically. So before, when we were always loading all facts, there were always some facts. But now, for example, when we click here on news, there are no facts with that category. And so if that's the case, we want to display some other message here saying that. And so let's go to to the component that actually displays this list. And when there are no elements in the facts, then we want to just display some kind of message. So as I was saying before, in the real world, we actually place each of these components here into its own file, and then we don't need to scroll around so much. But I think that actually for teaching, it is even more confusing jumping around multiple files all the time. To give us some more space, let's close that. But yeah, here we are already anyway. Okay, so now let's do something here. So what I will do is to say if there are no facts. So how can we know if there are no facts? Well, we can simply say if facts.length equals 0. Right? Because the facts is simply an array. And if there are no elements, the length will be 0. So in this case, we want to return not this, but something else. So let's say that. Let's say return, and then we return a paragraph, and we can again use that class name of message from before, so that we already formatted. So no facts for this category yet. Create the first one. So encouraging your people, your users, to participate. Maybe we can even add some nice emoji here. Let's say it doesn't really matter, right? I like to use this one. All right, so that looks a bit nicer here. And this actually works even though we didn't use the else. So we could have said, if this is true, then return this, or else like this. No. So if else, then return this. But that's not really necessary, because in JavaScript functions, if we return something, then the rest of the code is not even executed. So here we return this p element, and so then the rest of the component will never be executed. React will never see it. And so we don't need to wrap it here into the else block. Let's remove this. We can remove here as well, because it's just one line. So just one return. And yeah, so here, of course, we then get our actual data, because here the length of the array is not 0. So then this is false. This will not happen, but this will happen. Great. So we finished another lecture. A great job. And our application is getting almost ready. So we're almost done here. What we're going to do next is to make our form not only add a new fact to the local state, but also actually upload it to Supabase. So that will make this application then really complete. And so hopefully I see you in the next lecture soon, where we will do that together. So in this lecture, we will make it so that new facts are not only displayed on the user interface, but also uploaded to our database on Supabase. So let's come here to our new fact form component. And so now we need to do a couple of changes here in the handle submit function. So right now we are only adding the new fact to the user interface simply by updating the facts state, right? But now we want to change that because we also want to update the new fact to Supabase. So let's do that. And for that, we are going back here to our Supabase API documentation. So that's down here again. Then let's select facts here, and then let's move down. So all of these are just for selecting stuff. Okay, then here you also have some other interesting things. So how to filter. For example, you have the equal, which we used before to filter for the right category. You have also greater than, less than, and yeah, you could experiment with all of these. But what we're interested in now is to actually insert new rows into our database. And so here is how we do that. Now this time around, let's actually write the code ourselves. Okay. So we are here in this part where we check if the data is valid. And so if so, we want to create a new fact. However, we will now no longer need to create this fact object. So let me comment this out, and you will see in a minute why that is. So I will comment this out, and I will create a new point 3 here. So upload fact to Supabase and receive the new fact object. Okay, so we have already our Supabase client, and so then we write Supabase dot from. So we choose basically the facts table again, just like before, but now instead of writing select, we write insert. And what we're going to insert is an array, and then here is the object with the data that we want to insert. So what we need to place here is actually only the text, the source, and the category. So that's this text variable, this source variable, and this category variable. The other ones we do not need, and that's because the ID is automatically generated by Supabase. We set these 3 here to a default of 0 inside of Supabase. So remember that from way back. So this is what we did. And the created in is also automatically generated. And therefore, we don't need to pass in any of this data here into this object. Okay, so only the data that is not automatically created or that has no defaults is what we need to place here. And this is actually already enough to create a new row in the database. However, we also want to get the newly created object back. So we want to receive it. And so we need to say dot select and just like this. And so this is then so that we can add this new fact object still to the facts state variable like we did down here. So we are still going to do this. Okay, so we have our query now, and now just like before, we need to await it. So we need to await, and since we are using await, we need to make this function here an async function. Again, because only asynchronous function can await promises and make the code stop or pause, basically. Okay, and now this will return, as always, some stuff to us, which is the data and the error. Give it a save, and now, just like we also did before, we can rename the data here and call it new fact. And so then this new fact here became blue, meaning that it's a new variable, just like this error. Okay, and now let's take a look at the console of what happens. So at what the new fact object looks like, and let's deactivate for now this part here. So for now, we will actually not re-render the UI by updating the facts state. So let's make sure and reload here Let's just write something like amazing category. I will do technology and then post. Okay, and so the form was closed, but of course this new fact is now not appearing here. And again, because we didn't update the UI by setting state. Because for now, all I wanted to do is to show you this new fact right here in the console. So this is the fact that we just created and that Supabase then basically still fetched from the server and gave to us. So that's this one. And so as I was saying, the created add was indeed automatically created, and the same for these votes and also the ID, of course. But then the category, the source, and the text is what we provided. Okay, now just notice that we are actually getting an array back here. So an array with one object. So if we want to do this, so let's put it back on here. So if we want to add this new fact to the state, we need to basically get the first element of the array. So just like this. And so now what will happen is that the fact gets added both to Supabase and also here to our local state. So if we didn't do this and still wanted to see the fact here immediately in the list, we would have to refetch the entire data. But we don't want to do that. So instead we want it to appear immediately. And so we added here to Supabase, but then also to our state array. Okay, so now that other fact should be here somewhere, that amazing fact. Yeah, here it is. And now let's write new fact in news, post, and there it is. So it was added here to the top of our state array. So that happened right here. And so that's really nice. So that works just fine. However, there's just one thing that we need to improve, which is imagine that it takes a little bit of time for the fact to be added. So for the fact to be uploaded to the database. So what happened if we then clicked multiple times here on this button? So that would create some kind of problem, right? Also, it would be nice to let the user know that the fact is currently being uploaded. So a little bit like that loading indicator that we have here for this list of facts, right? So let's do something similar. So what we will do is to create another piece of state which will basically indicate us whether the fact is currently being uploaded or not. So let's do that. Let's place these states one after another here. So let's say is uploading, and then set is uploading equal to use state false. So usually, of course, there is no uploading happening. But then as soon, or actually before we start this process here, we then want to set it to true. So set is uploading true. And so then we can use that variable a bit later. And actually, let's use it immediately so I can show you what it looks like. And here we can also just temporarily disable the closing of the form, just so we can see it. All right, so where are we actually going to use this is uploading state value or the state variable? Well, we can use it right here on our form elements, because there's one more attribute that I haven't told you about, which is the disabled attribute. So all form elements, including buttons, can have disabled. So we can basically disable them. And so when they are disabled, they will simply not work when we click on them. So a button will become disabled whenever we set disabled to true. And what is true as soon as we upload a fact? Well, it's the is uploading state value. Right? So let's grab that and let's paste it also here on this input. And also here on the select. Give it a save. And another one. All right, so you saw that, well, it was only very momentarily where the text here actually looked a little bit different. So it looked kind of disabled actually, but we couldn't really see it because it all happened so fast. So let's try our network tab again with slow 3G. But actually they are still disabled. So we cannot do anything. So basically what this means is that our disabled here did its job. And so we now need to go ahead and, of course, disable it. So basically reverse this as soon as we are finished receiving the data or also uploading the data. So set is uploading. So at this point we are done, and so we can set it back to false. All right, so let's reload. Now we have the slow 3G. So that's gonna take a few seconds, but I think we can wait here. Okay, let's share a fact. And now as I click here, watch how this text here becomes a little bit more gray, indicating the user that it's uploading. All right. Let's turn that off. And now we have all these useless facts here that we just added. But well, that's how development works. So you always end up with a lot of trash data that in the end you don't have to delete. Now let's just turn this back on. Okay, and yeah, with this we are actually done uploading facts to Supabase. Now the final thing that we need to do with Supabase and also in our application in general is to make these buttons work. So they are not working at all. And that's the final piece of the puzzle that is missing until this small application is feature complete. Welcome back. So let's now finish up this section by implementing one more feature, which is the ability for people to vote on facts. Now, before we do that, we very quickly need to fix one small thing here, which is that actually setting these facts in a last lecture should only happen in case that there is no error. So we simply do what we already did before in the app component, which is if no error, then we do this. Because otherwise, if there's an error, new fact will become null, and then here we are adding null to the array, which we do not want. So that was just a quick fix. But anyway, let's now move on to the fact component, because it's in this fact component where we have the buttons for voting. So these 3 buttons, right? Now, in order to start with this feature, I will start by only creating a function that works for voting here on this interesting. So only for this button, basically. So let's come here to this component, to fact component, and here I will create a new function. So function handle vote. Okay. And then here in this button is where we will actually add this function as the event handler function. So just like before, let's write on click and then handle vote. All right. And so then when the button is clicked, as always, React will call this function for us. And I created a separate function here and not directly an arrow function here because we will need multiple lines of code to do this. Okay, and actually let's again go to our API here. So the API documentation. So in the previous lecture, we inserted rows and now we want to update rows. So this is here how we do it. Now just make sure once again that you have the row level security policies set up. So again, we come here to authentication and then policies. So for what we did in the previous lecture and in this one, it's paramount that you have this insert policy and also this update policy. Without these two, the previous feature and this feature are not going to work. So we did this in the Supabase section, but I just wanted to make sure that you have everything set up in place. And so now we can, for example, come back down here and learn how we can update a row, because basically that's what we need to do, right? So each of these facts here has these properties, and when we vote on one of them, so when we click here, we want to update this fact from 10 to 11 upvotes. So interesting votes in this case. So let's again write our query. So Supabase, and let's come back here. And again, take our facts table. And now we write update. And here we now need to specify an object which contains the new value for a certain property. So we want to update this votes interesting. And so what we say, it's votes interesting, which is the name of the property, should be basically the current votes interesting plus 1. So the current value for these votes interesting is in fact .votes interesting. So that's what we have down here, right? So let's copy that. Plus 1. Okay. But now, of course, we also need to tell Supabase which fact should actually get updated. Because right now we are not doing that anywhere. So Supabase would have no way of knowing which of all our facts in the table should be the one to update. So we need to again use the EQ filter. And basically what we're looking for is to update the fact where the ID is equal to fact.id. So basically to the current ID of the fact. So this ID is the unique identification. And so this is useful for now selecting exactly the fact that should be updated. And just like in the last lecture, we now also want to select this fact from Supabase so that we can then also update our local facts state array. Okay? So we have our query in place. We need to await it. Therefore, this needs to be an async function. By now you are getting used to it. So you're already getting better at using a sync await function, which is something very important in JavaScript. And here we get data and error. And again, I want to rename the data that we get. So let's call it an updated fact. And here, of course, we're missing the equal sign. And yeah, this should already be working, actually. So let's get the updated fact that we get back and log it to the console. Okay. Let's go to our console, reload just to make sure. Let's click. It takes some time, of course. And then here is the new fact. So let's open it up and let's see if votes interesting is at 11. And yeah, down here we can already see that. Nice. So that worked just fine. But now it's time to also update the user interface. So right now, the only way to seeing the new value would be to manually reload the page, but that's of course not what we want. So we also want to update our local facts array, so that state variable. So let's do that. And just like before, let's do it only if there was no error. So if there was no error, we need to set facts. So how do we do that? Well, just like before, we want to set the new facts based on the current facts, right? So we need to use this function here. And now here is where it becomes a bit tricky. So this will be quite confusing here. So let's understand what we need to return here. Because again, whatever we return from this function will be the new state. So before, when we wanted to add a new element to the array, we did like this. So we returned a new array with the old array spread out, and then the updated fact, or the new fact before. But now this is not what we want. We do not want to return a new array that is bigger than the previous one. So instead, we want to return an array that has exactly the same size as before. So if we had 11 facts before the upvote, then we now also want to have only 11 facts. And so therefore, the map method is a good candidate for that. because again, map creates a new array with the same length as before. So facts.map, and now in here, let's call each of the facts f to make it a bit less confusing, because otherwise we would have multiple facts here. So let's try to avoid that. Now remember that in the map method, for each array element, we need to return the value that should be at that position in the new array. So let me write the code here, and I will then explain why I did it. So if f.id, so if the ID of the current fact in the array is equal to the ID of the fact that we are updating, then we want to actually return the updated fact. So in a new array, instead of the old fact object, we want the updated fact object. But if not, so for all the other facts, so all the other objects where the IDs are not the same, there we want to simply return the original one. Okay? So first we need to fix this error, and then I will explain a little bit better why this works. So it says us that setFacts is not defined, and so the reason for that is that we are not passing it as a prop yet. So let's do that. So setFacts comes all the way from the top, from the app component. So right here. So setFact, and so we need to pass it into the facts list. Where is that? Right here. So let's write set facts equal set facts. And now we go to facts list and accept the props there, so that then we can pass it into fact. So we are now passing this set facts function through multiple children in the component tree. So facts list, where is that? Yeah, so let's accept that here. And we only need setFact or setFacts. So we only need this function here so that we can then immediately pass it into the fact. This is what we call prop drilling. Okay, and finally let's accept it here as well. Okay, and now we can use it. So let's see if this works, and then we can again try to understand a bit better what this does. So let's see, let's click. Well, something is wrong here. So what do we have? Now, first of all, each child needs to have a unique key, but that doesn't matter because here I can immediately see what is wrong. So this updated fact is an array with the object inside of it. So just like before in the previous lecture. So what we need to do here is not updated fact, but updated fact at position 0. So basically retrieving the object out of the array. So let's reload, and you see that it did update on Supabase because it's at 12. But now let's click again, and yeah, that worked. So now that's 13, and it updated both on Supabase and in our local state here. Great. So again, we defined the new facts state here by creating a new array. And that new array is, of course, based on the initial array, so on the original one before the state update. And so when we loop over the array, we are basically looking for the object where the ID is exactly the one that we are currently updating. And so if that is the current object, then we will replace the current object with the updated fact object. And for all the other ones, we simply want to keep the same one, so the original. So for example, for this fact, we don't want to change anything here. And so we simply return that f here. Okay, so that is working nice. But now we also need some way of preventing the user from clicking here multiple times while the fact is still being updated. So we can do that. And that's not causing some big issues here, but that's probably also because my internet connection is pretty fast. So we want it so that when the user clicks here, they see that they are actually clicking here right now, so that something is happening. All right. So we basically want to do the same thing as we did before. So creating a state variable that we can then use to disable the button while something is being done. So let's say is updating and set is updating. Use state, and the initial value is of course false. And then just like before, immediately before the updating happens on the server, so on Supabase, we set is updating to true. All right, and I'm noticing here I have a bug. So is updating, so not a bug, but a typo. And then here immediately afterwards, we can immediately then set is updating to false. All right, and then we use that information down here to disable the button. So that's right. Yeah, right here. I wasn't seeing that. So disabled is equal to is updating. And so now we can no longer click multiple times, right? However, we cannot really see that the button is disabled. And so we can actually add some style for that. And that's easier than it sounds. So let me open up the CSS file, and you should do the same. And so let's come down here to where we defined these buttons. Yeah, that's right here. So vote buttons button. So this is how we select the button. And here is how we define that hover, that special background color where it becomes dark, right? So this hover is a so-called pseudo class, remember? And in CSS, there is also a pseudo class that we can use for when the button is disabled. So let me actually show you here. So this is quite interesting. Let's inspect this here. And what happens here on this button as I click? So you see, it says disabled. And now it's gone and the value updated. And so we can here now again style that status. So just copy that, and here instead of hover, just do disabled. And so let's give it now the same background color as the rest here of this list item, which is the 4 something. Yeah, so just this. Give it a save, click again, and you see that looked quite disabled, right? All right, so we fixed that issue as well. Let's close that down. And so we are now actually done with this button right here. So these buttons are working, and they should be working everywhere. Yeah, that worked. And so now we need to take care of these other two votes. So how could we do that? So the functionality for these two votes here will be basically exactly the same. The only thing that will be different will be here this field that will be updated, and also the current value. But everything else will be the same. All this logic here simply is exactly the same. So what should we do? Should we copy and paste this function 2 times and give it different names? Well, there's actually a better way. So instead of doing that, we can pass a string into this function, and then we use that string to update here. So let me first show you what I mean by using that string. So first of all, we could write this fact.votesinteresting in a different way. So we could put these curly braces and then put this in quotes, and here without the dot. So remember how we did this in the previous JavaScript section. So this is just another way in which we can retrieve some property from an object. And the same thing is actually true here. So here to actually define the property, we can do the same. We can do these brackets and then a string with the property name. And so please go ahead and change your code to this, and you will see that it will work exactly the same. And so what we can do now is to basically give this function this string here dynamically. So each of the buttons will give this function the string that it wants to update. So let's copy this one here to the first one. So we pass in this here, but we don't want to call the function. Remember, we want to actually define a function. So we need to again create here these parentheses, the arrow, so that this is actually an arrow function. And here it needs to be a string, as I was saying earlier. All right, and so now here, this one actually needs to return this string. And let's call it the column or column name, because in the database, each of these fields basically is called a column of the table. And so now we can replace this string simply with column name. All right, and so let's test that once again. And indeed, that worked. So we now have it working exactly the same way. And all we have to do is to now generalize this functionality for the other two buttons. So let's copy all of this, add it in here and in here. And now all we need to do is to change here the name of these columns. So this one is called the votes mind-blowing. And here this one is called the votes false. And so now once we click this button, this false button, for example, then this string gets passed into our handle vote function. And so then column name will become votes false. And then here we get that votes false should be the current votes false in this current fact plus 1. And so by doing this, we generalized this one function for all our three buttons. Let's check that. And beautiful. So we can now vote on all the buttons all the time. And you see that actually all of them get disabled, which makes a lot of sense. So when we click one of them, of course, we shouldn't be able to click any of them. So really, really nice. And with this, we did actually finish this section. There's a few more very small things that we are going to do, but we will do that in the next section. And also in that next section, we will then deploy this project to the internet. So we will upload it to some server, and then you can share it with the world. So that's going to be a lot of fun once again. Welcome back to the last section of the course. And in this section, we will deploy our application to a live server on the internet, so that your application basically lives as a website on the internet that you can then share with everyone you know. But before we do that, let's add some finishing touches to our application and then create a so-called production build. So the application that we planned to build in the beginning is now almost ready. However, there are of course many other things that we could have done here in this application to make it a bit more complete and a bit more real world. And I will talk a little bit about that later. But for now, one more small thing that I want to do is to add some kind of label to a fact when the votes false are more than these two votes. So more than the interesting and the mind-blowing votes together. Because that will probably mean that the fact is not true. And so then the users of your application, they should know that. So in an app like this, it would be really important for people to know that a fact is not true. So we can very easily do that by adding one element here to this paragraph, which when the votes false is greater than the sum of these, we will display that element. And so that element then says that the fact is disputed. So let's do that actually. And let's enter JavaScript here. And let's say if is disputed, and we didn't create that variable yet, but we will in a second. For now, I just want to create the HTML here, or the JSX actually. So let's say if is disputed, and so again, we're using our ternary here, then let's place a span here with the class name of disputed, which we will create in a minute. And then let's just add some brackets here disputed like this, or else just basically don't render anything here. So just null. Now, is disputed does not exist. Here, let's maybe add some emoji to make it even a bit more visible. Let's use this one. All right. And now all we need to do is to create is disputed. So how should we do that? Do you think we should use a piece of state for that? Well, that's actually not necessary, because just like a few times before, this variable, so this is disputed, can be completely calculated from some other data that we already have. So that's the fact, right? So fact dot votes, interesting, plus fact dot votes, mind-blowing, should be less than votes for false. And this I think we actually already did in the previous section. So facts dot votes false, of course. All right, now let's check that out. And we don't have any situation like that yet. But here, if we click this now, then we get the disputed flag here, basically. So telling us that this fact here might not really be true. So now these two are 0, and so this one is more than 0 plus 0. But now let's click here, and so now we are not really sure anymore, and so that label is gone. Let's just quickly create a class here for disputed, add some styles there. Let's do that a bit more at the top. So disputed, let's give it a red color, and let's actually use the one that we have been using in our app. So that's right here. Copy paste that. Let's make it a bit bold. 600. And I'll also give it some margin to the right. 10 pixels, let's say. Now we need to actually get it back. That was the wrong button. So one more time, and there it is. So that looks quite nice. And then immediately the user can see, maybe there's something wrong with this fact. Let me maybe check the source here. All right. And now there's just one thing that is different from the original app and this app. So if we come here and I start scrolling, you will see that actually this part here stays in place, and actually everything stays in place. And the only thing that is scrolling when I scroll on my mouse is actually this list, right? So everything else is staying in place. And so let me now show you how we can do that with just CSS. So there are two things that we need to do for that. First of all, we need to define that this entire container needs to have exactly the height of the viewport. So of this browser part here that is visible. So we call that the viewport. So that element is the root, right? So let's right click here. So this root here, we now need to tell it that it should only have the height of the viewport. So we can do that because we have a special unit in CSS where each of them is basically 1% of the entire viewport height. So if we say 100 viewport heights, then we get 100%. Okay, but that's only one piece of the puzzle. And let's actually set it to a little bit less for now. Let's say 80 VH. But this will not yet make any difference, because now we also need to go to the closest child that contains this list here. So that's this section. So we need to select this section, and then we need to do something with it. So let's simply select section because we only have one. So I will do that just right here. So section, and then overflow scroll. So let's see. Well, that didn't work. Let's reload. And that still doesn't work. Yeah, I know what the problem is. So actually we need to define the height of this main element. So yeah, let's see. Let's inspect it here. Yeah, so this main element is what needs to get the defined height. And then this section here is where we then place, so this overflow scroll. So let's try that again. Save again. And you see, let's make it even smaller for now. 60, let's say. And in order to see the effect, we need to close this down. And yeah, so if I scroll now, you see that down here, basically this list ends. So the height of this container is now only all the way to here. Let's make it a bit smaller. But then we cannot see the elements. Yeah, so here, this main part now only has this height. So this 60 VH. It is just stretched out a little bit more, so in order to fit this content. But if we say, for example, 80 VH, then you see that this is the height. And so then it basically kind of cuts off this list here at the bottom. So let's fix that here with padding bottom with this. And then also here we need to actually calculate the exact height. And the way we do that is by using the calc function. So CSS also actually has a few functions built in, and one of them is the calc function. So let's write 100 VH, which is everything. So that would be the entire height of the thing. But now we need to subtract basically the height of this header and these paddings, because what we want then to be in the end is the entire space from the bottom to up here. So where this main element starts. Let's give it a background color here again, like this red. Okay, and so this now we want to calculate the exact height. So that height needs to be again 100 VH minus the height of this. So let's inspect. So of this entire header here. And so we see the height here is 68 pixels. So let's subtract minus 68 pixels. And it's important that you leave the space there. Then we need to subtract the 40 pixels that go here between the header and this part. And then also the padding that goes around the page. And so that padding is 48 on the top and on the bottom. So minus 48 pixels minus 48 pixels. Give it a save, but that also doesn't look so right. So let's see what's wrong here. So yeah, so we have the padding at the top, 48, and on the bottom as well. But actually we want on the bottom now to be 0 pixels. So that's the first step we need to change, so that in the end we have, so we can have it really come here all the way to the bottom. So that's why we now need 0 pixels of padding in the bottom. And then also there is some media query somewhere that is changing our body, I think. Let's see where that is. Yeah, so right here, actually, at some media query, this padding here is changed. So I need to deactivate this now. All right. And then let's again recalculate the height of our main. So where is that? Yeah, right here. So again, the entire height of the entire element would be 100 VH, but we only want to set the height from here all the way to the bottom. So we need 100 VH minus this 48 here from here to here. So that's one of these 48s we have. Let's do it in order. So minus 48 pixels. Then we have 68 pixels from here to here. So minus 68. And then we have 40 pixels. So these two, I guess, we are not needing. Let's see. Now it goes all the way to the end. And yeah, so I'm scrolling now here, and the page is not scrolling up and down. But if I scroll here, then only the list scrolls. And so that is exactly what we were looking for. All right. So now this looks even more a bit like an application, because this is quite common. So that you have some parts static like this, and then some others you can scroll around. Okay, and with this, we actually really wrapped up our project here. Now, as I was saying in the beginning, in a more real-world project, we could change many things or do many other things. We could do some things differently or also add some more features. For example, we could give the users the option to sort these facts, for example, by the recency or by the number of mind-blowing votes or by the number of false votes, or yeah, also some other things. So sorting is something quite common in web applications, which we didn't do here. And another thing that we probably should even do is to limit each person to only vote once on a fact. So here we can now upvote a fact and then upvote again and again and again and as many times as we want. And so in a real world app, that's not possible. For example, on Reddit, you can only upvote a fact once. And the way they prevent that is that you can only upvote a fact if you're actually logged in. And so that would be one option, of course. So to have the user logged in into this application, and only then they could vote here. And also only then they could share a new fact. And for everyone else, so for users that are logged out, they could then not do that. And so that's what we call authentication. And that's something that most web applications actually have. But of course, here in this crash course, we also left that out. Okay, but anyway, let's now finish this lecture by creating a so-called production build. So right now what we have here, we cannot really upload this to a server. So basically what we have right now is only these source files, and then we have the entire React library and all the other libraries inside the Node modules folder. Right? But this is not what we can upload to a server. Instead, we need to create, as I just said, a so-called production build. And this will then bundle all these modules together and all the files that we created into just some HTML and some JavaScript. So let me show you how to do that. So we need to, once again, open up our terminal. And we have still this one open from before. And here, this one is still running our application. And we can now finish this. So we could click here on this kill button. And now if we were trying to reload now, then it's gone. All right. But anyway, let's now do our production build. So it's again important that you are here in the Today I Learned folder, and then just type npm run build. Okay. And this will now take some time. And again, what it will do is that it will take all the files that we wrote here and all these libraries that are needed. So that's React, and all these other thousands of libraries here, they will all basically get bundled into just 1 or 2 or 3 files. So which are in here, which we can then upload to a server. So let's see. This build folder here is the one that got created. And so here we have the index.html, we have our logo, we have the CSS, and we have the JavaScript. So all the JavaScript was now simply placed in this one file. So this basically unreadable file, it looks like complete gibberish or gibberish, I don't know. But all the code that we wrote is actually in here together with all the rest of the JavaScript. So that all got bundled, as we say, into this one folder. And so this build folder is what we can now upload to a web server. And so that's what we will do in the next lecture. So the time has finally come to upload your project to the internet. And to do so, we are going to use a free web hosting service called Netlify. So let's open a new tab and then Google Netlify. So that's Netlify like this. Open up the first link that comes up there. And so this is, in my opinion, one of the best hosting providers out there. So a hosting provider is basically a company that offers a little bit of a web server that you can get, in this case even for free, where you can then upload your web pages and web applications. So this is the service that we're going to use, and I'm really not being paid to tell you to use the service. It's simply an amazing service, and I use it all the time, and I even have my personal website here on Netlify. So it's a great service, and you can get started for free, so it's really worth it. The same with Supabase, actually. So they are not paying me or something to tell you to use Supabase. It's just an amazing project. But anyway, just like with Supabase, you need to start by signing up for a free account here. And so just click this button here, open up your free account, and once you're done with that, we meet back here. Okay, and once you have your account created, it's time to upload the production build that we created in the last lecture. So that's very easy. So somewhere in the interface, you should find a button that says Add New Site and then Deploy Manually. Or it's probably also here in Sites, so you can try that as well. But I will just use this button down here. And so then let's say Deploy Manually. And so all you need to do now is to drop the folder we created right here. So let's right click here on the build folder, then reveal in Finder. And you can of course also just navigate in your file system to your project folder. So what matters is that you have this folder which contains the build folder. So only this one. And then you take the build folder, take it and drag it and drop it here. So that will then take a little bit of time. And maybe your interface here looks different because Netlify is changing all the time. So that's completely normal. And right now, our app is actually already at this domain. And you will of course see a different domain, but if you click here, now your application is live. So this doesn't really work with the small version of the site. So that's because of what we did in the last lecture, where we fixed a fixed height for the app. So maybe we should go back and change that, but it does work beautifully, of course, when the app is a bit smaller. But anyway, let's close this again, because now we can actually change this weird looking URL here. So let's go to Site Settings to do that. Yeah, right here. So change site name, and then I will call mine Today I Learned. Let's make sure I spelled this correctly. Today I learned. Yeah, that's correct. So you can now also type a name for your site, but it cannot be the same name because there can only ever be one URL that looks like this. So yours needs to be a little bit different. You can call yours number 2, which probably will also be taken already. Number 3, you can call it dash your name like this, or you just need to get creative. So your URL needs to be unique, so you can call it anything you want. But I am the first one here probably, whoever calls their app Today I Learned. So let's save this. And I'm actually not the first one. So, well then, let's do what I said. So dash Jonas. So this one here was the dash beta, so the one that I have been showing you. And now this one is called Today I Learned dash jonas.netlify.app. And if we open that now, there it is. Beautiful. And this URL, you can now take it, copy it, and share it with whoever you'd like. So this is now your web application living live on a web server on the internet. And it's accessible from everywhere and to anyone. So that's a great achievement. So congratulations once again for building your very first web application and for sticking with this crash course all the way to the end. Even though I'm sure there were some situations where it seemed a bit difficult and you just had to push through it. So hopefully you had a lot of fun building this project here together with me, and hopefully you liked web development. And now there's just one more small lecture left where I want to say a few final words about this course. And so let's meet there in a few seconds or a few minutes if you'd like. So as we reach the end of this adventure, you might be wondering what to do next. So let's quickly talk about that. Now, if you reach this lecture, it probably means you successfully completed the project, which is indeed a great achievement. Finishing your very first web project is an amazing feeling. I actually still remember how it feels, and so well done for sticking with it to the end. Now, I want to say again that it's 100% normal that you didn't understand many of the things that we did in our project. And you probably wouldn't be able to build a much bigger project on your own now. Maybe a similar project, which you should try to do, but not a complex one. But of course, becoming a complete web developer was never the goal of this course anyway. The main goal of this crash course and this project was for you to understand if you actually like web development and if it's a good career choice for you, without having to first invest a month or two of your life in order to figure that out. So do not get discouraged by the fact that you're not a web developer yet. Web development and programming in general is really a complex field, and it takes a lot of time to really learn it deeply. And if anyone tells you that you can become a complete web developer in like 3 months, they are simply not telling you the truth. Now, if you did like the activity of writing code, so if you enjoyed building this project, you might be ready to go on the journey of exploring web development a bit deeper, because it can be a very rewarding journey. So web development can be a super interesting, challenging, and rewarding career option, also in terms of the money that you can make, which is of course a big factor. So if you feel ready to start going deeper into this field, what can you do next? Where should you go from here? Well, you should definitely start by learning HTML and CSS a lot better, especially CSS, as we really only scratch the surface of the huge potential of CSS. After that, you need to take your limited knowledge of JavaScript to the next level and really deeply learn this fundamental web technology. Every web developer out there is, or at least should be, very good at JavaScript, and so you also need to be. Then, afterwards, just like we did in this course, you can move on to React, or of course any other front-end framework like Vue or Svelte. But this time, you really need to learn it from front to back, not just the very fundamentals. And if, at some point, you are really good at using all these tools, you can even start looking and applying for jobs. Now, along the way, you will also need to pick up some more developer tools, such as Git and GitHub, so that you can have version control in your code and collaborate with other developers. And NPM is another super important developer tool that we also saw briefly in this course. Now, for all these things that I've been talking about, there are countless resources out there where you can learn all this stuff for free, like documentation pages, blog posts, or YouTube videos. Or if you prefer a more structured and deep approach, there are also, of course, paid courses, for example, here on Udemy. Also, at some point, if you feel like you haven't learned enough yet, you can try out backend development as well, for example, using Node.js. By then, you will also need to learn some database like MongoDB or Postgres. But you actually don't have to learn backend development. There are many developers out there who only do front-end development, and the backend is simply taken care of by other developers on their team, or they just go with something like Supabase. So, as you see, the options are really endless, and there's always new stuff to learn. And learning is actually a big part of the web developer career. It's never going to stop. But that really shouldn't discourage you from getting started in the first place, because learning new stuff actually does get a lot easier as you get better with the fundamentals. Alright, so there you have it. This is a very basic path into the career of a web developer. Just remember that it will take a lot of time and patience, but that's how it works for everything big that you do in life anyway. So, time has come to say goodbye for now, but I'm really happy to have guided you through this project and maybe even through your first steps as a web developer. So good luck with your new skills wherever they may take you. So take care, and I see you next time.